Chapter 1730. In the night, the capital of West Chu was ablaze with lights. Some people were happy while others were sad. The gates of the palace, which had already been locked during the night, opened one by one. A carriage that did not conform to the rules and etiquette slowly drove in. A withered old man without an official's robe stepped out. The new head eunuch of the ceremony directorate was about to go forward to support him when he was waved away by the old man. The old man followed the head eunuch of Dechu, who had inexplicably become the #1 eunuch in Dechu. The latter felt uneasy. He didn't know why the old Grand Preceptor insisted on visiting the palace in the middle of the night to have an audience with the emperor. He also didn't know why the emperor wanted to meet the head of the secretariat in Taiji Palace. The gates of Taiji Palace were wide open. Sun Shiji struggled to walk up the steps. The lights in the palace flickered. The old man could faintly see the figure of the emperor. The head eunuch felt a heavy atmosphere like a storm was coming. The emperor of Dechu did not sit high on the dragon chair to wait for the old man. She did not walk out of the palace to welcome the stabilizing force of the Dechu dynasty. She stood behind the threshold of the palace, wearing a dragon robe. Her hands were behind her back. She had an arrogant attitude that kept people 1,000 miles away. Sun Shiji stopped a dozen steps away from the door of the palace and gazed at her. The old man's weathered face became increasingly bitter. It was not only because of the insidious assassination attempt that had occurred in the manner of the head of the secretariat. It was more because the woman in front of him had for the first time openly shown her resistance. It made the old man feel both discouraged and guilty. After the head eunuch bowed and retreated far away from the palace, Sun Shiji slowly said, "Your Majesty, the Song family has let down Dechu. They have let down the scholars of Dechu. I, Sun Shiji, am blind. I cannot absolve myself from the blame." The woman with her back to the lights in the palace interrupted Sun Shiji. "As an official, shouldn't you kneel in front of the ruler of a country?" The old man, whom even the previous emperor of Liang treated with respect, did not become angry. On the contrary, he felt relieved. Sun Shiji patted his sleeves and knelt down without hesitation. "I, Sun Shiji, head of the Secretariat of Dechu's Ministry of Secretariat, greets your Majesty." She sneered and said, "Tonight, the head of the Secretariat did not wear official robes and entered the palace to meet the emperor. Zhen considered that you are already old, so Zhen will not blame you. If you have something to say, then say it. We are all ears." Sun Shiji kept his head down and used all his strength to say in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the Song family cannot be trusted. Many of the civil officials in the central government cannot be trusted. Even I, Sun Shiji, do not trust them. However, I implore your Majesty to trust the 200,000 soldiers on the front lines. I implore your Majesty to not take out your anger on the heroes who died for Dechu. Don't." The Dechu Empress Jianghu rudely interrupted the old man for the second time. "Vent your anger? Don't forget that we are standing right in front of you, just 10 steps away from you. If I really want to vent my anger on you, do you really think you can live past sunset?" She raised her voice. "The Song family is blind, but I can tell you, Sun Shiji, even if there is no Chao Changqing in the capital and no imperial guards loyal to me, I can still kill all the traitors who dare to betray the Jiang family of Dechu." Sun Shiji's palms were pressed against the cold ground. His hands were cold and his heart was even colder. After a moment of silence, the old man could only hear the endless sorrow in her words. "I have 100,000 swords. They were originally used to kill the Liang army, not the people of Dechu, and definitely not." The old man could no longer hear what she said after that. Sun Shiji knelt there, speechless. The door suddenly closed. Through the door, the Dechu Empress sneered and said, "You can leave. Sun Shiji, please rest assured. Dechu, please rest assured. Since I am the daughter of the previous emperor, I will die in the palace like the previous emperor." The old man stood up with difficulty and looked at the door. The head of the secretariat, who had been refused entry, turned and left. He walked down the steps of the Dan Emperor carved with golden dragons and auspicious clouds. The submissive eunuch of the ceremony directorate stood there quietly like a night owl, waiting for a long time. This old man, who had been able to enter the central government of Dechu when he was just 20 years old, only now realized that the number of times he had taken the initiative to talk to eunuchs could be counted on one hand. The old man laughed at himself. Tonight, he still did not open his mouth to exchange pleasantries. He left the palace without saying a word. In a secluded little courtyard where the lights were waning, she sat alone on the threshold wearing a dragon robe. A pair of rough brocade boots were neatly placed beside her feet, and a knife was placed horizontally across her knees. She lowered her head and took out the copper coins that she had treasured for many years, placing them from one end of the scabbard to the other. She was regarded as the owner of Dechu's empire, but she had always felt that the only thing that truly belonged to her was these copper coins. The two seniors that she trusted the most in her life, the old man wearing a sheepskin coat and the uncle waiting for the order, both regarded her as a rare genius in the way of the sword. However, during the last and only time that she traveled with Li Chungang in Jianghu, she was always unwilling to practice swordsmanship with Li Chungang. 60 years ago, many Jianghu masters yearned to receive a few words of advice from Li Chungang. She did not know why, perhaps because she had seen that person practice the knife and felt that it was too difficult and too frightening, so she did not dare to practice swordsmanship. She only knew that she was timid. She had been timid for so many years and had been bullied for so many years. Why did she have to practice swordsmanship when she could easily study and earn money? In fact, there was one thing that she did not dare to admit at that time. What if one day she really became an immortal on earth after practicing swordsmanship? Would she really stab him to death? No matter how rebellious the old bastard Song Wenfeng was, there was one thing that he said that reflected the thoughts of many old people of Dechu. That was, even if Beiliang was the place where Jiang and I lived, it was definitely not a place where she could rest in peace. The Su family and the Jiang family were not ordinary neighbors who clashed with each other. Instead, the Su family's cavalry trampled Dechu's mountains and rivers. It was Su Shao who personally forced the Dechu's late emperor and Dechu's empress to death. It was Su Fengyan's father who personally killed the parents of the new Dechu's emperor, Jiangxi. However, if that was the case, it was not impossible for her, who had long had vague memories of Dechu and who was used to hiding whenever something happened, to leave the capital. It was already so difficult for Beiliang, which was sandwiched between Liang and Beimang. Then the person who took over the burden from his father not only had to face the million-strong army of Beimang, but also had the wary Central Plains and the imperial court behind him. What if he took her away today? How would the emperor who took away Dechu face the people of the world? How would the people of the world curse him? In the first battle, the Beiliang cavalry had already lost more than 100,000 men. Would the Beiliang cavalry who could have died a heroic death on the battlefield of Liangmang, have to die just because of a fox spirit like her, who could bring disaster to the country and the people? Could he really not feel guilty about this? Chapter 1731. She was a coward who was very afraid of taking responsibility. In the past, she was just a servant girl who would secretly curse people when she was washing clothes. Even if she could be heartless and not care about anything, pretending to be at ease behind you, Su Fengyan, there would be no place for you to feel at ease. She knew that in the territory of Dechu in the past 20 years, many common people had privately said that the reason for the destruction of Dechu was because of her mother, whose face she had long forgotten. Otherwise, how could the magnificent Dechu with its wise ruler, gathered civil officials, generals skilled in battle and common people living in peace and happiness, lose to the barbarian Liang in the north, who didn't even know the etiquette between ruler and official? She didn't want to believe this, but sometimes she was still afraid. She was afraid that she would become his femme fatale. If it was 3 years ago when she didn't understand anything, when she only felt that a man and a woman should be together as long as they liked each other, she would have left with him. But after entering Guangling Road, although she didn't understand the general situation of the world, after thinking about it and imagining countless scenes of reunion after parting for a long time, in the end she realized that she didn't dare to leave, that she couldn't leave. She didn't know how many times she hid in her blankets and secretly cried. She didn't know how many times her palms were sweaty when she met with her officials. She didn't know how many times she wanted to fly on her sword to the Northwest Pass to see him, or to see Mount Qingliang in the distance, or to see the little vegetable garden on Mount Wudong. She clutched her chest, but her heart still ached. In the waning light she missed him very much. She was actually very happy that he came to find her. She really wanted to tell him that she regretted stabbing him with her sword. In the years to come you can hate me, but don't dislike me. She raised her head, her face full of tears, and sobbed softly, "Even if you don't like me, you can only dislike West Chu's Jiangxi. You can't dislike Jiang and I." Looking from the top of the city wall, one could see the lights of tens of thousands of homes. There was a young man sitting quietly on the top of the city wall, like a lonely ghost with nowhere to go. His back was to the outside of the city, facing the inside of the city. Every once in a while, his body would sway, and blood would seep out of the wound on his chest that was hastily bandaged. A tall woman dressed in white hesitated for a long time before finally coming to his side. She said sadly, "Why bother? You're fighting an entire country by yourself." The young man was silent. The tall and beautiful woman sighed and said, "Although West Chu doesn't have much fate left, it's still not something you can easily fight against alone. Especially when you were injured in the battle with Chen Jibao on the Guangling River. Since things are already like this, why do you want to stay here and make things worse? In the eyes of a Qi refinement warrior, she could see the giant pillar of providence that stood in the center of West Chu's capital city. White flood dragons were constantly separating from it and pouncing on her, crashing into her body. This was West Chu's true killer move against the Earth Immortals. As for the two city guards, they were not even worth mentioning. The young man was still looking at the distant palace city. He said calmly, "Tantai Pingjing, actually I know that according to fate, there are actually two people whom the heavenly axiom hates to win against Su Fengyan. Other than Xie Guanyin, who raised a flood dragon in a bowl, there's also you, the sect master of the Guanyin sect." However, in the battle of the imperial astronomer, Xie Guanyin was beaten to a pulp. Ancestor Lu, who was either a heaven immortal or an earth immortal, appeared. Unfortunately, Hong Shixiang was still unwilling to accept the second recruitment by the heavenly axiom. Therefore, I also know that after Xie Guanying's fate was greatly injured, the person who benefited the most was actually you. Therefore, I'm waiting for you to make a move. Instead of waiting for you and me to become enemies in the future, instead of worrying about you ruining my Bailiang's fate in the future, it's better to have a clean end between you and me now. Tantai Pingjing's expression was complicated. Su Fengyan coughed a few times and said slowly, "Before you decide to make a move, the two of us can be considered as friends. Why don't you have a chat with me?" Tantai Pingjing nodded and said, "Okay." Su Fengyan, whose feet were hanging outside the wall, smiled and said, "Guess who I envy the most among all the people of the pugilistic world?" Tantai Pingjing thought for a moment and asked, "Is it not Li Chungang?" Su Fengyan shook his head and said, "No." Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. "Mount Hui's Shenyuan Jingqing?" Su Fengyan suddenly turned his head and was a little flustered. He scolded jokingly, "You're courting death. Admiration is admiration, but I don't want to be Shenyuan Jingqing." Tantai Pingjing smiled knowingly. Su Fengyan looked into the distance again. The city was full of lights, as if he was looking up at the bright stars of summer and autumn. "I envy Dong Tai the most. He doesn't care about the ups and downs of the pugilistic world, and he doesn't care about the treacherous clouds in the palace. After leaving the Wu family sword tomb, he has no more grievances and no more attachments. He is all alone in the world, riding a donkey and looking at the mountains and rivers. I believe that if one day this peach blossom sword god suddenly falls in love with a girl, he and she will be free and unfettered." Tantai Pingjing said with emotion, "I really didn't expect it to be Dong Tai." Su Fengyan crossed his hands on his knees and said, "Yes." Tantai Pingjing sat beside him and was actually a little taller than him. "Why didn't she leave?" Su Fengyan thought for a moment and said, "Probably because she has grown up. I'm actually not as sad as you think." Tantai Pingjing said, "Then you are still very sad. Being stabbed in the heart by your sweetheart is like being stabbed in the heart. It would be strange if you weren't sad." Su Fengyan snorted coldly. He didn't refute or admit it. Tantai Pingjing squinted and said softly, "In this life, everyone has their own destiny. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very lucky. Some people are always able to do what they want to do and are very happy. And some people can only do what they should do and some people can only do what others think they should do." Su Fengyan couldn't help but laugh. It affected his wound again and he coughed heavily a few times. Tantai Pingjing hesitated for a moment, as if she wanted to raise her hand and pat his back a few times. But in fact she didn't even move her fingers. She was in a dilemma. Su Fengyan shook his head gently and suspected that he was imagining things. He said with a smile, "I didn't expect you to be able to comfort people. Will the sun rise from the west tomorrow?" Tantai Pingjing was expressionless. But even if she wasn't angry, her mood wouldn't be much better. So not long after she sat down, she stood up again. Su Fengyan looked up curiously. She said unhappily, "I'm hungry. Let's go for a midnight snack. Only when you are full will you have the strength to fight." Tantai Pingjing flew from the top of the city wall into the city. Su Fengyan laughed softly behind her. "Silly big guy, although the memory left by your master is very fragmented, I can tell you one thing. He cared about you very much. At least when he left the world he was still worried that you would be hungry." Tantai Pingjing's face flushed instantly and she almost fell to the ground. After she left, he continued to look at the palace city. Looking at her. Wanting to be together forever. It seemed that a Taoist saint once said that it was better to forget each other than to help each other in times of need. After sitting for a long time, Su Fengyan, who was drowsy, suddenly stood up and stood on the top of the city wall between the city and the city. The next day a person was lying on a beam and dozing off. He was leisurely and happy. Chapter 1732. Today's Dechu court conference was gloomy and gloomy. This made many mid-level officials who temporarily did not have the qualifications to enter the hall feel at a loss. In particular, the three members of the Song family, who were usually like the sun in the midday sky, did not appear. Not only that, it was rumored that the Minister of Personnel, the Assistant Minister of Rights, and more than a dozen other influential officials had all resigned due to illness. It was the emperor who had ordered Chi Su, the deputy commander of the palace guards, who had suddenly taken sole power overnight, to lead soldiers to each of the manors to invite the various officials to participate in today's court conference. As a result, this group of important people from different camps and different mountains appeared late together, attracting attention. Regarding the turmoil in the capital yesterday, most of them had heard of it. However, that disturbance had occurred within the imperial city, and the entire city had been placed under martial law very quickly. Many of the officials had only received bits and pieces of information. However, there was no doubt that the northern Liang vassal king had caused quite a bit of trouble. His arrogant declaration that had been heard throughout the city had shocked many people, left many people at a loss and made many people angry. Not to mention others. Just speaking of the young talents of Dechu inside and outside the court conference hall, which one of them did not feel grief and indignation. When everyone stepped into the hall, they realized that the head eunuch of the ceremony directorate had also changed his face. The emperor, who was supposed to enter the hall later, was already sitting on the dragon throne. Her eyes were cold. For the first time, many officials felt the majesty of the empress. Important officials like the Minister of Personnel Yuan Shanhong, and the Assistant Minister of Rights, Guishi, unconsciously lowered their heads, not daring to face the young woman. In the past, almost all of the civil and military officials who held office in the capital and could participate in the court conference had a tacit understanding. Regardless of wind and rain, regardless of whether it was hot summer or snowfall, without exception, they all viewed the daily court conference as a pleasing event and never saw it as a difficult journey. The reason was simple. Dechu's emperor was not only a young woman in her prime, but she was also one of the four beauties of the Rouge Review. Looking at the emperor sitting high on the dragon chair and wearing a dragon robe, even if it was just a glimpse out of the corner of one's eye, one would feel relaxed and happy. Last year, when Dechu's power was at its greatest, there was an elegant joke. There was a young general in Dechu who had made a name for himself in the court. In defeating Yang Xinxing and Yan Jinxuan, the two great generals of Liang, he had made illustrious military achievements. When he followed the main general, Xie Shibian, into the capital to meet the emperor, he actually blushed during the symbolic monarch and official question and answer session in the court assembly. It was as if he was suffering from a mental illness. He couldn't say a single word, causing the entire hall to roar with laughter. If it weren't for the head of the secretariat, Sun Shiji, who was sitting on the chair, quickly shouting for them to stop, the laughter would probably have traveled far into the hall. Today's court conference was no longer as harmonious as before. Most of the officials sitting toward the back of the hall secretly craned their necks and sized up the head of the secretariat, who was sitting on the chair with his eyes closed. They tried to see some clues from the face of this old man, who was known to be the most important person in the world. Unfortunately, other than the old man not leaning back slightly like before and doing his best to sit upright and still, there was no strange expression on his face. Compared to the numerous civil officials who were walking on thin ice, the military officials in the court were much calmer. He Taixing, who had a smooth career in Dechu's officialdom, had disappeared. It was not that his family had not inquired about the news. They had even gone to the Song family to visit, but the door to the Song manor was tightly shut. Last night, the other deputy commander who held military power also did not return home. However, at least some news had spread out from the royal palace. It was not to the extent that he would lose his position and be imprisoned. No matter what was said, there were only about 20 or so seats in the Jingdo and Jingji army that could be used in public. All of a sudden there were 2 fewer seats. This meant that many people could take advantage of the situation and move forward. This was a good thing. Now that their positions were higher, even if there was a day when the person sitting on the dragon chair was changed, even if the official hat of West Chu was worthless, the possibility of it being exchanged for a protective talisman or a life-saving talisman was greater. Otherwise, who would take a minister-counselor of the 6 ministries seriously? If they really wanted to settle accounts in the future, if the official hat on their heads was not high enough and their status was not high enough, then they could be removed. Lu Xingxiang and Wu Zhongshuan did not even have to greet the Emperor of Great Peace City or the Ministry of Justice. The head eunuch who was supposed to be the head of the ceremony directorate shouted, "I have something to report." However, this head eunuch who was supposed to be proud of his success kept a straight face and did not show any signs of opening his mouth. The Empress of Dechu sat there. In the past, she always gave people a feeling of restlessness. At this moment, she seemed extremely high and mighty, like a monarch who had accumulated great prestige from ruling the world for many years. She went straight to the point and said, "Ever since I ascended the throne, I have heard too much from all of you. Today all of you just need to listen to me. There is no need for you to say anything." Some people had already begun to shrink their necks and swallow their saliva. It was to the extent that everyone forgot to kneel in the main hall. The assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel, Yuan Shanhong, happened to be standing behind the Minister of Personnel. Because he was looking down, he happened to see the minister's legs trembling. Was this still the Yuan Lianhua who was known as the best talker in the world? Was this still the heavenly official of the Ministry of Personnel who was always high-spirited in court and even dared to make trouble for the frontline commander, Xia Shibian? The first female emperor in the history of the Central Plains, Jianghu, looked down at the group of civil and military officials. The room was full of purple and yellow crowns. Outside the door, there were a few officials who realized that they should have stood up after kneeling. They looked into the main hall with blank faces and looked at her. Then they quickly lowered their heads under her gaze. She said in a low voice, "The deputy commander of the Imperial Guards, He Taixing, has been sentenced to death. The former deputy commander, Gu Sui, has been transferred to the position of deputy general of the Southern Jingji Army." He Taixing was dead. Although the high-ranking officials in the imperial court had already made some guesses based on the clues, when they actually heard the news, their faces were still full of shock and fear. It was inevitable that they felt some sympathy for the death of the rabbit. It was not that the life and death of the boorish man He Taixing was important. Rather, it meant that the Song family which dominated Dechu's court had really collapsed. Since even the Song household, which had 3 ministers, had completely lost power, then who in the imperial court could live to 100 years old? The scariest thing was that the head of the Hall of Secretaries, who had always been on good terms with the Song family, did not seem surprised at all. He still did not open his eyes. The Gu family, which was slightly inferior to the Song family, was still a behemoth with deep roots in Dechu. The former deputy commander, Gu Sui, was the eldest grandson of the current provincial right servant, Gu Yang. However, the Gu family was criticized by Gu Sui's elders. In the Gu family's second branch, there were 3 people who had been in Liang for many years. It was just that their career in Gangnam-do was not smooth. Furthermore, when West Chu was reinstated this time, none of the 3 Gu family members, whose official positions were only the size of a sesame seed, were willing to return to their roots. They even quickly wrote a letter of severance to the family. Under Gu Yang's personal supervision, the 3 people's names were removed from the family tree. At that time, many officials treated the Gu family's dirty laundry as a joke. When the Liang army came to encircle them from 4 fronts, everyone suddenly realized. Hearing that the eldest grandson of the eldest son was only going to be a deputy general of the Southern Jingji army, Gu Yang lowered his head and his expression could not be seen clearly. However, the young emperor's next words were no less shocking than thunder in his ears. The provincial right servant, Song Wenfeng, was ordered to die. Gu Yang, who had just been relieved of a heavy burden, was shocked. What if the word left was changed to right? While he was shocked, he could not help but ask himself, if he was really ordered to die, what would Gu Yang do? What would the entire family do? After looking at each other, a third-rank civil official, who was well known in the imperial court, immediately walked out of the ranks. He held a jade tablet in his hands and lowered his head, saying in a low voice, "I would like to ask your majesty, why did your majesty order Sir Song to die? I would also like to ask, why was Sir Song sentenced to death?" After 2 seemingly rude questions, this official, who was related to the Song household by marriage for several generations, simply raised his head and stared at His Majesty's face. He continued to ask, "I have one last question. The previous emperor had once bestowed the Song family with the red ink iron certificate, publicly promising that the Song family could share the world with the Jiang family of Dechu for generations to come. After this official publicly defied the emperor's edict, almost all the officials in the imperial court began to nod their heads vigorously. Their indignation was evident in their words and expressions. He took a step forward, not caring that he had just said one last question, and that there would soon be a 4th question. He said righteously, "I would like to ask your majesty, could it be that your majesty was not born of the Jiang family of Dechu? Otherwise, how could you dare to go against the previous emperor? If I remember correctly, with that red ink iron certificate, the descendants of the Song family could avoid death 4 times. At this time, no one was paying attention to whether the Secretary of State, Sun Shiji, had his eyes open or closed. Chapter 1733. The old man sitting on the chair gripped the edge of the chair with his withered hands, breathing with difficulty. Dechu's Emperor Jianghu did not panic at all. With a half-smile he said, "The red ink iron certificate bestowed by the previous emperor? Of course I remember, but you probably don't. Taizu once said that anyone who committed a great crime of rebellion would be executed." The official was stunned for a moment and then laughed out loud. He looked around as if he had gone mad. How laughable, how laughable. In the long history of the Chu dynasty, there has never been an official who was given a certificate and executed. I didn't think that I would be so lucky to meet His Majesty, the Emperor who has opened up a new era. The Hanlon scholar, who was known for his elegance, suddenly raised the jade tablet high up and smashed it viciously on the floor of the hall. It instantly shattered. His voice was like the mournful cry of a dragon and phoenix. The Hanlon scholar, who had frightened everyone, said clearly, "I don't want to be an official like this." Then, just as he turned to leave the hall, the old Grand Tutor, Sun Shiji, who was already at the end of his life, slapped the edge of the chair and shouted angrily, "What a scandal! Li Jiangji, even if you want to hang up your seal and resign, you should wait until the court session ends before you can leave the hall. Otherwise, you should go straight to the imperial prison yourself. There's no need for the Ministry of Justice to interrogate you." The Hanlon scholar froze on the spot and snorted heavily. Although he was not afraid, in the end he did not walk out of the hall. Instead, he swaggered back to the ranks of the officials. With Li Jiangji taking the lead, the civil and military officials, who had always believed in hiding knives in their sleeves but had to maintain harmony on the surface, felt their backs straighten a little. The young female emperor's inexplicable madness began to seem a bit like a self-amusing joke. Yes, the court was full of civil and military officials. Behind them were so many powerful families that would rise again with the spring breeze regardless of the rise and fall of the dynasties. As long as we are of the same breath and branch, do we really fear a young woman without the support of Cao Changqing? Furthermore, looking at the situation, the old Grand Tutor was only tolerating her crazy actions and did not support them. Jianghu shot a glance at the Hanlon Academy scholar who looked like a victorious general on the battlefield. He sneered and said, "Li Jiangji, I heard that you claim to be an ancient and modern scholar. You don't even need to look at them. You can only judge the good and bad based on your nose?" Just as Li Changji flew into a rage out of humiliation and was about to refute, Cheng Wenyu, a famous scholar of the same generation in the literary world who had been the most critical of Li Changji, walked out of the ranks unexpectedly. He didn't even hold up the jade tablet. Instead, he held it in one hand and said with a smile, "Although the scholars of the Dechu have no objections to Master Li's poetry and prose, Your Majesty must know that even this old man of the Song family in Liang, the son of this old man Song, once commented that writing is like a fierce general on the battlefield commanding troops, in a fierce battle without rest. It is also like a ruthless official handling a case, scrupulous to the end, strict but not lenient. Although it is a little biased and fair, it can be said to be extremely powerful. Your Majesty, let's not talk about Master Li's ability as an official, but this essay." Although Cheng Wenyu didn't say the last half of his sentence, the meaning behind his words was very clear. Li Changji's scholarly essay was definitely not something that Jianghu could comment on. What was even more thought-provoking was not the common cynicism and ridicule that scholars were used to. Of course, for a court official to directly face the monarch and ridicule him, there was no lack of unyielding people in history, but there certainly weren't many. Cheng Wenyu's magnificent feat was still very praiseworthy. Perhaps in the future, it would go down in history and be written about by later generations of historians. Other than that, what was really worth chewing on was Cheng Wenyu's righteous words on behalf of his sworn enemy in the literary world. This meant that not to mention the other officials, even Li Changji, who was at the very least attached to the towering tree of the Song family at that time, was no longer fighting alone. The two aristocratic families behind Cheng Wenyu had been forcefully pulled onto the Song family's ship that should have already sunk into the Guangling River. This wasn't adding flowers to brocade, but rather firmly helping to light the lamp in the dark room. Following Cheng Wenyu's departure from the ranks, a knowing smile rose to the corners of the lips of many officials who had been frightened because of their dirty dealings. Very quickly, an official from the back row also stepped out. However, he didn't have Li Changji's heroic spirit that reached the clouds, nor did he have Cheng Wenyu's noble character and unquestionable integrity. He only trembled with fear as he spoke to the emperor. After all, the Song family had been Dechu's cornerstone for 300 years. The war between the two countries was raging like a raging fire. Blaming the Song family at this time would chill the hearts of the soldiers on the front lines. Jianghu was indifferent. Sun Shiji turned his head to look at the young emperor with regret and pleading. He regretted that she shouldn't have suddenly used such a strong medicine on Dechu, a critically ill patient. He prayed that she wouldn't let her emotions affect her decisions. As the emperor of a country, he could hide a needle and silk floss. He could be gentle in his methods. He could be flexible in his methods. If he wanted to condemn someone, he could always find a pretext. He could deliberately cultivate factions in the court to maintain balance. He could even privately feel that the saying "water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize a boat" did not make sense. However, he couldn't allow himself to become a true lonely person. He couldn't allow himself to become the public enemy of all the civil and military officials in the court. After all, when the flood reached the heavens, the people who were in the same boat as him were precisely those officials in the court. If the person who sat on the dragon throne ended up in a situation where everyone in the boat was the enemy of the country, then there would really be a change of dynasty. Sun Shiji's lips trembled. The old man no longer had the strength to speak loudly. He could only repeat in a low voice that sounded like he was mumbling to himself, "Your Majesty, please reconsider. Your Majesty, please reconsider," Jianghu said expressionlessly. "Oh? Did this old man of the Song family who lost his integrity in his later years say that? Zhen has never heard of it. Zhen has only heard from Qiao Changqing that you, Li Changji, only have the air of a paper craftsman, the air of a scholar of the same weight, and the air of a refined scholar. Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu, these two literary giants of Dechu's scholarly world who could summon the wind and summon the rain, felt as if they were struck by lightning at the same time. They didn't know how to respond. Qiao Changqing. He had always been the person with the most detached status in Dechu. Ever since he received the imperial edict to enter the palace and become a chess piece awaiting the imperial edict, he had been the most proud person in West Chu. When Li Mi lost to him on the chessboard, Yi Baikue laughed and said, "If there's you on the Dechu battlefield, then there won't be me." Tang Jiahe, who was known as the omniscient master of miscellaneous studies, even told people that if there was something I didn't know, I should ask Qiao Changqing. When Dechu's mountains and rivers were intact, it was like this. After Dechu became West Chu, it was even more so. Suddenly, Song Jingde, the deputy general of the Imperial Guard in Dechu, who was born in a rich and powerful family, seemed to be talking to himself. He said in a low voice, "In this time of crisis, dare I ask where is Qiao Changqing?" When Sun Shiji, who was not paying attention to, heard this sentence, he slumped against the back of the chair. The old man closed his eyes, his breathing was weak. All the civil and military officials in the imperial court, those high-ranking officials, all sneered incessantly, while those officials in the back kept quiet out of fear. Jianghu wanted to say something but hesitated. She was filled with anger, but she couldn't say anything. She suddenly walked down from the dragon chair, walked to the chair, squatted down, and gently held the old man's withered hand, which was trembling so powerlessly. Sun Shiji could no longer speak. He tried his best to open his eyes. In his eyes, there was only the pity and kindness of an elder looking at the younger generation. She wanted to say something. She wanted to say, "I'm sorry." But the old man used the last of his energy to shake his head slightly. The old man seemed to want to laugh and say to her, "You've already done very well. Don't feel guilty, don't feel guilty." In the Dechu dynasty, which was once the orthodox dynasty of the Central Plains, this old man who slowly closed his eyes seemed to be satisfied with his achievements at the age of 20. After 60 years of merits and demerits, honor and disgrace, there was nothing left to say. After the old man closed his eyes, his withered hand, which was covered in age spots and had no flesh, seemed to push this female emperor. It was as if he wanted to push her out of this smoke-filled imperial court, push her very far away, push her out of the northwestern frontier. When all the civil and military officials in the imperial court saw this scene, they all had complicated thoughts. There was a soft cough that sounded above everyone's heads. Other than Emperor Jiangxi, who suddenly stood up and raised her head, no one else noticed. She saw a young man who had been sleeping on a beam sit up and smile at her. Originally, even if everyone on the boat was an enemy nation, she didn't feel wronged. She also didn't fear that they would reveal their true intentions. But for some reason after seeing him, she felt that she had suffered a great grievance. She knew that she was unreasonable. In fact, she had always been much more unreasonable than him. But she just wanted to let him know that she felt wronged in front of him. She liked him, so she didn't want to reason with him. He liked her, so he had to reason with her. There was no reason to reason with this kind of reason. She shed tears, but her face also flushed red. she was somewhat embarrassed. Lowering her head wasn't enough. She even turned her head away, not daring to look at him. In the next moment, everyone was dumbstruck. It wasn't because of the emperor's strange actions. Instead, it was because a young man with a war blade at his waist floated down from above to land next to the emperor of Dechu. He gently placed one hand on her head and the other hand on the hilt of his blade. Facing all of them, facing the civil and military officials of Dechu inside and outside the Great Hall, he smiled and said, "Chao Changqing is not here, but I, Su Fengyan, am." Chapter 1734. In the main hall, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. After Sun Shiji closed his eyes and passed away, Tang Shi became the most senior official in Dechu's court. This old man had always chosen to stand by and watch during the previous farce. The Huayin Tang family was not one of the 10 great clans of the spring and autumn period. They rose during the founding of Dechu, flourished during the golden age of Dechu, and declined during the last years of Dechu. It could be said that the Huayin Tang family was the one that truly shared weal and woe with the Jianghu family of Dechu. After the fall of Dechu, no one from the Tang family entered the Liang officialdom. After the restoration of West Chu, the Tang family was one of the first families to respond to Chao Changqing. Although everyone knew that Tang Shi and Sun Shiji did not have the same political views, it was a true dispute between gentlemen. They each had their own cliques and there had never been any internal strife. Tang Shi was probably the first official to notice that Sun Shiji's light was about to be extinguished. At that time, Tang Shi did not feel happy at all. Instead, it was as if he had a bad neighbor who had quarreled with him for a lifetime but had never fought with him. The old man did not look at the emperor. He stared at the legendary young vassal king and asked calmly, "The king of Bailiang did not leave Dechu's capital yesterday? Did you come here today to kill people and obtain the merit of quelling the rebellion?" Without waiting for Su Fengyan to answer, the old man raised his arm and pointed at his head with a jade tablet. He smiled and said, "If that is the case, why don't you start with me, Tang Shi? Dechu's Huayin Tang is in charge of political affairs, secondary first rank. I think my head has some weight." Soon a military official stepped forward. It was the burly man who had asked, "May I ask where Chao Changqing is?" He laughed loudly and said, "Everyone says that the king of Bailiang's martial arts are top-notch. Then Dechu's military officials will start with me, Zhao Yunhao. I hope that the king of Bailiang will not despise me, Dechu's Jinan general, for not having a prominent official position. Dechu could be destroyed or it could be destroyed by the Liang army. The only thing they couldn't do was to fall into the hands of the Su family again." Su Fengyan's hand pressed down on Jiangni's head slightly increased in strength, indicating that she should not speak. He looked at the civil and military figures, one in front and one behind, and then raised his gaze to look even further into the distance. With a smile he said, "Okay, Teacher Tang, Zhao Yunhao, this king will remember the two of you." Wait a moment. Two was too little. If this king wanted to kill them, he would kill them both. Then who would be willing to give up their heads as a gift? General Zhao was right. Chao Changqing wasn't in the capital, so they couldn't think of anyone who could stop this king from killing people. The Minister of Appointments, Gu Yang, Hanlin Academy scholar, Li Changji, Qing Wenyu, Assistant Minister of Rights, Su Yang, why aren't you all standing out? Or are you saying that you found a way out and can't bear to die? If this king didn't remember wrongly, your families all had people who died for the country after the Battle of the Western Wall. Among the four, only the elderly Gu Yang walked out silently to Teacher Tang's side. The other three didn't move, especially Qing Wenyu and Li Changji, the two great literary figures of the time. They were so scared that their faces were pale. Following old Minister Gu's resolute decision to die, the civil and military officials gradually moved from the left and right to the middle. There were people who were in their 30s, in their 40s, in their years, and in their 70s. In the main hall, there were more than 50 high-ranking officials and dignitaries who were loved by the people. They were the pillars of Dechu's country. In the end, half of them chose to be loyal officials who would die without a doubt. The other half were naturally fence-sitters other than the strong wind and the strong grass. The heroic stupidity, the intelligent humility. At this moment there was a clear distinction. Jiang and I turned her head away and didn't let him put his hand on her head. Su Fengyan didn't argue with her and didn't seem to have any intention of killing people in the main hall. He smiled and said, "My Bailiang cavalry is going south to Guangling Road. Whether or not we're going to quell the rebellion depends on everyone's attitude. Your emperor is personally leading the troops at the front lines. The one standing beside this king right now is just a silly daughter who ran away from home. As long as you're willing to take a step back, this king will pretend that nothing happened. On the Western Wall battlefield, the West Chu emperor can continue to boost the morale of the army. You bunch of civil and military officials can continue to point out the country or find your own way out. How about it? If there's anyone who doesn't want to take a step back, this king will really go on a killing spree today and throw all your heads to Wu Zhongshuan or Su Gong. As for whether you believe me or not, that's up to you. I'll give you the time it takes to burn a stick of incense to weigh the pros and cons. No, only the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. When he said the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Su Fengyin casually glanced at the long imperial road outside the main hall. For some reason he changed it to the time it takes to burn a stick of incense. Su Fengyin's thumb slowly pushed the knife out of its sheath an inch or so. The small bit of light was particularly dazzling. Su Fengyin continued, "It's not important whether Dechu has Jiang and I or not. As long as there's Jiangxi on the western front, it's enough. Isn't that right?" Su Fengyin looked at Hanlin Academy scholar Li Changji, who didn't have a jade tablet in his hands, and emphasized, "Scholarly, isn't that right?" Li Changji, who no longer had his previous strength of character, nodded and said, "Yes, yes, yes. Your Highness is right." In the main hall, some of the officials who hadn't walked out of their ranks started to look at their colleagues. Some people started to softly persuade their family friends or relatives, using emotion and reason. Some people even secretly ran over and tried to pull back the officials standing in the middle of the main hall. At the same time, some people pretended not to see, some turned a deaf ear, and some even angrily rebuked. Only a few officials returned to their positions with faces full of shame. Seeing this scene, Su Fengyin, who had a calm expression, actually had mixed feelings. Dechu used to be the backbone of the Central Plains. Therefore, when Dechu fell, the Central Plains sank. One could only imagine how tragic the soul-stirring battle of the Western Wall was. When someone noticed that Su Fengyin's expression was becoming more and more serious, someone finally had a mental breakdown. Assistant Minister of Rights Su Yang, who had been secretly colluding with the Liang military, suddenly shivered. As if he suddenly had an epiphany, he quickly walked to the position behind Minister Tang and smiled flatteringly at Su Fengyin. "Your Highness, I am Su Yang from West Chu's Ministry of Rights. When will Your Highness cavalry from the border arrive outside the capital of West Chu?" Instead of being dragged to the grave by a group of idiots, he, Su Yang, might as well choose the lesser of two evils. Although relying on the northern Liang would definitely cause him to suffer in the future, and it was far from being able to directly connect with General Liang, it was still better than not being able to see the sun outside the hall. Dechu's Assistant Minister of Rights kept saying West Chu. Su Fengyin clicked his tongue and said, "It seems that Assistant Minister Su's position is not too high, but you are the smartest person in this big house. It's a pity that you are only an assistant minister. If this king was the Liang Emperor, he would let you be the Minister of Rights in charge of the imperial court." Su Yang, who was sweating profusely, was able to become an assistant minister. After all, he was not really that stupid. How could he not hear the ridicule in the young king's words? He said resentfully, "Your Highness, you are overpraising me." Su Fengyin moved his thumb away and the cold blade quickly returned to its scabbard. Su Yang was immediately delighted. Su Fengyin turned his head and stared at Jiang and I. He softly teased, "Yesterday, I didn't insist that you immediately leave the capital because I was afraid that you would be unable to think clearly. Today is different. If you still don't understand, then I will have to knock you out and carry you away." She blinked and her eyelashes trembled slightly. Su Fengyin did not turn his head. He reached out and casually pointed at the civil and military officials. "There are people like Master Tang Guiyang and Zhao Yunhao. It means that your trip to West Chu was not in vain. But there are also people like Su Yang, Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu. It means that you have no reason to stay in West Chu and wait for death. You're a stupid girl. Don't think that you are an emperor after being an empress for a few days. Dechu's people in West Chu are like what I told you yesterday. They have a choice. Most people are not destined to die. Now, they are in a situation where those who wish to die can die, and those who wish to live can live. Now tell me, when will you leave with me?" She subconsciously wanted to turn around. Something happened she would hide first. Chapter 1735. As a result, he stretched out his hands and pressed on her shoulders. He laughed angrily, still hiding. Su Fengyin stared at her. He suddenly lowered his voice and whispered, "I'm not trying to scare you this time. If you don't leave now, I'll be in trouble, and it won't be small." Her expression changed dramatically. She said, "Wait for me." Then she ran to the side door of the main hall. However, she suddenly turned her head and smiled brightly at him. Two small dimples. Almost at the same time, Su Fengyin waved his sleeves. All the officials in the main hall felt a strong wind blowing in their faces. They retreated one after another and covered their faces with their sleeves. As a result, they were unable to witness the devastatingly beautiful scenery. Su Fengyin said to the figure who was running away with the dragon robe in his hands, "If it's just a pawn crossing the river, it doesn't matter if you take it or not. I can take it with me." She didn't even turn her head. She simply said two words, "copper coins." Su Fengyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reminded her, "I'll wait for you at the Imperial City Gate. Other than the copper coins, don't forget to tame the great Liang dragon sparrow. It might be useful." After saying this, Su Fengyin swept out of the main hall and stopped directly outside the Imperial City Gate. The eunuch of the ceremony directorate was stunned for a moment. He hurriedly followed, trying to catch up with His Majesty. If he was unlucky, if there was really a life-and-death battle, then he would have to fight to the death with that opponent before she could reach him. The degree of danger might not be less than the time when he faced the human cat Han Xingxian. The person who stopped him on the Imperial Road was Tantai Pingjing, who was talking happily at the city gate last night. After Hong Shixiang and Xie Guanyin gave up or lost their qualifications, she became the most qualified person in the world to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Last night, the only remaining Qi cultivator grandmaster in the world, the so-called supper she spoke of so casually, was the fate of West Chu. Originally, the remaining province in West Chu's capital city could still keep out a martial Dao grandmaster who had ascended to the earth immortal realm. However, it could only stop one person. The reason why Su Fengyin was able to kill his way into the imperial palace from the southern gate of the capital was because of the West Chu Emperor Jianghu. Her existence was extremely important. To be precise, it was Jiang Ni's indecision that allowed Su Fengyin to be able to leisurely stroll in the courtyard. However, if it was someone who harbored enmity towards West Chu and Jianghu, even if it was Tuoba Bodhisattva or Dong Tai, then it wouldn't be difficult for them to enter the imperial city. Like Su Fengyin, they could also kill the two city guards. However, if they were to face Jiang Ni's 100,000 swords, then Jiang Ni's chances of victory would most likely be higher. If one did not enter the celestial phenomenon realm, one would not know the mysteries behind this kind of indescribable advantage. Su Fengyin originally thought that no matter how bad his luck was, Tantai Pingjing would not fall out with him now. However, Su Fengyin raised his head to look at the sky and then looked at the human world in the distance. His eyes were in a trance. In an instant, heaven and earth turned upside down. It was not a banished immortal, but a real countless celestial beings in the human world. Su Fengyin closed his eyes and exhaled softly. With one step, it was the difference between yin and yang, the difference between heaven and earth. Su Fengyin's figure seemed to walk into a water curtain and disappeared into thin air. In the Taiji Palace, the atmosphere was solemn. When the young vassal king left, all the civil and military officials were stunned for a moment. First, the head eunuch, who had been instructed by the emperor to carefully move Sun Shiji's body out. In the end, only the head eunuch of Pingzhang silently followed, as if he was carrying a coffin. The other officials stayed in the palace and did not move. Li Changji and Cheng Wenyu both cursed Bailiang in a low voice. The assistant minister of rites, Su Yang, who had unknowingly become the center of attention, was calm. Even when General Zhao Yunhao angrily reprimanded him for not having the dignity of a great Chu official, Su Yang only sneered. The Secretariat and Minxiao provinces were like dragons without a head. Chao Changqing, who was in charge of the 6 ministries, was also missing. This made the Minister of Personnel, Gu Ling, the most important official in the palace. Gu Yang looked at the chaotic scene. Although his heart was in a mess, the heavenly official of Dechu still said in a deep voice, "Regarding today's matter, I ask everyone to keep your mouths shut after you leave the court. You must not mention His Majesty's departure from the capital. Remember, His Majesty is still at the front line of the Western Wall battlefield. His Majesty is personally leading the army for Dechu. If anyone can't keep their mouths shut, I will do my best to punish them, even at the risk of being cursed. Don't say that I didn't warn you." General Zhenan Zhao Yunhao, who belonged to a different camp from Gu Yang's faction, said gloomily, "This time I am willing to be Lord Gu's lackey." The Minister of Revenue was a good man in his 70s. He was once known as the master of making mistakes in Dechu's previous dynasty. This time he also made an unprecedented firm statement. "Everyone, listen to me. In times of crisis, we should help each other in the same boat. Don't do something that will harm others and harm yourself. Dechu is beyond cure. We should be careful with our words and actions." Gu Yang suddenly stared at Su Yang. "What do you think, Assistant Minister Su?" Su Yang smiled and said, "If someone else had said this, I, Su Yang, would have let it go. But since it's Minister Gu, it's different." What he meant was that he, Su Yang, was about to find his next home. If anyone tried to stop him from fishing in troubled waters, he wouldn't care about them. But since it was Gu Yang, the minister of the Ministry of Personnel, who was also flirting with the Liang imperial court, then they should all take it easy. Since everyone was going to sell themselves to Liang's Zhao family, let's not haggle over the price now. Otherwise the price of jade would be reduced to the price of cabbage. Wouldn't that be benefiting Liang for nothing? Gu Ling nodded. Su Yang keenly caught the look of disdain in the minister's eyes. The assistant minister sneered in his heart. At the end of the day, you and I are both prostitutes in a brothel. Your Gu family's price is just a little higher. I, Su Yang, am just a little less cultured than you in the main hall today. But Lord Gu, don't you find it embarrassing? The only great general in West Chu's imperial court who is currently in the capital, General of Agile Cavalry Qin Kunshin, said in a deep voice, from this moment on, the entire city is under martial law. Only those who enter the city are allowed to leave. This sentence was only slightly surprising, but the next sentence made some people's faces turn pale. If the imperial guards and spies in the capital find out that someone's family has a carrier pigeon flying, then they will be punished for treason. Their entire family will be executed immediately. Outside the palace, a palace eunuch wearing a python robe carried a corpse wrapped in silk and quickly walked towards the carriage outside the palace. The head of the Tang family in Huaiyin, De Chu's secondary first-rank official, Tang Shi, followed behind him and said sadly in a low voice, Sun Shiji, people say that people should walk towards higher places. Why did you come from Liang's imperial court to this one? Tang Shi's old tears flowed down his face. He suddenly quickened his steps and shouted to the eunuch, I'll carry him. The eunuch looked at the old man in surprise. Tang Shi smiled sadly and said, an old man carrying a dead person. What's the harm in being slower? Tang Shi carried Sun Shiji on his back and slowly walked forward. In the spring breeze of the city, a former De Chu romantic named Sun Shiji silently returned to his roots on the back of an old man called Tang Shi. The imperial court slowly dispersed. Above everyone's heads, a bright sword light rose from the imperial palace and landed outside the gates of the imperial palace. Jiang and I, who was standing on the sword, looked around blankly. Why couldn't she find him? And she couldn't feel any chi activity at all. She tried to calm herself down and closed her eyes. The lake of swords instantly flew out in all directions of the capital. The 100,000 flying swords were like a giant lotus flower blooming in Guangling Road. Jiang and I began to use the sword wills in the world to connect with heaven and earth to determine Su Fengyan's approximate whereabouts. She prayed silently in her heart. You must wait for me. She suddenly opened her eyes. There was shock, doubt, panic, and fear. Her sword heart was clear, telling her that Su Fengyan was actually nearby. She began to ride the thousands of flying swords back to the imperial palace. Then she found that several swords were obstructing her sword heart, as if they were taking a detour. She rode the swords and hovered in the air. She raised her head. If there was a powerful Qi cultivator grandmaster like Tantai Pingjing watching from the side, she would be able to see a giant white dragon occupying the capital spitting out a dragon pearl. And that dragon pearl was about to shatter. Chapter 1736. When Su Fengyan was dozing off on the beam in the hall, the tall woman in white should have attracted a lot of attention in the downtown area of the capital. But in fact, no one looked at her directly except for a few sideways glances. She was at a loss. If the Qi cultivators of the North sect were dependent on the Liang dynasty, they were a group of very different ministers who supported the dragon, then the Qi cultivators of the Guanyin sect of the South Sea were much purer. They walked quietly between heaven and earth like real immortals. As the suzerain of the Guanyin sect, Tantai Pingjing, a woman in her 30s, was already 100 years old. Otherwise, the ancestor of the sword-eating sect, Sui Xiegu, would not have been obsessed with her for half his life. Tantai Pingjing was certainly out of the world. She moved her sect to the north from the South Sea to Bailiang. The reason was that the Great War of Liang Mang was imminent and they needed the Qi cultivators to bridge the river for the countless wandering souls in the world. It was also equivalent to accumulating merits for their own cultivation. Although Su Fengyan had some doubts at that time in the territory of Bailiang, no matter Tantai Pingjing's personal cultivation or the strength of the entire Guanyin sect, they could not cause too much trouble. You just let it be. The Bailiang sect opened the door to this group of immortals in white. But Su Fengyan did not really ignore it. One should know that on the immortal noisy land map that sold Charcoal Girl, the person who ranked first was Xie Guanyin, and Su Fengyan followed closely behind. Presently, Xie Guanyin was already a stray dog, and was still being pursued endlessly by Deng Tea. Then, in Su Fengyan's eyes, amongst the opponents that he truly had to fear in the world, Tantai Pingjing was already the fully deserving #1 person in his heart. Before last night's reunion on the city wall of West Chu, Su Fengnian had always thought that even if Tantai Pingjing wanted to do justice for heaven, she should do it after Chao Changqing's death. But he did not expect that even if Chao Changqing was still alive, she could already absorb the remaining fate of West Chu. Today, after Jiang and I decided to leave Guangling sect, she simply absorbed the fate of Dechu's Jiang family like a whale. Su Fengnian took a step out and left the vicinity of the imperial palace. Then he took another step and arrived at a seemingly ordinary downtown area. There were all sorts of shops and stalls along the streets. The common people in the marketplace were weaving together, and there were all sorts of people. Yellow dogs were lying on the ground and dozing off, while birds were circling the eaves of the buildings. It was a scene of peace and prosperity. The sun was high in the sky. Su Fengnian stood on one side of the street. The woman in white stood on the other side. Even with Su Fengnian's terrifying eyesight, he could not see her face clearly. It was blurry. He could only see her standing alone in the downtown area. Su Fengnian hesitated for a moment. Finally he took a step forward. In an instant there was silence. But in an instant there was noise again. Two old men in plain clothes brushed past Su Fengnian on the left and right. They seemed to be whispering, "Tai Bai's talent is too high. He showed off his talent too much. He lost his peaceful heart. What a pity. Old Du, you entered Shu after the fall of your country. You no longer have the talent, only the air of an old fool. Don't belittle me." Su Fengnian was shocked. He did not turn to look at the two old men. Out of the corner of his eye he saw several vendors on the left. Some were selling jades, some were selling paintings, and some were selling hairpins. Someone held up a jade stone that looked like a seal. "I have 3 seals. They are respectively engraved in Xiaozhuan, Heaven's Mandate Jiang, covering the heaven and earth, praising the gods and upholding 10,000 directions. Who wants it? I'm only selling it for 5, 2, 3 coins today." Soon a peer laughed and scolded loudly, "Who are you trying to fool? It's already worthless 20 years ago. It's already expensive for 3 coins. Someone spread out his hands in front of his chest. Between his hands, it was faintly discernible. It was as if a picture scroll was spread out. It was as if there were mountains standing tall and rivers flowing. This Defeng's landscape painting only costs 2 coins. Another brush holder waved his hand and looked at Su Fengnian with a smile. He said lazily, "As long as it costs 1 coin, I Wu Gusu will give you 500 characters." In Su Fengnian's line of sight, the simple and old-fashioned brush in the hands of the brush holder was surrounded by 2 iron trees. Soon, another brush holder smiled and said, "1 coin for 500 characters is a fair price. However, does this guest want to take a look at the brush in the hands of I Han Songshan? 1 coin for 5 is enough to write 20 years of brilliant literary talent. I remember that in the early years a child of the Jiang clan once bought a brush from me." Wu Gusu, Northern Han's master of calligraphy. Han Songshan, a world-renowned literary hero of the Southern Tang dynasty. Su Fengnian did not reply and continued walking. 2 people were sitting on small benches by the side of the road playing chess. There was no chessboard or chess piece. However, in front of the 2, there was the faint sound of clanging hooves and flowing water. One of them angrily said, "Li San Huang, you are so absent-minded. How can you negotiate with me? Do you really not want that paradise? Forget it, forget it. It's so boring. I won't take advantage of you when you are down. I'll first seal the market for 100 years. The person across from him sighed, his face full of pain. He turned his head to look at Su Fengnian, his expression complicated. Su Fengnian remained indifferent. Dechu's state preceptor, Li Mi, the 3rd emperor of calligraphy. Someone walked over, carrying a 3-chi long sword chi. It was sword chi, not a sword. He shot a glance at Su Fengnian, who did not stop walking. After hesitating for a moment, he reluctantly gave in. He chattered endlessly, "Why isn't that brat Li Chungang coming? Otherwise I would definitely experience his 2-sleeved green snake. Is slaying a flood dragon worth bragging about? What's so strange about that? When this old man was alive, there were as many flood dragons as there were hairs on an ox. Only, I don't know what kind of situation Dong Tai was in that night. If it weren't for the fact that touching a stranger would bring bad luck, why would this old man give way? Unlucky, truly unlucky. Who was it last time? What was Lu Lai again? This person is truly exceptional. Admirable, admirable." Su Fengnian walked forward step by step. His expression was as usual. On this street, no one was pretending to be mysterious. This was the truly terrifying part. If a person who loved dragons saw a true dragon circling the beam amidst the lightning, if a Taoist who subdued demons and demons really saw demons and monsters pouncing over ferociously, what should they do? As Su Fengnian walked forward slowly, there were voices of abuse. The Great Qin is ruthless and cruel. How can it occupy such a high position? However, as soon as these words were spoken, someone quickly stopped them in a low voice. Senior Immortal, please be careful with your words. In the mortal world, there are gods 3 qi above everyone's head. What's so different about us? In a short 200 years, the literary vein has been severely damaged. 300 years later, the Central Plains will face an unprecedented catastrophe. The Zhao and Su families are the main culprits. Fortunately, this place is not one of those places. Otherwise, you would have been destroyed long ago. How could this child dare to betray the heavenly Tao and join hands with the Wudong Taoists to sever the connection between heaven and earth? Mount Longhu should rise, Mount Wudong should fall. When that daring Lu Dongshen turned around and walked into the mortal world, Mount Wudong should have been extinguished. Amidst the curses of the crowd, the oriole chirped like a phoenix and the dog roared like a python. Su Fengnian held his breath and tried his best not to let his chaotic qi dissipate. Therefore, every step he took was extremely difficult and painful. He was like a weak child walking alone in a canyon. Gusts of strong wind blew past. Su Fengnian's lips curled into a cold smile. You want to use this to reduce the fate of Bailiang? The so-called tails and tails should be the copper and silver tails, unique to the immortals in the heavens. It's probably similar to the fortune-telling of people in the mortal world. If I can't resist the temptation and choose to stop and buy today, the Su family in Bailiang will definitely be poor. When Su Fengnian reached the middle of the street, 2 people finally showed him a kind smile. A monk and a monk sat cross-legged facing each other across the street. Unlike the peddlers and pedestrians, both of them sat on the steps as if they were sitting on lotus platforms. Although they were not acquaintances of Su Fengnian, they both smiled and nodded at him. One of them was compassionate, the other natural. Su Fengnian also nodded and returned the greeting. An angry shout was heard. It was directed at the old monk. Old bald donkey, how dare you destroy the fate of the Central Plains? How dare you come to the east? The old monk smiled but didn't say anything and disappeared. 3 people who looked like soldiers in armor were patrolling the street. When they saw Su Fengnian, they hesitated for a moment, but still respectfully made way for him. At the end of the street, Tan Tai Ping still stood in the same place. Su Fengnian finally noticed the struggling and painful expression on her face. Her eyes slowly turned silver and became colder and more ruthless. A dazzling light bloomed in her heart like a bright moon hanging in the sea. Su Fengnian frowned. She saw through the body of the possessor and understood the state of the carefree. A round of the heart moon shone brightly. This was one of the signs of Taoism recorded in the rare ancient books of Taoism. He remembered that Miss Hehe had told him that Huang Sanjia had said before his death that since the beginning of the world, Buddhism had taken advantage of the ascension in the past 1,000 years. When a scholar proposed the idea of upholding justice and extinguishing human desires in the future, it would be much easier for Confucianism to become a saint. It was like having a shortcut to the end of the world. It was just like the Buddhists becoming Buddha on the spot. They could reach the sky in one step, but the price was the imperceptible influence of the people's hearts. It was a stupid thing to lose a watermelon after picking up a sesame seed. It was the great sorrow of, the sun has set in the west, and the moon does not rise in the sea. Su Fengnian angrily scolded, Tan Tai Ping, after seeing such a ridiculous scene, why don't you wake up? How is this world different from our world? Why are people like Gao Shulu, Lu Songtao, and Li Chungang unwilling to ascend after Lu Dongxian? As soon as Su Fengnian's words were spoken, it was very strange. The previously clamorous street that was filled with curses was suddenly deathly silent. Afterwards, there were only a few scattered words of reprimand, such as, audacious mortal, and treacherous. Chapter 1737. Su Fengnian looked around and sneered, what do you mean by banished immortals? What do you mean by fate? In the end, when I come back to you, isn't it all about seniority? If you go to the mortal world, I guess there are 2 situations. If you are unlucky, you will be banished to a remote place in the mortal world, right? Then if you are lucky, you will be sent to the battlefield to fish for military exploits? Is the so-called immortals fishing for the fate of the mortal world different from the merchants in the mortal world who do business and accumulate copper coins? Of course, I guess immortals are still free and unfettered. They have a fairyland as their mansion and live forever to watch the liveliness of the mortal world. If they become a real superior in the immortal world, most of them will get it done once and for all. but I am very curious. Will those who have made great contributions to the Tao of Heaven in the mortal world also have unrewarded achievements here? Could it be that there were also official promotions and demotions in this place? Will there be immortals who pretend to be powerful? For a moment no one answered. Su Fengyan's body began to shake, like a rootless duckweed in the strong wind in the sky. A voice that was neither light nor heavy but extremely majestic sounded. The voice was more like a woman's voice from the south. Su Fengyan turned his head and saw her sitting on the roof. She was wearing a phoenix coronet and a robe, solemn and glorious. On her shoulder stood a red sparrow, and in its mouth was a snow-white little flood dragon. With her appearance, the whole street shook violently. The shaking became more and more intense and showed no signs of stopping. The movement came from a tall building. But Su Fengyan couldn't see the scene of the building at all, even if the window was open and he knew that someone was there. After the violent shaking that seemed to turn the world upside down, it instantly calmed down and stabilized. A middle-aged man in a yellow dragon robe stood beside Tantai Pingjing. Behind him, there was a magnificent scene of the rising sun. Su Fengyan walked all the way. The appearance and clothes of the people in his eyes were extremely ordinary. Only this person and the woman were different from ordinary people. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe should be the culprit who had dragged Su Fengyan into this heavenly earth. However, he looked at Su Fengyan and said with a smile, "There are indeed many unbearable things in the heavens that you speak of. However, the myriad of sceneries in the heavens is definitely not something that a mortal body like yours can use to know the autumn of the world with a single leaf. The cycle of the heavenly Tao is not as unscrupulous as you think. When you return." Su Fengyan wanted to open his mouth and curse, but he couldn't even open his mouth to speak. However, a shout suddenly rang out from the north, revealing Su Fengyan's thoughts. "Shut up." The middle-aged man dismissed it with a smile, seemingly helpless. The woman on the roof pursed her lips and smiled. She teased, "You northerner, the kid on the street doesn't even want to acknowledge his ancestors, and you're still speaking up for him?" He was really protective of his children. "Su Zhao's matter, you've already angered the public." That deep voice could be heard clearly from tens of thousands of miles away as it mocked, "Bitch, go and give birth to your baby. You've been pregnant since I was in the Great Qin Empire, and you still haven't given birth. Aren't you ashamed?" After hearing this sentence, Su Fengyan felt very satisfied. It was indeed my true body. She stood up and said angrily, "You northerner, do you really think the heavenly Tao won't collapse because of the collapse of etiquette and music in the human world? Even the mortals in the human world know the simple truth that a 1,000-mile dike can be destroyed by an ant's nest." The voice sounded again, extremely domineering, "Then let's destroy it. When the time comes, I'll mend the sky by myself. I'm an indomitable man, and a bitch like you can just watch the show. I guarantee that nothing will happen to you." In her anger she was about to break the rules from the south to the north. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe sighed. Obviously he was used to the confrontation between the two great gods. Dong dong dong. The sound was like the beating of drums on a battlefield, approaching from the north to the south. As a result, the woman on the roof suddenly calmed down. The middle-aged man with a genial expression narrowed his eyes and a trace of anger appeared on his face. The tall building that had caused the commotion earlier shook again. Then the uninvited guest sneered, "Which bastard said that Great Qin is tyrannical? Do you really think that you can't be dealt with just because you're hiding in the east?" Someone on the street suddenly burst with golden light, and then there were signs of the golden light exploding. He fell to his knees with a plop and the ceiling was peeled off. The middle-aged man in the dragon robe waved his sleeve, and the person on the street disappeared. He then raised his head and said angrily, "Great Emperor Jianghu." His thunderous voice sounded from the tall building. "You're not convinced? Why don't we take off our skins and find a quiet place to fight? If you're not confident, then call that bitch along. In any case, the two of you have been flirting with each other for almost 1,000 years. I even suspect that the thing in her stomach—" At this moment, someone interrupted this guy's nonsense. "That's enough. 300 years later, the Central Plains will be in turmoil, and 9 out of 10 houses will be empty. She's doing it according to reason. It's one thing that you can't bear to see the world fall apart, but it has always been a part of the heavenly Tao." The original person snorted coldly. "It's not that I can't bear to see the rise and fall of dynasties. It's that guy on the street who can't wait to use his human incarnation to obtain the status of an emperor that will last for thousands of years. He wants to treat the world as his own land and take all the harvests for himself. This way he can accumulate luck and seek a higher position. Moreover, he wants to use that kid and that little Taoist from Wudong Mountain to close the heavenly gate, But this person doesn't want to be stained with the heavenly Tao's karma. Xie Guaniying is just a smokescreen. He's actually that guy called Qin Jibao. There's no such thing in the world and there's no such thing in heaven. He wants to scheme against me? How can I not beat him until he's looking for his teeth on the ground? Su Fengnian heard himself speak intermittently. He couldn't hear clearly but he understood the general meaning. And the person next to himself was Wang Xianji. At this moment, a woman and a young man who looked like mother and son appeared on the street. The young man smiled brightly, clasped his hands and bowed. Behind the mother and son stood an old man who looked like a servant. He smiled but didn't say anything. Su Fengnian smiled. He didn't recognize the woman, but the old man was Han Xingxian. The young man was the illegitimate son of the late Emperor Liang Zhaokai. The knot in the human heart can be untied in heaven. At that moment, Su Fengnian's eyes suddenly turned red. He began to turn his head and search. A voice sounded in his mind. Don't look. You won't be able to find them. Except for your elder sister Su Jihu, your parents will become the last group of banished immortals in heaven in the future, falling on the human world like rain. At that time, you can open your eyes wide and look at the magnificent scene of thousands of banished immortals falling on the human world together. It's a great spectacle. As for whether you can see your parents among them, it'll depend on your luck. Don't worry. With my plan, the two of them will be married in every life. Even if they can't be born in the same year, month, and day in every life, it won't be too far off. As for whether they'll share riches or hardships together, I don't care, nor can I. This Tantai Pingjing is a human chess piece of that dragon-robed man on the street, specifically used to deal with you. But since I was able to come here, it's a different matter. Although she's fine today, you still have to be careful in the future. That Su Xiao, when he came to my place, the first thing he did when he saw me was call me son. Mother ***. Su Fengnian, who wanted to hold his belly in laughter, pretended not to hear the profanities that followed. The entire street was in an uproar. Even Wang Xianji in the tall building let out a cry of surprise. A blurry figure vaguely appeared at the window. Su Fengnian's heart trembled. In the next moment he couldn't help himself. His eyes were suffused with an extremely pure golden color. Great Emperor Jianghu. But Su Fengnian's mind was still very clear. When he turned around he saw the tip of a sword piercing through the heaven and earth bit by bit. From high above, a voice leisurely sounded. It sounded like a dragon's roar, a wooden fish, and a jade chime at the same time. It seemed to have made a conclusion about the heaven and earth. The dragon-robed middle-aged man's face was gloomy. He exchanged glances with the woman on the roof, and then they both looked at the place where Wang Xianji stood. Finally, the three people disappeared at the same time. And Tantai Pingjing also disappeared. Great Emperor Jianghu, or rather the Emperor of the Great Qin, looked at the young woman who seemed to have tripped over the threshold and stumbled into the house with a sword in her hand. His eyes were filled with grief. When he was alive he called himself the Emperor of the Great Qin. After his death, he was honored as Great Emperor Jianghu of the heavens. Not only did he oversee the northern celestial court, but he also controlled half of the soldiers. He only felt guilty towards that gentle and timid woman. Although he couldn't say whether he had let it go or not, he couldn't turn a blind eye to it. Using Su Fengnian's mouth, he said to the young woman who hurriedly ran over, "I'm sorry." Jiang and I, the little mud man, replied to him, with a cute and naive face, "Are you crazy?" The golden light in his eyes suddenly dissipated. Su Fengnian was stunned, and then he burst into laughter on the street. She was furious. He stretched out his hands and pulled her cheeks fiercely. "You're still the best." She, who had gone through thousands of hardships to break the dragon pearl and enter this place, was about to get angry. His body swayed and was about to fall. On the battlefield near the Melon Island, the great snow dragon cavalry had absorbed more than 500 West Chu scholars and began to return north. A sword light chilled 30 provinces under the sky. A young woman carrying a red sandalwood sword box supported the young lord and jumped down from the great Liang dragon sparrow together, standing on the side of the cavalry. The cavalry stopped abruptly. When the long sword returned to its sheath, a certain old soldier of the Su family who had experienced the war of the spring and autumn period suddenly woke up after seeing this scene. He quickly turned over and dismounted, roaring loudly, "Great snow dragon cavalry! Greetings to the consort of the king of Bailiang." The few voices that greeted His Majesty the Emperor were completely drowned out by the loud voices that greeted the king of Bailiang's consort. Jiang and I was so scared that she directly hid behind Su Fengnian. But perhaps even Su Fengnian himself didn't expect that the timid little mud man behind him would soon beat the drums on the city wall of North Jebei City, and personally send off the Bailiang cavalry. Chapter 1738. South of Liang, Jufeng town was a hub of the longitudinal canal. It was originally a remote village that no one cared about, but in a short 20 years, it became a bustling town. It had everything that one could wish for and did not lose out to the famous towns of Jiangnan. A green-robed Confucian scholar entered Jufeng town with a small bag on his back. He did not stand out in the crowded town. Now there was a saying in Jufeng town: the people returning to the north were cowards, the people going south were the nobles. Because recently the sound of horse hooves could be heard near Jufeng town. There were large groups of cavalry going south to reinforce Guangling Road. It was said that the situation was about to be settled. The important people in the imperial court, especially the important people in the military, were all trying their best to send their children and grandchildren into the army going south. The most exaggerated thing was that a certain old general, who was one of the stabilizing forces of the Tu Liaodong border, had just let his grandson get a position as a military officer. Very quickly, he chased his grandson out of the border army and threw him to the battlefield of Guangling Road. It was said that in a flash, he became the military advisor of the general of the southern expedition, Lu Xingxiang. Naturally, his future was bright. This Confucian scholar did not find an inn to rest at, but went straight to the famous book market of Jufeng town. On both sides of a 300 paces long street, there were large and small bookstores. Even though Jufeng town's history was not more than 20 years, but many of the bookstores dared to advertise themselves as century-old shops. It was just that most of the people who bought books laughed it off and did not care about it. The Confucian scholar did not choose those bookstores with golden signboards, but entered a small and dark bookstore at the back of the street. Even though it was small, it had all the essentials. The father and son of this bookstore engraved books, sold books, and edited books. They did not have any rare books to sell, and they definitely did not find any famous books that could not be engraved by the imperial court. But the value was in their careful selection. Occasionally, there would be a few West Chu Southern Edict edition or Northern Edict edition. Whether it was good enough or not depended on personal preference. Seeing this Confucian scholar cross the threshold, the middle-aged shopkeeper, who was entertaining a group of young customers, smiled and hurriedly put down his business to welcome him. The Confucian scholar in front of him was a regular customer of his shop. He didn't come often and he didn't buy many books, but for more than 10 years, he would visit almost every 2 years. Most importantly, he had a good chat with his father, so much so that his father, who rarely drank, would always make an exception and insist on pulling the Confucian scholar to sit down and have a drink with him. It was said to be a drink, but as they drank they could drink at least 2 caddies of wine. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "Where is Brother Chu?" Last time, he said that he could not find the face-painted version of The Insect Under the Light. I brought it for him. The middle-aged shopkeeper calmly said, "Mr. Chow, my father passed away last year." The Confucian scholar was stunned for a moment. He was a bit sad, but he still took out the book from his bag. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "He left. When my father passed away he was 70 years old. Before he passed away he often smiled and said that it was rare to live 70 years old. Mr. Chow, my father was not sick or injured. He passed away after a good night's sleep. As his sons, there is no need for us to worry too much. However, before my father passed away, he often said that if he could have a drink with Mr. before he died, his life would be complete." The Confucian scholar with the surname Chow said apologetically, "I originally had the opportunity to come here last year, but I left in a hurry and felt that it was inconvenient. If I had known, I would have come no matter what. Take this book. When you go back to Brother Chu's grave and offer him a toast, just burn it." The middle-aged shopkeeper smiled and joked, "Mr. Chow, then I won't give you any money." The Confucian scholar quickly smiled and waved his hand. After drinking so much wine for so many years, how could he have the nerve to ask for money? Right, if I remember correctly, your family's fishermen and woodcutters should be coming of age, right? The middle-aged man seemed to get angry whenever he talked about that bastard. He helplessly said, "Don't mention that bastard. Mr. Chow, you don't know that our family can't be considered a family of poets or scholars, but for better or for worse, we are people who interact with sages every day." Who would have thought that the older that kid grew, the more he refused to listen to advice? With his skinny bamboo body, he insisted on joining the army. Not long ago he followed a few of his good friends in town to the county capital, saying that there was a back door that could be opened. If they were lucky they could directly go to the south to fight. In the end he came back sullenly. When I asked, he didn't say anything. Every day when the rooster crowed, he would get up and run to the side of the canal. "Mr. Chow, that kid is old. As his father, my words have no effect. However, he has listened to you since he was young. If Mr. isn't in a hurry to leave, I'll go look for him. Mr. You must help me talk to him. If you can get him to come back to his senses, I'll give Mr. a set of West Chu's Chongwen Winter Snow collection. That's a good thing that even my father couldn't bear to take away. He told me to keep it as a family heirloom and pass it down from generation to generation. Without waiting for the Confucian scholar with the surname Chow to say anything, the middle-aged shopkeeper didn't even care about his business and ran out into the street to look for his son, who was getting more and more worrisome as he grew older. Chapter 1739. The 5 or 6 young male and female customers in the store began to chat in boredom. Currently, the topic of discussion was naturally focused on the one-sided battle of Guangling. They all believed that it was time to close the coffin and close the coffin. These rich kids with Beijing accents were indeed people who lived at the foot of the emperor's feet. Although their voices weren't loud, the people around them could hear them clearly. After commenting on the military achievements and abilities of the various generals of the imperial court, they also reprimanded the civil and military officials of West Chu. Soon the topic reached the true backbone of West Chu's restoration, Chao Changqing. In the end, both sides had opposing opinions. One side said that Chao Changqing was only outstanding in martial arts and Go, but his ability to turn the country into a Go board was not enough. The other side retorted that Chao Changqing was a clever housewife who could not cook without rice. He lost because West Chu did not have the right time, place and people, and definitely not because that official was weak in Go. The dispute continued, but both sides were close friends and could not fight. Finally, the topic inexplicably shifted to the previous empress of West Chu. 2 young women spoke of her with pity. A young man dressed in embroidered robes sneered and said that she was nothing more than a femme fatale who could bring disaster to the country and its people. After West Chu was destroyed, it was rumored in the streets of the old capital that it was this woman who ruined the fate of Dechu. Otherwise, with West Chu's original fate, it should have been able to survive for another 160 years. Soon, another young man laughed and said, "Why is the popular saying that 9 out of 10 sheep are incomplete? Isn't it because the Empress of West Chu was born in the year of the sheep?" Not far away, the green-clothed Confucian scholar with white hair on his temples was silent. A young man who was playing with a small bronze seal laughed softly and said, "Not to mention that Chao Changqing's reputation is unmatched, the king of Beiliang really made a big mistake. The imperial court has clearly relaxed the transportation of Guangling and actually led 10,000 cavalry south to Guangling under the banner of pacifying the rebellion. However, everyone knows that they are actually helping some remnants of West Chu to get out of trouble. However, Beiliang is domineering, but our imperial court can't do anything about it. After all, they control the northwest gate and claim to have 300,000 cavalry. My father has calculated with people in the Ministry of War and estimated that there should be around 120,000 to 30,000 cavalry. So we are really sullen. If it weren't for Beimang, the Beiliang Su family would have already handed over their military power." The Confucian scholar put down a yellowed ancient book and said with a smile, "Why else would I say that the world is afraid of the word, if?" In fact, the group of people had long noticed this scholar in green robes. Although he didn't look like an official, the Liang court was generally more polite to scholars. Moreover, most of the reclusive scholars in the world had such a high standard. These young people who had come because of their fame came from the capital's official families, so naturally, they wouldn't treat this person with hostility. The Confucian scholar smiled and asked, "I've always been curious. Why did the young Northwest vassal king want to fight to the death at the border? Can you explain to me?" A young man with a crooked appearance said loudly, "Isn't Su Fengnian a grandmaster of martial arts evaluation? Since no one will die, why didn't Su Fengnian lead the Beiliang cavalry into battle? If he lost, he would just run away. If he won, his name would go down in history for all eternity. If it were me, I would also fight the Beimang and beat the Beimang to death." The Confucian scholar asked again, "Then why didn't he join forces with the Beimang? 300,000 Beiliang frontier army and 1,000,000 Beimang troops to go south to the Central Plains. Wouldn't that be a better chance than defeating the Beimang?" The young man was stunned for a moment and then said righteously, "It must be because Su didn't dare to ask a tiger for its skin. The Beimang barbarians are naturally bloodthirsty. In addition, they would definitely use the Beiliang cavalry as the vanguard. When they finally conquer the Central Plains, the Beiliang troops would be left with only a few tens of thousands. Wouldn't that old woman of Beimang burn the bridge after crossing the river?" In the end, not only did Su not get any benefits but he also got his head chopped off. Su isn't a fool. Why would he do such a loss-making business? What do you think, sir? The Confucian scholar nodded and smiled, "That makes sense. Then, as if he remembered something, the Confucian scholar waved his hand and said, "I don't deserve to be called Mr., and I've never been an official in Liang. My surname is Chow. You can call me Old Chow." The handsome young man playing with the bronze seal asked tentatively, "Judging from your accent, Mr. Chow?" "Oh no, Old Chow, are you from Guangling Taoism?" The Confucian scholar nodded and said self-deprecatingly, "That's why I haven't been an official." Everyone was relieved. Naturally, they felt that this person couldn't be a high-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court because of his background as a Guangling Taoist. Probably because he had some knowledge and integrity, but he didn't want to be a low-ranking official in Liang Imperial Court. Thus, he chose to be a poor scholar who traveled all over the world. The travel-worn Confucian scholar suddenly looked towards the south. Then, as though he had the intention to leave, he turned to the group of young men and women and said gently, "Originally, I also have an if to say to all of you, but there's something I need to do first. I'm afraid I won't be able to wait for the owner of this shop. Please help me pass the message." A woman said sweetly to persuade him to stay, "It won't be too late to leave after you say the if." The Confucian scholar, whose hair was already white but had a unique style, shook his head and said, "There is something that really can't be delayed." After he finished speaking, the Confucian scholar walked out of the bookstore and walked along the small street towards the outside of town. On his way north, he deliberately concealed his presence so he didn't walk very fast. This was because he wanted to see some old friends like the bookstore owner of Jufeng Town. He was afraid that they would be implicated after he died. The world was afraid of what if, and the world was afraid of what if. So his if was destined that no one in this world would know. If, during his official period, West Chu would be revived, he would personally lead the army north, and Gu Jiantong's Liang and Liang border armies would go south to Graydon City. Wang Sui would resist the Beimang and take the chance to go south, and Su Fengyan's 300,000 Bailiang cavalry would choose not to move because of a certain woman surnamed Jiang. Also, with Chen Zhibao leading the Shu army in Guangling Road, they only needed to tie down Wu Zhongshuan and Su Gong's armies. They didn't even need to stop the Yan King Xiaobing's Nanjiang army from coming to Graydon City because they wouldn't be able to make it in time. Then would the world still be surnamed Zhao? He didn't think so. He, Chao Changqing, didn't think so. After this man slowly walked out of Jufeng Town, he took off his bag and took out 2 chess boxes. "Allow me, Chao Changqing, to play one last game for you." Chapter 1740. The great snow dragon cavalry went back the same way they came. First, Yuan Zuozong led his troops to the south. The Qingzhou army, which had less than 1,000 cavalry, was defeated like a landslide. The cavalry was almost wiped out. The Qingzhou army, which had no city to rely on, was driven 40 miles away. No matter how brave and skillful the Qingzhou army was, he could not stop the decline of the infantry army. On the other hand, the northern Liang lieutenant Niu Qianzhu led 2,000 cavalry to intercept 20,000 Shu soldiers, but he did not succeed. This was because the Shu army's main general, Che Yi, unexpectedly chose to avoid the vanguard and led his army to take a detour to the north. His army's route directly drew a large arc. Niu Qianzhu's 2,000 cavalry under his command approached the Shu army several times. Amidst the flying dust, the Shu army was ready for battle, completely ignoring the great snow dragon cavalry's provocation. Not only that, this lone western Shu elite army that had penetrated deep into the central plains, in order to show weakness, they withdrew all their mounted scouts and were actually willing to be blind. Niu Qianzhu also did not dare to start a battle without permission and delay the military's plan. However, he was really sullen. Before he joined the Bailiang cavalry in the south, he led 20 retainers to the side of the Shu army. He stopped his horse and raised his spear. The Shu army still did not move. They just buried their heads in the east. In the end, Niu Qianzhu spat, turned his horse around and led the army back to the south. As the 4 armies collapsed and were afraid to fight, the defense line built by Li Yang's assistant minister Su Gong was full of holes. In addition, Jizhou's general Yuan Tingshan was not willing to send out troops alone to stop them. He could only watch the great snow dragon cavalry easily break into Guangling Road. This made the southern expedition general Wu Zhongshuan furious. Accompanied by his trusted aide Tang He personally rushed to Chaisang County to denounce Su Gong. The Minister of War and the left Assistant Minister of War met in this way for the first time and parted on bad terms. After that, Wu Zhongshuan and Yuan Tingshan led over 10,000 northern Ji cavalrymen to the front line, while Su Gong merged with 20,000 western Shu soldiers and gathered the defeated soldiers from Qing province. Together, they slowly made their way to the front line of Guangling. After this, the great snow dragon cavalry was like a hot knife through butter. According to the established strategy at the front lines of Melon Island where the two armies intersected, they successfully received more than 500 West Chu scholars dressed in light armor. In order to secretly escort this group of weak scholars out of the border, the West Chu army crazily counterattacked in Melon Island, Old Dew Mountain and other battlefields. In a short day, nearly 10,000 people died in battle, and 500 young carps almost died of thirst. Only then did they finally jump into the pond of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry and were able to take a breather. The Bailiang Cavalry, including Su Yambing, still had a fresh memory of the 500 West Chu people. After being escorted by the main force of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry, they did not have much joy of surviving a disaster. Instead they all looked dejected and pained. The 500 people neatly dismounted from their horses and knelt to bid farewell to the east, crying silently. That scene was like a homeless dog that had no home to return to, lying under the roof of someone else's house and sobbing in pain. After Yuan Zhuozong took over the name list with sloppy handwriting, he had mixed feelings. This time Bailiang had surrendered 496 people, and there were 416 young West Chu scholars. Excluding the 70 or so ladies from Guangling Daoist families, there were only a dozen West Chu generals. The name list in Yuan Zhuozong's hand was not recorded at the beginning. There were only a few lines of small characters written by someone. It was a shocking sight. De Chu has 500 people. Can't talk about reviving the country. The surname Chu stays in Bailiang and can't leave the northwest. The will of Chao Changqing, the sinner of Chu. The east wind thawed and turned into rain. They were just waiting for the sound of the spring thunder. At this time it was raining continuously. The advance of the Great Snow Dragon Cavalry was more or less hindered. The horse hooves were covered in mud, which made the Bailiang Cavalry, who were used to the sun and sand of the desert, very uncomfortable. Su Fengnian, Su Yambing and Yuan Zhuozong rode side by side. Yuan Zhuozong turned his head and glanced at the West Chu fugitives, in the middle of the cavalry. He said softly, "For Bailiang this is a good thing in the long run, but it is a mess now. When these scholars go to the northwest they can only stay behind the scenes for now. I'm afraid that these young and impetuous people will complain too much and end up taking their anger out on Bailiang. When there is a dispute we can't beat or scold them. Otherwise we can only hand them over to Lingzhou College, which is far away from the war at the border. Let them pass the time with books." Previously, most of them were not even willing to change to Bailiang light armor, let alone the cold blade and light crossbow. Niu Qianzhu and the others were so angry that they almost pulled out their blades to fight with them. Su Fengnian comforted him, "If the scholars don't have any strength of character, then the Central Plains is sad. I'm not afraid of their arrogance or pride, I'm just afraid that they will become depressed. The scholars can't rebel for 3 years. There are only 500 people from West Chu. Moreover they are in Bailiang. Not to mention the border army, I reckon that any Liangzhou girl who is familiar with archery and horse riding can beat 2 or 3 of them. There is nothing to worry about. We also do not have extravagant hopes that they will quickly turn around. Also, I believe in Chao Changqing's eyes. Many of them should be people with broad horizons. When they truly experience the scenery of the northwest, and with Yozhou's Yuan Dao and Liuzhou's Ko Jianghua in front of them, they will naturally put aside their grudges. In the end the old people of West Chu may hate the Su family more than they hate Bailiang, but they are not the same. Most of them are in their 20s and hate Bailiang more than Bailiang. I'm worried about these people." At this point, Su Fengnian smiled self-deprecatingly and did not continue, as though it was a taboo for the honored one. Yuan Zhuozong smiled and said, "What, are you afraid that there will be 500 Zhao Changlings next to you? What day will you not be able to control yourself and really rebel against Bailiang?" Su Fengnian said in exasperation, "The second battle of Liangmang is near. Bailiang has not even solved the urgent situation, how can we have the extra thoughts?" Su Yambing teased, "If it really is as the prince said before, that the world situation is advancing according to Chao Zhangqing's original plans, then our northern Liang would be the most comfortable side. As long as we join hands with Wang Sui to hold back northern Mang's southward advance, then everything will be over. Then we can sit in the northwest and watch the storm in the Central Plains. Wang Yi, I find it strange. This Chao Changqing is willing to send West Chu's students to Bailiang. He clearly has a deep relationship with Wang Yi. Why did he go back on his word at the last moment? He caused West Chu's efforts to recover to nothing, and even Bailiang does not have a chance to get chestnuts out of the fire." Su Fengnian touched the northern cold saber on his waist and sighed with emotion. "My master once said that there are only 4 deaths for a scholar. Death in the countryside, death in the province, death in the country, death in the world. That Chao Changqing, originally wanted to die for one person in one country, but he changed his mind in the end. Of the martial grandmasters I have interacted with, the 11th in the world, Wang Mingyin, died for his brother. When he came out of the martial world he had no regrets in life or death. Beimang's Tuoba Bodhisattva lives the most ambitious. He wants to be the best in the world and the best in the world. Dong Tai lives the most carefree. Whether the world is peaceful or chaotic, whether you are an emperor or a general, I, Dong Tai, am too lazy to pay attention to you. Only Chao Changqing lives the most tiring life. He never thinks of himself as a man of Jianghu and has never walked out of Dechu's temple. Su Yambing looked at the mud on the road and sighed, Chao Guanzi is so sloppy. Su Fengyin was surprised, Uncle Su, you sound like a scholar. Yuan Zhuozong smiled knowingly. Su Yambing's mouth twitched. He turned his head and said with a smile, Wang Yi, most of the young girls in West Chu are unmarried. Every time they see you, Wang Yi, their eyes are not reserved. How do you describe it? Yuan Zhuozong undermined both sides, stop talking when you want to. Su Fengyin said helplessly, that's not kind. Chapter 1741. Yuan Zhuozong joked, the real mess is a fire in the backyard if you're not careful. If I remember correctly, second commandery princess has never been kind to the emperor of West Chu. Moreover, your two fathers-in-law are not easy to deal with. Do you know about the princess of Beiliang? Su Fengyin was silent. He touched his forehead and kept silent for a moment. Finally he said, I have never hesitated on this matter. Su Yambing nodded, that's right. Yuan Zhuozong suddenly said, Xie Shibian is also in the army. If we can get his help, our Beiliang frontier army will be like a tiger with wings. No matter if we put him in Liangzhou or Liuzhou, he can be an army of tens of thousands. Su Fengyin smiled, there can't be two tigers in one mountain. There can't be two bodhisattvas in one temple. In case Ko Jianghuai feels that I don't trust him, even if Xie Shibian wants to join the army, I won't put him in Liuzhou. Moreover, Xie Shibian is not familiar with the affairs of the army. Why don't we put him in Liuzhou first? Yuan Zhuozong shook his head, I, Yuan Zhuozong, will use Xie Shibian alone. It's better to use Xie Shibian in Liangzhou. He and Ko Jianghuai are the top military geniuses in West Chu. After a series of battles in Guangling they can be independent. Both of them had their own ideas when it came to using troops. It seemed that they were both abandoning the main course for the strange, but in fact they were very different. When Ko Jianghuai used troops, he was good at abandoning the city and often found a way to survive. Relying on his erratic deployment of troops, he was able to win a battle where the overall military strength was inferior, slowly nibbling away at the enemy and suddenly gaining momentum. Back then, on the Eastern Front battlefield of Guangling Road, he had caused Zhao Yi's army to lose inexplicably. They always felt that Ko Jianghuai's army was pressuring the border in every battle. Although Xie Shibian's use of troops was unexpected and extremely dangerous, in fact, Xie Shibian was more inclined to be open and aboveboard, striving to make the final decision. Therefore they needed Ko Jianghuai's gentleness in the Liuzhou battlefield, and Xie Shibian's strength in the Liangzhou battlefield. Right now outside the Liangzhou Pass, after the left and right cavalry were transferred, their vitality has been damaged. Why don't we give Xie Shibian to He Zhonghu or Zhou Kang? It can also be considered a compensation. As for the official position, first, it will depend on Wang Ye's boldness, second, it will depend on Xie Shibian's confidence. Su Fengyin asked in a low voice, did Brother Yuan help to lay the groundwork? Yuan Zhuozong squinted his eyes and smiled, Your Highness is more skilled than me in buying people's hearts. Su Fengyin remembered Xie Shibian's sorrowful face in the team and muttered angrily, Isn't it because you're afraid that you'll be snubbed? Although he was nagging, Su Fengyin still turned his horse around and rode in the opposite direction of the army. After the young vassal left, Yuan Zhuozong curiously asked, How is Confucian St. Chao Changqing's cultivation after he turned to hegemonic path? Su Yambing said in a deep voice, Among the 4 martial arts experts in the world, Tuoba Bodhisattva already has a gap with 3 of them. If Wang Ye, Chao Changqing and Dong Tai fight with each other, I'm afraid they won't be able to determine the winner, only life and death. However, if it's life and death, I guess the 3 of them will be in a cycle. Wang Ye will defeat Dong Tai will defeat Chao Changqing, and Chao Changqing will defeat Wang Ye. Of course, if Tuoba Bodhisattva can find a suitable weapon, he can immediately step into the celestial being realm. As for the others, I only suspect that Gu Jiantang has a trump card that can't be underestimated. Well, there are 2 others who also have a chance. One is the one called White Fox Face by Wang Ye, and the other is the missing Guanyin sect's Tantai Pingjing. Yuan Zhuozong smiled and asked, What about you and Qin Jibao? Su Yambing said indifferently, "It's not worth mentioning." Yuan Zhuozong, who knew Su Yambing's terrifying strength, frowned and asked, "Why is that?" Su Yambing smiled and said, "After fighting to the death, those who survive will be ordinary celestial being experts at most. What more do you need to say?" Yuan Zhuozong was speechless. Among the mighty great snow dragon cavalry, the 500 riders of West Chu seemed out of place. It was not only the difference in physique between the north and the south, but also the difference in momentum. Su Fengyin dismounted and led the horse to the vicinity of the 500 people. Facing the northwest vassal king who was entangled with the fate of Dechu, some looked unfriendly, some looked apathetic, and some looked hateful. As for those who looked curious and longing, they were a negligible minority. Su Fengyin came to the side of Jiang Anai, who was carrying a sword and wearing armor. She had been avoiding him recently. She was not even close to the officials of West Chu, who continued to call her Her Majesty. Today Jiang Anai and more than a dozen women of West Chu families were together. They followed the Bailiang cavalry all the way to the north. All the women looked after each other. Most of them thought that entering the Bailiang army was tantamount to entering the tiger's mouth. They were not without all kinds of worries, especially those who were used to seeing all kinds of banquets in Guangling since childhood. They were used to seeing romantic and talkative scholars. Suddenly seeing so many armored and silent Bailiang cavalry as weak women, how could they not be worried about their future? Only when Her Majesty arrived on her sword and saw the young vassal king whose name shook the world with their own eyes did they relax slightly. They followed the army north for half a day and found that the valiant Bailiang cavalry did not make any trouble, especially when the king of Bailiang took extra care of the 500 people of Dechu. They began to smile intermittently. Occasionally when the army stopped by the river, they could not help but laugh and play. They also did a good job of washing the horses' noses, brushing their backs and feeding them fine grain. Su Fengyin walked to the willow tree beside the official road. He did not walk directly into the shade of the tree. He was still 7 or 8 steps away from Jiang Anai and the young women of the wealthy families. Without waiting for Su Fengyin to speak, 4 or 5 young men with blades and swords at their waists quickly walked over. Their boots were covered in yellow mud. They were no longer as handsome as they were in the past. These young men did not speak. They only stared at Su Fengyin with dark expressions. Su Fengyin looked at Jiang Anai and said softly, "Chao Changqing will arrive outside Great Peace City soon. Do you want to take one last look? I can accompany him." One of them pressed down on the sword that he was still unwilling to take off. With a face full of grief and anger, he said, "Su Fengyin, are you going to stop the minister from entering the city? Are you going to be a guard dog for the Zhao family of Liyang?" Su Fengyin shook his head and said, "I am not going to go that far." In the distance, a group of cavalry from the Phoenix Battalion glared at them. The madman Hong Shuwen stood with his blade in his arms, his eyes fierce. Another person said angrily, "I, Dechu Minister Ling, do not need you, Su Fengyin, to send him off." Su Fengyin said warmly, "There are some things that you do not have the right to say." Jiang Anai finally lowered her head and said, "Chess waiting for the imperial decree. Uncle said that the farewell in the capital was a farewell. He did not allow me to go north." Su Fengyin said calmly, "Don't listen to him. Since you have already left Guangling Path, follow your heart. If you want to see Chao Changqing, then go see him. I will accompany you." She raised her head. Her eyes were hazy with tears. "Can I?" Su Fengyin's eyes were determined. He smiled slightly and said, "With me here, there is nothing in the world that is impossible." Before the students of West Chu under the willow tree could stop them, the women who had heard those words blushed. Their eyes lit up and they all spoke up. All of them tried to persuade the emperor and the king of Bailiang to go north to Great City. Not far away, Xie Shibian was helpless. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. Fine, they had not even reached Bailiang and there was already internal conflict. Jiang and I took a deep breath and nodded vigorously. Then she flew away on her sword. Seeing the young king's defeated face, almost all the women nearby covered their mouths and laughed. Hong Shuwen and the Phoenix Battalion also had a hard time holding back their laughter. Su Fengyin turned his head and glared at Hong Shuwen and the others. The latter quickly pretended that nothing had happened and looked as if they deserved a beating. Su Fengyin rose from the ground, like a white rainbow rising from the ground. The people on the ground, whether it was the Bailiang cavalry or the West Chu refugees, were all dazzled. Chapter 1742. On the western battlefield of Guangling Road, the war was in full swing. With the addition of 10,000 elite cavalrymen from Jibei to Wuzhongshuan, the imperial army had already gained the upper hand. Then Su Gong led the elite soldiers from the capital and 20,000 soldiers from Shu to the battlefield. Therefore the imperial army was like a lion hunting a rabbit in West Chu. Wang Tongshan's old subordinates broke through the defense line at Laodu Mountain and broke the stalemate. The second battle of West Rampart was a foregone conclusion. At this moment Wu Zhongshuan, as the Minister of War, held a military meeting in a small place called Wutong Town. Other than Song Li, the main general of the eastern battlefield, who was separated by West Rampart, almost all the generals of the imperial army who participated in quelling the rebellion in Guangling Road were gathered in the town. For a moment, the number of scouts and cavalrymen outside Wutong Town was as many as carps in the river. In the twilight, a middle-aged man dressed in black and wearing a tall hat stood on top of the city wall and looked into the distance. Beside him was a tall young man in iron armor. The latter looked angry and said through gritted teeth, "That old Wu is really cunning. He knows that he can't command the troops with his identity as the great general of the southern expedition, so he uses his title as the Minister of War to show off. If not, General, as the nominal commander-in-chief of the southern expedition, your title is half a level higher than the great general of the 4 expeditions and 4 towns. Although you are not a permanent general of the imperial army, it is wartime now. Old Wu shamelessly asked you to come to this godforsaken place. Old Wu is detestable, and that Yang Jian is even more shameless. He is also one of the few veteran generals of the spring and autumn period. Not to mention old General Yan Jinchuan, in my opinion, he is even worse than Yang Xinxing, who was demoted to northern Liang to drink the northwest wind." At this point the young man was a little puzzled. He lowered his voice and asked carefully, "General, why didn't you say anything today? Do you think what I said is reasonable?" The middle-aged man, who did not wear any armor or official uniform, turned a deaf ear. He put his hand on the rough arrow pile on the wall and looked solemn. He looked into the distance. The greenery in the city was thick and the spring breeze was gentle. From time to time, small teams of elite riders belonging to the Nanjiang Border Army in the past would gallop in and out of the small town. Their horsemanship was exquisite, not at all inferior to the Liao Border Army. It was hard to imagine that they were soldiers from a place overflowing with miasma. This guest from Wutong Town who had come from afar was Lu Xingxiang. In the middle and later stages of the spring and autumn period, he was as famous as Chu Lushan, who had taken over Shu with thousands of cavalry. Tang He and Li Chunyu of the southern border were inferior to him and Chu Lushan in terms of military achievements and reputation. The original Longxiang general Su Gong, who had never experienced the fires of war in the spring and autumn period, held this future colleague of his from the Ministry of War in high esteem. He had once praised Lu Xingxiang as, "Lu Xingxiang is worthy of being the pillar of the southeast." The young general beside Lu Xingxiang was Guo Dongfeng, who had been feeding horses at Yalu Pass for a long time. He had been the vanguard general during the attack to the south at the beginning of the year. His military achievements were notable, and it was said that he was already in the emperor's heart. Regardless of whether Lu Xingxiang was promoted or demoted in the future, Guo Dongfeng's future would not be hindered. The rebellious Guo Dongfeng was used to speaking without thinking and was even more used to being scolded and beaten by Lu Xingxiang. This time Lu Xingxiang surprisingly did not stop him from speaking rudely. On the contrary, this made this young general, who was aiming to be made a marquis at the border, feel somewhat uncomfortable. He originally had a belly full of complaints, but he could not say them. Lu Xingxiang's unusual silence brought great pressure to Guo Dongfeng. His temperament was jumpy and he could only take down the sword at his waist and knock it against the wall. Guo Dongfeng's gloominess was not completely without reason. The Battle of Guangling Road was nearing its end, but the main general, Lu Xingxiang, as the #1 person on the southern expedition in name, had first been ordered not to go out at Yalu Pass. Then, with great difficulty, he had put aside the deputy general of the southern expedition, Yang Jian, who was not willing to take the risk and insisted on seeking victory through stability. Lu Xingxiang had personally led the army to attack, but this had caused much criticism in the Great Peace Imperial Court. There were even court officials who had delivered heart-wrenching words. Their choice of words and sentences could be said to be extremely sinister. They did not dare to say that General Piao Yi was unbearable. On the contrary, they only said that Lu Xingxiang was worthy of being called a talented general. He was a talented general and not a talented commander. This clearly meant that Lu Xingxiang was not a problem as a general who led an army on his own. However, if one were to say that he was the commander of a southern expedition that needed generals, then he was not as capable as he wished. Guo Dongfeng hated the old general Yang Chang because Yang Chang was truly old and did not have the ambition to expand his territory. He only wanted to make no mistakes and make no contributions. He only had 20 to 30,000 men under his command, yet he had stuffed 200 or so children of officials from Great Peace City into his ranks. This was even more exaggerated than Yang Xinxing's original actions. After all, the latter only accepted children of generals. Yang Chang's table manners were even worse. It could be said that he did not reject anyone who came. Mixed in with so many embroidered pillows who ran to Guangling Road to fish for military merit, Yang Chang did not dare to have the slightest desire to advance. Thus, after the old general led his army south, he wanted nothing more than to hug Lu Xingxiang's thigh and make him unable to move. He only wanted to wait until West Chu's power was gone before he could safely take a share of the spoils. It was clear that after Yang Xinxing's example, the experienced and prudent Yang Chang had no choice but to be even more cautious. Earlier, Guo Dongfeng had seen Yang Chang's main army advance at a tortoise's pace. The frequent use of scouts and mounted scouts was at the peak of perfection. Guo Dongfeng felt that it could be recorded in the annals of history. Almost every 3 li there would be a scout that filled the sky. When he heard that the Bailiang cavalry headed straight for Guangling Road, Yang Chang's army, which was located to the west of Lu Xingxiang, even though there was still a path of the Ji province cavalry and a path of Su Gong's army, Yang Chang had already given the order to stop advancing. Guo Dongfeng heard that almost half of the 200 or so children of officials had retreated in the name of escorting the provisions of the capital. Because of this, Guo Dongfeng almost laughed his teeth out. A scholarly man wearing the robes of a military official did not have any retinue following him and walked up the city wall alone. Guo Dongfeng turned his head to look. Although it was an unfamiliar face, he was a third-rank official. His prominent identity was clear. Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War Su Gong, the pillar of the Gangnam-do Gumusu family. After the Minister of War Liu Baijie, who had originally been the leader of the Jiangnan scholars, was defeated in Great City, Su Gong had undoubtedly become the successor of the Gangnam-do officials in Jingdo. Guo Dongfeng did not have any ill feelings toward this person. Su Gong and his benefactor Lu Xingxiang were in the same boat. Su Gong had entered the capital to work in the Ministry of War. Before he could even warm the chair of the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War, he had been thrown to patrol the borders of the 2 Liao provinces. With great difficulty, he had relied on the string of successful reports from the great pillar state Gujiantang on the Liaodong border to gain control of military power. This time he had gone south with a face full of dust. It could be said that if it were not for the fact that Su Gong had attracted most of the attention of the imperial censors in Jingdo, Lu Xingxiang's days would probably be even more difficult. Thus, there was already the joke of the Assistant Minister of War, in the Great City officialdom. Lu Xingxiang's personality was cold. Whether it was in the spring snow building of Guangling Road or in the officialdom of Great City, he had always had the good reputation of being resolute and virtuous. However, when he saw Su Gong climb up the city wall, he smiled slightly and took a few steps forward. He cupped his fists and said, "Greetings, Assistant Minister Su." Su Gong had a dignified appearance. He had the heroic aura of a warrior on the battlefield, as well as the elegance of a scion of an aristocratic family. Compared to Lu Xingxiang, who did not have a prominent background, Su Gong was more in line with the image of a scholarly general in the minds of scholars. He saw Lu Xingxiang take the initiative to express his goodwill and also smiled sincerely. Su Gong has admired General Lu for a long time. Finally, I can see you in person. Seeing you once is better than hearing 100 times. Lu Xingxiang smiled and said, Ancestor Gu of the Southern Tang dynasty created the theory of the military situation in Collection of Ashes. I originally thought that the great words of the military had already been said in this book, and that it would be difficult to find a higher view in the world. Only the military book of Chen Jibao, the king of Shu, could compare. There were no details, big or small, tens of thousands of words, and it taught the generals in the army that everyone should follow the prescribed order and perform their duties. When Assistant Minister Su entered the capital, I was no longer in the capital. However, coincidentally, there was a military book that Assistant Minister Su wrote in his early years. At the time, I had nothing to do at Yulu Pass, so I focused on studying it. I benefited greatly and did not feel that time was wasted. Assistant Minister Su said in his early years that I, Lu Xingxiang, was the cornerstone of the Southeast. Previously, I had a deep prejudice against the scholars of Gangnam-do and mistakenly thought that Assistant Minister Su was one of those rotten scholars who only knew how to talk about war on paper but had little ability. If I had read that military book a few years earlier, I would have said, Su Longxiang is the cornerstone of the Southeast. Even if the world mistakenly thought that you and I were inviting each other, it was fine. Su Gong laughed heartily and said, to be able to hear the words of Lu Xingxiang in front of me, it is better than thousands of words from afar. The from afar that Su Gong spoke of was naturally the uproar in the court of Great Peace City. The meaning behind his words was that even if he, Su Gong, lost his position and left the capital, not being the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, it was not a great matter. Familiarity at first sight, this was probably referring to Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang. Guo Dongfeng interrupted, killing the mood. Assistant Minister Su, I heard that the famous Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan did not come here with you? Su Gong smiled calmly and said, General Yuan did indeed leave 2 days earlier than me. However, the main general of the Western Shu Infantry, Che Yi, came with me. Guo Dongfeng chuckled and said, No wonder when our old General Yang Kuei entered the city yesterday, the young and highly accomplished General Yuan was standing next to the minister. What? Assistant Minister Su came to the city wall today to pay respects to the King of Jing'an. Su Gong did not mind this young and brave general's words. He shook his head and said, The minister will welcome the King of Jing'an. I heard that the King of Shu might arrive today, so I came to take a closer look. Lu Xingxiang said calmly, Previously the King of Shu and I worked together to defeat the enemy on the northern battlefield of the Guangling Road. We only saw each other from afar before we parted ways. Was a pity? Today I am the same as Assistant Minister Su. Gu Jiantang, Chen Zhibao, Lu Baijie, Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, Su Gong, Tang Taizuang. Chapter 1743. These 7 people were, without a doubt, the most influential figures in the Lianyang Ministry of War in the past 5 years. Other than Lu Baijie, who had to resign because of the Guangling War, Gu Jiantang led the military and politics of the 2 Liao provinces. Chen Zhibao was given the title of King of Western Shu. They were all well-deserved promotions. Wu Zhongshuan was like the sun in the sky. Among the assistant ministers, Tang Taizuang was the latest to enter the capital. However, compared to Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang, who were at the top of the city walls, he was more of a late bloomer. Everyone in the court gradually viewed Tang Taizuang as the best candidate for the next Minister of War. It was clear that Su Gong had lost a lot of people's hearts when he led his troops south to stop the Beiliang cavalry. At this time, there was a large group of people galloping out of Wudong town. There was no lack of high-spirited young people sitting high on their horses. Guo Dongfeng lay lazily on the arrow mound and looked at their figures. He twisted his mouth and his face was full of disdain. Su Gong stood beside Lu Xingxiang and smiled. It seems that the King of Jing'an is quite popular. Lu Xingxiang smiled playfully and said, Who in the world doesn't know that the King of Jing'an is loyal to the court? Everyone says that he is the role model of the vassal kings. In the past 4 to 5 years, the court had not given him the title of king. Among the vassal kings, Su Fengyan of Beiliang was famous for being a playboy. Zhao Zhu of Nanjiang was famous for his bravery. Zhao Yu of Guangling was known for his ruthlessness. Zhao Yi of Liaodong was relatively unknown. At that time, Zhao Sun was only a little famous in the literary circles of Jianghu, but no one thought that he could inherit the title of vassal king. No one thought that in a short 2 to 3 years, he would first shake the capital with his 13 strategies. Then he would save the Duke of Huainan Zhaoying and fight to the death. He was praised for being both intelligent and brave. The group of young nobles who followed General Yang Chang to Wutong town probably came because they admired their peer, the King of Jing and Guo Dongfeng. What's the saying? Guo Dongfeng, who suddenly heard Lu Xingxiang's question, was stunned for a moment. He was at a loss. Su Gong softly said, Along the way to the south I have indeed heard of the saying, the northwest has Su, Chu and Song, it's a pity that our central plains has Sun. Guo Dongfeng, who heard this for the first time, flew into a rage. He is just a suicidal vassal king, who knows nothing about military affairs. How can he deserve to be called Zhongyuan Yuan Sun? That guy surnamed Su at least blocked the iron hooves of Beimang's million-strong army. I Guo Dongfeng am somewhat convinced. As for that Song Maolin, who is brilliant in literary talent, is only famous for his beauty. I Guo Dongfeng disdain to compare myself with him. But who is this Zhao Sun? There were no soldiers near the city wall where the 3 of them were standing, so Guo Dongfeng's arrogant words did not matter. Su Gong smiled faintly. What a pity. Almost at the same time Lu Xingxiang said, What are my central plains? The 2 famous generals who had been friends for a long time and met for the first time in the small town looked at each other and smiled. Not long after, the King of Jing and Zhao Sun, dressed in the official robes of a vassal king, withdrew from the Guangling River Navy and headed north. He only brought a small group of elite riders to Wudong town. Next to him were the children of the eunuchs in Jing who had come out of the city on their own to welcome him. After they met, Zhao Sun was gentle and courteous. All of them felt regret that they had not met sooner. The large group of people and horses surged into the small town. When Zhao Sun saw the two people on the city wall, he quickly smiled and cupped his fists in greeting. Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang also cupped their fists in greeting. Zhao Sun did not feel that the two generals of Liyang, who had been assistant ministers of the Ministry of War, were lacking in manners. However, the group of young people who had been able to call the wind and summon the rain in Great City when they were young felt injustice for the king of Jing'an. They felt that Lu and Su were only people of high status but little power, and should not be so restrained. Not to mention coming out of the city to welcome him. At the very least, they should have come down the city wall to greet this vassal king. However, something that made these people even angrier appeared. On the street, 3 riders suddenly appeared. Facing their cavalry army, almost all of whom were of noble status, they were not willing to give way. If not for the king of Jing'an and Zhao Sun taking the lead to give way, the two sides would have collided. The domineering 3 riders directly exited the city in the middle of the road and did not even look at the people. When someone was about to get angry, someone would quickly remind them in a small voice and then everything would be calm. The 3 riders of Shishu were Che Yi, Dian Xiongzhao and Wei Fuqing. Dian Xiongzhao and Wei Fuqing had been the 4 fangs of Bailiang, outside the Northwest Pass. Later on, the 2 of them followed Qin Jibao into Shu without bringing a single soldier. This was like thunder in the ears of the Liyang court. Su Gong looked at the backs of the 3 riders with a calm expression. In reality, if it were not for the 20,000 Shu soldiers retreating at the last minute, the Bailiang cavalry would not have been able to enter Guangling Road so easily. However, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, who had lost the support of the people in court because of this, did not seem to hold a grudge. Lu Xingxiang calmly glanced at Su Gong. About 15 minutes later, the 3 riders exiting the city turned into 4 riders entering the city. The leading rider was a man dressed in white. He held a long spear at an angle and was as handsome as a god. Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong moved their feet at the same time. They no longer stood in their original position and looked down. After walking down the city wall, the 2 of them stood near the inconspicuous city wall. The 4 riders did not stop, but the man in white nodded slightly at the 2 of them. Guo Dongfeng's eyes were burning as he muttered, "I will be like this in the future." The 2 great generals of the court, who did not feel that they had been neglected, quietly watched the 4 riders leave. Moreover, at this time the small Wutong town was filled with dragons crossing the river. There were many eyes and eyes. If the 2 assistant ministers who were not successful on the battlefield and had lost their official career, stayed together, it could be explained as human nature to stick together for warmth. However, if they were to interact with the feudal lords who held authority at the border, then they would be asking for trouble. However, toward this person called Qin Jibao, whether it was Lu Xingxiang, who had long been famous throughout the spring and autumn period, or Su Gong, who had risen to prominence in the Liang army, they both felt a sense of admiration and longing from the bottom of their hearts. No matter how high the civil officials in the Liang imperial court would be in the future, or how low the military generals would be in the future, in their hearts, Qin Jibao would always be a romantic figure worthy of mutual admiration. Logically speaking, on the battlefield there would only be piles of corpses, and there would never be romantic affairs. However, Qin Jibao was undoubtedly the only master of the art of war after Yi Baikui's death who could command troops like a deity. So much so that the 2 emperors of Liang were willing to see him as the country's barrier. The previous emperor, Zhao Dun, even wished that Qin Jibao could become the spring lake and stone mountain in his Zhao family's backyard. Not only could it be pleasing to the eye, it could also set the feng shui. Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang stood in the shadows of the city wall. Su Gong laughed in a low voice and said, "I think that General Lu need not worry about temporary gains and losses. General Lu's wind rises outside the Great Wall, not in Guangling and certainly not in the capital." Lu Xingxiang smiled but did not speak. Su Gong took the lead and left. Guo Dongfeng was surprised to find that the commanding general Lu Xingxiang had a faint murderous aura. Guo Dongfeng looked at the somewhat unfamiliar great general Piao Yi and began to feel uneasy. Lu Xingxiang took a deep breath and sneered, "You are indeed worthy of being called Su Longxiang. It seems that in the future, the person who will compete with me for the #1 military merit in the expansion of the border will be none other than you." Guo Dongfeng was baffled. For the first time, he restrained his curiosity and did not dare to ask half a question. Lu Xingxiang exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and slowly walked forward. He only felt some murderous aura toward Su Gong, who had seen through his scheme, but toward Chao Changqing, who had changed his mind at the last moment, he was extremely angry. In Lu Xingxiang's view, if Chao Changqing followed the previous arrangement and deployed troops, then Gu Jiantang would be the new dynasty's Su Shao. And as long as he took the initiative to open the door when the West Chu army moved north, then he would be the new dynasty's Gu Jiantang. Regardless of whether the new dynasty's surname was Zhao or Jiang or any other surname, Lu Xingxiang only knew that at that time in the imperial court, there would no longer be people like Yang Chang lying on the merit book, and there would no longer be vassals with the surname of Zhao in the local area. Xie Shi, Pei Sui and the others were still young, and had the natural flaw of not being familiar with the geography of the north. Once the vast territory of Beimang became a place to deploy troops, then it meant that countless military merits would be easily obtained. It would not be like the Battle of Guangling where it was like a snail's shell, and there was no need to pay attention to the old powers with intertwined roots. As long as he, Lu Xingxiang, succeeded in supporting the dragon, he would be able to jump below Gu Jiantang. Later on, he might be able to rely on a series of battles in Beimang to rise above him. But Chao Changqing's inexplicable self-destruction and Lu Xingxiang's forbearance before and after the Battle of Yulu Pass would become the best evidence that he would be attacked as mediocre in the future. Lu Xingxiang's face was gloomy. He muttered to himself, "Chao Changqing, you deserve to die." On the official road outside the town, dust was flying everywhere. It was particularly spectacular. If it wasn't a cavalry of more than 1,000 riders, it wouldn't have such momentum. On a carriage, because of the bumpy road, the shoulders of the 3 men and women in the carriage rose and fell. The young woman's face was beautiful, and her figure was tall and well-proportioned. She was obviously not a southerner. A long sword hung from her waist. She was full of heroic spirit and had a knight-errant spirit. The young man was sloppy, and at this moment he was flattering the last person. "Teacher, you don't know how rude and unreasonable Tang He and Li Chunyu are. Back then, I didn't even dare to go near Wu Zhongshuan, who betrayed the southern border. I really didn't even dare to let out a fart. I was extremely aggrieved. This time, it was thanks to teacher that I had the courage to go to Wudong town." The person who was called sir was extraordinarily handsome. It was hard to tell if he was male or female. What was romantic? He was romantic. Nailan Yusi. He glanced at His Royal Highness Zhao Zhu from the corner of his eyes. "Wu Zhongshuan is not a good thing. You borrowed a few thousand riders from him and didn't return them. Is that a good thing?" Zhao Zhu smiled mischievously and said, "Sir is right. You scolded him well." Nailan Yusi pointed at His Royal Highness, who was now infamous. His eyes looked at the woman surnamed Zhang. He teased, Zhang Gaoxia. You are blind to fall for this idiot and coward." Zhang Gaoxia, the daughter of the blue-eyed Zhang Julu. She dismissed it with a smile. Although Zhao Zhu was thick-skinned, he still blushed with shame when Nailan Yusi called him an idiot and a coward in front of Zhang Gaoxia. He lifted the curtain of the carriage and poked his head out. He could already see the low city walls of Wudong town. Nearby were southern borders Great General Zhang Dingyuan and his men, as well as Forest Crow and Gong Bonk, Wang Xinji's 2 disciples. Nailan Yusi closed his eyes. He put his hands on his knees and gently patted them. Chapter 1744. Zhao Zhu retracted his head and asked curiously, "Sir, why do you want me to come to this town this time? To tell the truth, I loathe and fear Wu Zhongshuan. I also don't like Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang. That mad dog Yuan Tingshan is even more disgusting to look at. As for Prince Jinggan Zhao Sun, I used to loathe him, but now I actually don't like him." Nailan Yusi sneered, "Of course you're okay with them. There are so many heroes in this small Wudong town. You can only wrestle with this king of vassal." Zhao Zhu was resentful. Zhang Gaoxia raised the corner of his mouth. Nailan Yusi stopped smiling and said in a deep voice, "I have 4 things to do here this time. Scold Wu Zhongshuan, invite Su Gong to a banquet, meet Lu Xingxiang secretly, and test Chen Zhibao." Zhao Zhu asked in a low voice, "Did I really jinx it? Did I say that Lu Xingxiang really has ambitions?" Nailan Yusi shook his head and said, "It's hard to be sure before we meet. As for after we meet, it doesn't matter if Lu Xingxiang has ambitions." Zhao Zhu sighed and said, "Well, anyway, I can't get involved in these big things. I don't want to add fuel to the fire. I have to trouble you." Nailan Yusi suddenly asked, "Zhao Zhu, let me ask you something. If you ascend the throne in the future, assuming that Beimang is unable to invade the Central Plains, and Su Fengnian still has the Northwest Army in his hands, what will you do?" Zhao Zhu was stunned. When he was about to blurt out the words, Nailan Yusi, who was smiling, suddenly looked cold. He shouted, "Zhao Zhu. Think about it carefully first." After Zhao Zhu was shocked, he raised a bright smile. "The old emperor of Liang, Zhaoli, and Xiaonian's father call each other brothers. It's different from me and Xiaonian calling each other brothers." Nailan Yusi sneered. Where are you sitting at this time? Zhao Zhu didn't know how to answer. He couldn't say that he was sitting in the carriage. Mr. Nailan was asking the obvious. Nailan Yusi's eyes were deep. He didn't answer his own question. Instead he asked another question. Where did you sit in the past? Did you think that Zhao Li had the intention to kill Su Xiao from the very beginning? He wanted to kill Su Xiao and his son Zhao Dun wanted to kill Zhang Gaoxia's father. Were these the true intentions of the father and son? Isn't it because of one's position in politics? Isn't it because one has to face the general trend behind that chair? Zhao Zhu, who had never thought about these problems, paled slightly. He was in pain and unease. Nailan Yusi lowered his eyes. Huang Sanjia unwillingly chose you, Zhao Zhu, before he died. He gave all his accumulated wealth to me, Nailan Yusi. Now Jiang Fuding is on Wu Zhongshuan's side. Although Wang Tongshan, the idiot who thinks he is smart, died early, Wu Zhongshuan, a fence-sitter, is not worth mentioning. Even if he is wary of Jiang Fuding, it is easy for me to kill him. If you feel bored, you might as well guess which one of Tang He, Li Chunyu and the others is the real spy. Zhao Zhu, if a person doesn't think about the future, there will be immediate worries. Now that the wind has risen, there will definitely be people who will soar to the top, and there will definitely be people who will fall from the top. You already have half the destiny. Other than Qin Jibao, who is shrewd and tries to accumulate power before acting, you are actually invincible. Therefore, there are some things that you should think about carefully. The family assets that Zhao Bing left for you, such as Zhang Dingyuan, Gu Ying Yi Xiufeng, and Liang Yu, as well as those aides who are unwilling to stay in a corner of the southern border, you have to think about who is Wu Zhongshuan's man and who is the imperial court's man. Who will follow you to the central plains and gain power, and who will take the opportunity to wantonly start a war between the north and the south. Who would be Zhao Zhu's Zhang Julu? Of course, the most important thing is who will ask you to kill Su Fengyin in the future, or who will ask you to kill me, Nailan Yusi. Zhao Zhu said in a trembling voice. Sir, Zhao Zhu doesn't know. I don't know. Zhao Zhu held his head with both hands, as if he didn't dare to think about those questions. Grand hegemony was the most difficult to think about. Zhang Gaoxia's eyes were sad. She hesitated for a moment, then reached out and gently held his arm. Nailan Yusi was expressionless and his eyes were complicated. It was unknown whether it was pity or sarcasm. His eyes instantly became dull and he said in a mischievous tone, I have long been annoyed by your sloppy attitude. How is it? Have you suffered? Zhao Zhu raised his head and held Zhang Gaoxia's hand tightly. At the same time he looked at Mr. Nailan, the only remaining strategist after Li Yishan, Huang Longshi, and Yuan Binshi died one after another. He looked at Mr. Nailan, the king behind the scenes of Nanjiang. Zhao Zhu suddenly changed his sitting position to a kneeling position. He faced Nailan Yusi and slowly bowed his head. Zhao Zhu knows that what Sir wants is different from any other strategist. Zhao Zhu only wants Sir to be my Yuan Binshi. If Zhao Zhu really sits on the dragon chair and wears the dragon robe one day, I can promise Sir that I will kill anyone who dares to kill Sir. If Zhao Zhu dies before Sir, when I die, I will ask Sir to choose a minister on my sickbed and let Sir choose a minister. Zhao Zhu will not let his descendant be the current emperor, Zhao Zhuan. Nailan Yusi laughed but he never spoke. Zhao Zhu was sweating but he was relieved. He intuitively found that Nailan Yusi might not be satisfied with his words, and it might not be what he really wanted, but this Mr. Nailan was somewhat happy. Chapter 1745. Nailan Yusi closed his eyes to rest and smiled faintly. He didn't care about the embarrassment and heaviness of His Royal Highness of King Yen at all. Nailan Yusi suddenly whispered, if you feel stuffy in the carriage you can go out. Zhao Zhu hurriedly got up and left with Zhang Gaoxia who was wearing a hat. Ishan, back then the two of us heard Huang Longshi say that thousands of years later, many scholars at that time would not only be able to calmly sit on equal footing with emperors, kings, generals and ministers, they would even lose their backbone in front of officials as small as sesame seeds and mung beans. They would truly regard officials as their parents. I laughed. You were angry. You used 20 years to teach your closed-door disciple to be a hero instead of a mighty lord. In the end, you died just like that and your ashes were scattered outside the Northwest Pass. You laughed. I was angry. I could guess Huang Longshi's selfishness. Huang Sanjia calculated people's hearts. There was a paladin who made him lose once. He felt that he could turn the tables after his death. He firmly believed that Zhao Zhu and Su Fengyin would turn against each other. Then I, Nailan Yusi, will make you and Huang Longshi lose once. Nailan Yusi opened his eyes and looked up at the top of the carriage. He softly hummed a song from his hometown. There was a young man who went to the mountains with a broken book box. There was a little girl who came from the mountains with the fragrance of orchids. Nalan Yusi lifted the curtain, and the spring breeze brushed his face. He narrowed his eyes and looked at the northeast. Chao Changqing, you and I are bitter, but you are still luckier than me. Nalan Yusi suddenly put down the curtain and suddenly reached out to cover his mouth. After spreading out his palm, he looked down at his bloody hand and muttered to himself, but we are all young men. Outside the southern gate of Liang capital, the wide official road that connected to the imperial road in the city had been empty since 4 hours ago. The whole city was waiting for one person. Waiting for one person to attack the city. The city was full of iron armor. On this day, the elites of the 4 armies of the capital were all gathered here. Facing that green-robed man, they were still facing a great enemy. There was a green-robed Confucian who was walking slowly on the official road less than half a li away from the capital. He was alone, holding a go box in his hand. He stopped and sat down. He didn't face the number 1 city in the north. Instead, he sat cross-legged with his back to the east. The black box contained the white stones and the white box contained the black stones. He placed the 2 boxes of old court objects that he had found in West Chu's chessboard waiting for the imperial edict in front of him. They were separated by a chessboard and the boxes were already open. Thinking back to those days, the state preceptor Li Mi once said after getting drunk, "There is only one outstanding rock in the world, and I, De Chu, alone have 8 parts and Chao Dei alone has 8 parts. How could such a person not be proud of himself?" He sat upright and still, with 2 fingers together, reaching out to the go box in front of him, but he didn't play a go piece. He just smiled and looked across as if someone was playing go with him. The green-robed Confucian scholar with white sideburns had a gentle look in his eyes as he said softly, "You go first, Black." The clear sky that had been clear for thousands of miles immediately turned into a storm. Apparitions appeared in the sky above Great Peace City. As the 4 words left the mouth of this Confucian scholar, a black stone jumped out of the snow-white go box slightly further away. It drew out an ethereal trajectory and lightly landed in the center of the invisible chessboard. First move was Tianyuan. A very unreasonable first move. But an even more unreasonable scene was that a brilliant pillar of light came down from the sky above Great Peace City and landed on the ground. An earthquake that hadn't occurred in 100 years seemed to occur in a grand city. The world shook. Countless tiles on the eaves of all the halls and pavilions, including the Martial Hall of Great Peace City, started to move. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the glowing white go piece with 2 fingers. His eyes were full of mirth as he lightly placed it on the chessboard. At the same time, the second pillar of light came as expected. Great Peace City shook again. There were tens of thousands of Liang armor in front of the city, but it was still that person who attacked the city first. All the arquebulisti on the city walls finally fired in unison. There seemed to be wind and thunder in the air. The middle-aged Confucian scholar completely ignored it. The second black go piece jumped out of the go box and landed on the chessboard. After the go piece took root, it floated silently and motionlessly. Inside the city, the decorations on the eaves of the Martial Hall, immortals, dragons, phoenixes, lions, fish, xieji, bullfighting and others all turned to dust. Outside the city, almost 100 enormous arrows that were as majestic as the flying swords of sword immortals shattered in the air. The green-robed Confucian scholar picked up the second white go piece. Before he placed the go piece, he said softly, "I hate that I became a Confucian saint too late. I hate that I became domineering too late." He put 2 fingers together and landed heavily on the chessboard. There was a clanging sound. Great Peace City shook for the 4th time. This time the commotion was the most intense. The war horses that became the mounts of many cavalrymen outside the city had their legs broken and knelt on the ground. On the towering city walls, there were finally many people who could not control themselves. They either flew off the walls on their swords, leapt over, or rushed over. Another pair of black and white go pieces landed on the chessboard. The green-robed Confucian scholar did not seem to dare to look at the player opposite him. He looked down at the chessboard. "I, Chao Changqing, am distinguished. As you have seen, I am distinguished." When the 4th white go piece jumped out of the go box and slowly landed, the people who had come out of the city were less than 30 steps away from Chao Changqing. Chao Changqing picked up the go piece. This time he did not place the go piece from high to low, but casually swept it across and landed on the chessboard at a slight angle. There was a great energy that swept across. The martial grandmasters guarding the capital were all hit and flew backwards, smashing into the walls of Great Peace City. In the spring breeze of the 3rd year of the auspicious talisman, West Chu waited for the go order and placed the go piece on Great Peace City. Chapter 1746. On top of the city wall in the south of Great Peace City, An old man and a young girl stood out among the clanging armor. The old man was dressed in linen and carried a long sword on his back. He looked like a normal swordsman. The young girl was in the prime of her life. Not only did she carry a sword on her back, but she also had 2 swords on her waist. She was even holding a sword in her hand. Therefore she did not look like a swordswoman, but more like a little girl selling swords on the street. The 2 were Chai Qingshan, the current leader of Dongyue Sword Pool, and Shan Yi, who had been given a book of Qingshui Pavilion sword practice by the young lord in Escape Summer Town. Previously, several people had left the city aggressively, but in the end they were sent flying back into the city. Their corpses were embedded in the city wall, just like flies and mosquitoes that had been smashed into pieces on the window. The miserable scene made many of the Liang military officers on the city wall shudder with fear and trepidation. They subconsciously glanced at the master and disciple of Sword Pool, who had a large age gap, and finally regained some courage with great difficulty. The young girl's face was a little pale. It was not that her body was not as strong as ordinary soldiers, but that after reaching a high level in martial arts, her perception of the qi between heaven and earth was different from ordinary people. It was like an ordinary person looking at the rolling river. They only felt that it was magnificent, but qi cultivators could see the signs of the flow of qi in the world. Her master, Chai Qingshan, was a well-deserved grandmaster of the sword. Since he had chosen her as his closed-door disciple, it was natural that he had taken a fancy to her outstanding talent. When he was chatting with the old master of Wu family's sword tomb, he was quite conceited and said that his female disciple's talent in the sword was second only to Jianghu, the empress of West Chu. The young girl, whose name sounded like 321, only felt that she was standing on top of the city wall of martial emperor and would be smashed to death in the next moment. She clenched her teeth and held the long sword tightly. Her delicate body was on the verge of collapse. Only when Chai Qingshan reached out a hand to support the ancient sword Young Phoenix, on her back did the young girl feel relieved. She took a deep breath and said in a trembling voice, "Master, what is great official Chao trying to do? Does he really want to break into the capital by himself? Will he only stop when he kills his way into the palace for the 5th time?" Chai Qingshan, who had traveled extensively with the young girl in recent years, shook his head and said, "Master doesn't know why Chao Changqing changed from the Confucian way to the hegemonic way." The young girl looked at the lonely figure outside the city and felt inexplicably sorrowful. It was rumored that he had once served as a high-ranking official in West Chu and was waiting for the imperial decree. He had feelings for the Empress of West Chu, but he had never shown it his entire life. He had always adhered to the etiquette of a ruler and his minister. In the end he had been separated by life and death, but he had never revealed his feelings. The young girl did not care if the scholar who became the Confucian sage in the ancient battlefield of West Wall was the pride of the Chao family. She did not even care about Chao Qingyi's magnificent feat of passing through the corridors of Liang Palace 3 times in her early years. She was just a little envious of the poor woman who had been scolded for 20 years. Even though she was written in various unofficial histories as an unbearable vixen and the chief culprit of the destruction of Dechu, the young girl only thought that if she died one day, it would be nice to have such an infatuated person still thinking about her after death. Thinking of this, the young girl sighed softly. She raised her arm and patted her chest with the body of the incomplete new sword White Python. There, separated by the thinning clothes of spring, was a yellowed script Green Water Pavilion. That was probably where her heart was at ease. It was also the reason why this was the first time she had truly practiced the sword seriously after leaving Baliang. That young man was tall and slender, so when he spoke to her in the summer town at the foot of Wudong Mountain, he had to lower his head. Although his smile was warm, he only thought of her as an innocent Jianghu girl, a Jianghu junior who did not care if they would meet again after brushing past each other. She did not like this. As Chao Changqing once again placed a piece on the chessboard, a rainbow light as thick as the pillar of the Hall of Martial Heroes rapidly descended from the sky. Great Peace City shuddered again. Chai Qingshan did not look at the magnificent pillar of light descending from the city behind him. He sighed emotionally. Us swordsmen from ancient times until now have tirelessly pursued the great realms of qi, rushing into the bowl and reaching the rainbow. I had not thought that Chao Changqing was already able to channel the great righteousness of the world from the blue sky into the human world. Gao Shulu's so-called mysterious celestial being is just this. What a good Chao Changqing. It is no different from adding another 10 feet to the 100-foot scroll. If there were qi practitioners of the northern lands standing on the city walls right now, they would discover that some of Great Peace City's blue-purple qi flowed slowly into the young girl's orifices like water. The young girl was completely unaware. Even Chai Qingshan, who had long reached the ethereal passage, tiny finger profound realm, did not sense it. Different professions were like different mountains. Celestial phenomenon and land immortal were only separated by one level, but they were two completely different worlds. The young girl suddenly asked curiously, of the people of the three sects outside of pure martial arts, Buddhism's eminent monks are Vajra when they enter the first grade, Taoist immortals are profound when they enter the first grade, and Confucian immortals reach celestial phenomenon in one step. Master, you have always been vague in the past. Why do you only say that there is no difference between the three? And why is it so difficult for Confucian people to become saints? Chapter 1747. The old man hesitated for a moment, as if he did not want to reveal the secret of heaven, or as if he did not want his proud disciple to come into contact with that level too early. In the end, Chai Qingshan could not stand the girl's pitiful eyes. He said helplessly, Master, you can forget about what I'm about to say. Don't take it seriously and don't put it in your heart. Otherwise, your sword heart will be unstable, and it will affect the way of the sword that you should be walking. Master often went to the snowfield of Mount Hui in his early years, and had many long conversations with a scholar named Shenyuan Jingqing. He had a unique opinion on the matter of the saints of the three religions, and his words were always shocking. For example, he talked about the cliché of, lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. You must have heard this saying countless times. Shenyuan Jingqing's view on this was not quite the same. What he said was very good, and it had the merit of advising people to abandon evil and turn to good. However, at the same time, it also caused a lot of harm to people. One must know that to become a Buddha, one could only rely on gradual ascetic practice, and it required hard work. Just like the saying, the writings of the heavens are miraculous. This saying was naturally very reasonable, but to many others, it was very unreasonable. Shenyuan Jingqing had said that many pioneers, especially those scholars who had turned from nomads to tycoons in the past 1,000 years, all of them pursued the three immortals advocated by the saints of the Jianghu family. Shenyuan Jingqing opened up a new perspective on this, not because he disagreed with the teachings of the saints, but because he lamented that the later generations had gone astray. He gave an example of burying a child and worshipping his mother. This action was undoubtedly in line with the virtues of filial piety, and was praised by countless people. However, Shenyuan Jingqing asserted that this person was destined to have a hard time achieving good results. If there was really an afterlife, and if there was really heaven's will in the underworld, then this person was destined to suffer the wrath of heaven and not be able to transcend. All living things in the world nurtured humans. According to common sense, an eye for an eye. Humans should repay the heavens and earth. The Taoist saints had long left behind 3,000 words to warn the later generations. Heaven and earth are not benevolent, they treat all living things as straw dogs. This was to say that the heavenly axiom was selfless, and not the so-called shallow, unbenevolent and unjust, that some people mistakenly thought. Shenyuan Jingqing very much agreed with the four words heaven and earth are not benevolent, but at the same time he also said that they were scholars, and it was precisely because they knew that they could not go against the will of heaven and earth that they had to go against the current, and set rules for heaven and earth so that everyone could be content with it. Therefore, using the 5 words of benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom and trust as a framework, it finally extended to the incomparably soul-stirring sentence, set your heart for heaven and earth, set your life for the people, inherit the lost knowledge for the past saints and establish peace for all ages. However, my disciple, think about it carefully. If there are gods in this world, do they need us to tell them what to do? Taking a step back, is the peace of the world really in accordance with the rules of the cycle of the heavenly axiom? Therefore, the truly wise people of the Confucian school, especially those who have ascended to the ranks of the Confucian saints, do not worry about themselves or their future generations. All of them have an impassioned heart, and do not hesitate to burn jade and stone with the heavenly axiom. All of them are generously going to their deaths. The young girl made a no sound. After the old man finished speaking, he repeatedly sighed, and all sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. Chai Qingshan smiled and asked, "Do you understand?" The young girl grinned and said confidently, "I don't understand at all." The old man could not help but laugh and rubbed her head. "I don't need you to understand. It's good to be muddle-headed. Life lasts for 100 years and it's easy and carefree. Otherwise it's too tiring to live with a heart full of depression. For us swordsmen, it's enough for us to be able to cry out against injustice." Chai Qingshan said softly, "After going to Bailiang and seeing the desolate scenery of the border with your own eyes, you'll know that the carefree and happy life of the people of Jianghu is too weak to stand up to scrutiny. However, my disciple, you don't need to be so disgusted with Beiliang because you want to fight for justice. Let me tell you, if there really is a day when the Beimang army breaks through the border of the two Liao provinces, the countless people in this city who are cursing Beiliang today will also disregard their own safety and die as they wish. Even if the Beimang barbarians fight all the way to Guangling River, they won't be able to walk as if there's no one there. Instead, they'll only be flanked by the cavalry's hooves and the people of Liang who have died in battle. The people of Liang revered martial arts and chivalry. Since ancient times there had been a saying, the scholars of the Central Plains travel north to study, while the wanderers of Liang go south to uphold justice. The latter often relied on martial prowess to violate prohibitions. This was why the countries of the Central Plains led by Dechu had always viewed the people of Liang as uncivilized northern barbarians. However, in the past 20 years, especially after Gu Jiantang resigned from his post as Minister of War and entered the Liao Kingdom, along with Su Zhao's Beiliang cavalry guarding the border with Beimang, Beimang was unable to take even half a step south. The entire Central Plains was filled with singing and dancing, while the smoke in the south only reported peace and no worries. In addition, countless scholars entered Liang, and the imperial court promoted the imperial examination, opening the Dragon Gate for the poor scholars of the Shu clan. Just the Imperial College in the capital alone accommodated nearly 30,000 scholars from all over the world. Scholars flooded in like carps crossing the river, as well as the gathering of tycoons from all over the world. In a short 20 years, Tian City was no less prosperous than Dechu's capital in the early years. The late Emperor Zhao Dun spared no effort in promoting scholars in the imperial court. At that time, other than Zhang Lu and Gu Lu, where the two peaks faced each other, almost all of the Green Party officials in the capital were scholars. A large number of young scholars were able to enter the imperial court, and the literary Gangnam-do provided a large number of talents to the imperial court. Even the large number of remnants of West Chu, led by Sun Shiji, the Grand Preceptor of West Chu, put aside their national enmity and chose to serve Zhao Dun. In contrast, the generals in power were almost all old people without exception. The Liang imperial court, after 20 years of recuperation and following the example of their superiors and subordinates, had already displayed a pattern of having more scholars than warriors. If it were not for the restlessness of Guangling Dao and Beiliang due to West Chu's revival of the country, perhaps even Ma Zhongxian, who was a meritorious member of the Liang sect, would not have been able to become the Jidushi of Jinggan Dao in this lifetime. It was true that the current Liang sect was flourishing on the surface, and even the rebellion of West Chu had been suppressed. However, even Chai Qingshan could see that the situation was delicate. The young girl had never been interested in the general situation of the world. She pouted and said, "But I still feel that Beiliang is more pitiful." The old man smiled and said, "Master did not say that Beiliang is not worthy of your protest. I just hope that you will not be too vicious in the future and will not casually vent your anger on the innocent. Do you know why Master admires that young vassal king more and more?" Upon hearing that the young vassal king was young, the originally absent-minded girl's eyes immediately lit up. She immediately had an inexhaustible spirit, and her face was full of vigor. "Master, quickly say it. I'm listening." The old man was quite helpless. He laughed and said, "I won't say it." The old man really did not say anything. Other than being a bit angry, it was more because outside the city, Chao Changqing's chess pieces were moving faster and faster. He had no choice but to concentrate and store his momentum. Today he, Chai Qingshan, stood here with a long sword on his back, not to enjoy the scenery. The young girl curled her lips. Knowing her master's temper, she did not ask. Chai Qingshan squinted and looked into the distance. The old man's line of sight followed the waves of arrow rain from the top of the city wall and threw it at the figure in green. There were ballistae on the top of the city wall, and there were 6,000 elite archers below the city wall. There were 2 waves of arrows covering the sky and the earth. The old man had a strange thought for no reason. If the Beiliang Su family did not have any grievances with the Zhao family of Liang, that young vassal king would not have any complaints and would wholeheartedly be a loyal official, and the Zhao family's son would also have no doubts about him and would provide reinforcements to Beiliang. With the Central Plains as a shield, he would support the Beiliang cavalry and the two Liao border armies to fight against Beimang. How good would that be? If that Chao Changqing outside the city could be like Sun Shiji and many other West Chu survivors and enter the court as an official, perhaps he would be the Grand Secretary of Liang right now. In that case, there would be no need for Qi Yanglong of Shangyin Academy to come out and turn the tide. Inside, there would be Chao Changqing leading the Eternal Hui Old Spring and Xiangfu New Spring to strategize together. Outside, there would be 300,000 Bailiang cavalry and 200,000 Liao border armies. How could the world not be peaceful? Even if they gave Beimang hundreds of thousands of soldiers and armor, so what? On a small road in the northern region of the capital, a rider leisurely headed south toward Graton City. There was a stall by the road that seemed to sell everything, including dumplings and tea and wine. A young man and woman sat there, each with their head buried in the two large bowls of dumplings. The rider dismounted and led the horse near the table, asking, "Can I sit?" The young man glanced at him. "Since you didn't bring a knife, you can sit." Thus, Gu Jiantang sat on the long bench next to Su Fengnian and Jiang and I. After this pillar of the country that could overturn the world sat down, he smiled and asked, "Su Fengnian, you treat me to a bowl of dumplings and I help you become the emperor. Do you want to do this deal?" Chapter 1748. Gu Jiantang's words were no less than his mind grenade. However, Su Fengnian was not surprised after hearing this. Without hesitation, he asked the waiter in the distance for an extra bowl of dumplings. He then asked with a smile, "A big bowl of dumplings is only 20 dumplings. The entire Liang is only 30 prefectures. One dumpling is worth one prefecture? General Gu, don't you think this is a big loss?" Gu Jiantang laughed it off and did not answer. He looked like a hungry traveler waiting patiently for a bowl of thin-skinned meaty dumplings. Su Fengnian had been wolfing down his food, so the ginger paste naturally ate slowly. Su Fengnian was the first to put down his chopsticks and exhaled contentedly. His mouth was full of the taste of cabbage. Gu Jiantang's expression was as calm as an ancient well. He looked at the young king calmly. There was a seniority difference between the two, but in the end, there was still a difference of spring and autumn. Among the four famous generals of the older generation, De Chuyi Baikue was the best at commanding troops. He had fought more than 70 battles in his life and had never lost a single one. Unfortunately, he only lost one battle in the end. Dongyue's consort Old Wang was the most talented in the spring and autumn. He could always turn something rotten into something magical. He was good at using surprise troops and always surprise people. He could win battles that he could not win, but he could also lose battles that he could not lose. Moreover, he lost in a way that baffled his opponents. Therefore, although he was the most talented, he had the lowest achievements. Su Zhao's personal strategy was the weakest, but he won in his perseverance and tenacity. He fought on despite repeated defeats. No matter how defeated he was, he could always rise from the ashes. Even if he was still dead, the Su family's military heart was still condensed. That was why he had the last laugh. Gu Jiantang and Qijing were not as good as Yi Baikue and Wang Wang, but they had no shortcomings in commanding troops. Therefore, in this life they had achieved brilliant results on the battlefield. Gu Jiantang entered the spring and autumn later than Su Xiao, who left Liaodong with 800 old soldiers. In the end, he only had 2 achievements. Su Xiao, on the other hand, had 6 achievements. Most of the military strategists and historians in the Liang imperial court did not think that Gu Jiantang was not as good as Su Xiao in commanding troops. Instead, he lost because Su Xiao early, Gu Jiantang late. Gu Jiantang can't manage at the right time. Gu Jiantang's life story was thought-provoking. After he stayed in the capital to serve as the Minister of War, he scattered his old troops to various places in Liang. For example, Kainan, Donggong, Huanggong, and the others all served as officials of the border. Although great peace cities Gulu and Zhangjulu had a two-peak confrontation, it was always said that the blue-eyed man had the power to overturn the court. There was no such thing as Gu Jiantang covering the sky with one hand. And Gu Jiantang, as one of the top 10 martial arts masters in the past, never cared about the ranking. He also never went to Martial Emperor City to compete with Wang Xinji. As the undisputed #1 saber user in the world, he would never raise his eyebrows at a sword-using martial arts master. In the past 10 years, other than when Chao Changqing and Jiangxi joined forces to break into Great Peace City in the first year of Xiangfu, Gu Jiantang used his identity as a military official of Liang to stop them with the thunder of mind. There was no news of Gu Jiantang initiating a fight with anyone else. In the past 20 years, Gu Jiantang stood tall in the imperial court of Liang. No one doubted the loyalty of this meritorious general. Not the late Emperor Zhao Dun, not the new Emperor Zhao Zhuan, not the other civil and military officials. In the eyes of Liang, this old minister of war was not only the best candidate to resist the Bailiang cavalry, he was also the greatest backbone of Liang. The silent Gu Jiantang was like a family heirloom. If he did not take it out to show it to others, it meant that the family was still there and that they were still confident. Therefore, even when the Guangling Road War last year was so chaotic, Gu Jiantang, who was in charge of the border defense between the two Liao provinces, did not lead his troops south. Because of this, the people of Liang did not believe that the rebel army in West Chu could succeed. But today, at the critical moment when West Chu was destined to collapse, it was this only pillar of the Liang dynasty that said that he wanted a young man not surnamed Zhao to be the emperor. Su Fengnian looked at Gu Jiantang, who was sitting across from him, picking up his chopsticks and gently poking at the greasy table. He watched as Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and began to slowly chew it. Su Fengnian's expression was as usual. This was the calmness that had been honed through countless battles, but it did not hinder the stormy waves in his heart. Gu Jiantang ate 7 or 8 dumplings in one go. He paused for a moment and raised his head to look at the young vassal king that he had only met once. He glanced at the sensitive young woman beside him and said indifferently, "You don't believe me? Today do I still need to use words to deceive anyone?" After 3 travels in Jianghu, 1 battle in Liangmang, and 2 trips to the capital, Su Fengnian was no longer a high-spirited hothead. He smiled and said, "Did you not come to the south to find Chao Changqing, but to predict that I would stop you?" Gu Jiantang picked up a dumpling and gently shook his chopsticks to shake off some chopped green onions. He was not in a hurry to put it into his mouth. He shook his head and said, "If you didn't come, I would have gone straight to Tai and City to kill Chao Changqing. If it was before, I would at most have a 40% chance of winning against the Confucian sage Chao Changqing. Naturally, I would not be able to kill the tyrannical Chao Changqing. At this time no one can stop Chao Changqing. But if he insists on using human strength to fight against the heavens and wear down the fate of the Liang Zhao clan, then I would have a chance. Since you are here, that's even better. I believe you already know why I want to kill Chao Changqing. Originally, he promised me that once the West Chu matter was completed and the Jiang clan became the co-ruler of the Central Plains, then all the military merits of Beimang would belong to me. I will not refuse this invitation." Su Fengnian frowned and said, "Isn't it the same if the West Chu matter is defeated? You, Gu Jiantang, don't even have to bear the infamy for a while." Gu Jiantang laughed coldly and said, "What have I done in these 20 years? Wasn't it because I had no choice but to raise the bandits for my own sake? There is Su Shao in the northwest and Zhang Julu in the court. That is why I, Gu Jiantang, am stable. The border towns are divided. Other than you, the vassal kings who are too big to get rid of, don't forget that there is still the word town. In the Battle of Guangling, how many generals who would not have died? How many generals' power was reduced? All the cavalry, including Yan Jinchuan, were wiped out. Yang Xinxing's Jizhou infantry were not many left. The Prince of Guangling Zhao Yi's navy infantry were all destroyed. The Prince of Huainan Zhao Ying died in battle. No matter how high and powerful the civil officials were, the emperor could find a crime and kill them. But how could the generals at the border be killed so easily? It's more like they rebelled. They have the capital to start a war and cause chaos, and they don't have the misgivings of being infamy in the history books. If I, Gu Jiantang, were the emperor for the sake of the country in the long run, I would also emphasize the civil and suppress the military." Eating the dumplings, Gu Jiantang slowly said, "Do you think the previous emperor Zhao Dun did not make a move against me before his death? Let's not talk about my former subordinates Tang Taizhuang, Tianzong, and the others who entered the capital to become officials. Let's talk about Lu Xingxiang and Su Gong, these 2 people who were obviously candidates to replace me. Su Gong replaced the emperor to patrol the border, Lu Xingxiang used the Battle of Guangling to accumulate experience. But why? It's nothing more than to prevent their merits from being too early. The real use of them is still to be used in the Battle of Beimang in the future. They still have a long way to go before their wings are fully developed. To put it bluntly, if you give them 10 or 20 years of military service, at most they'll only be the second Gu Jiantang. By that time, the situation in Liang will have stabilized. Asking them to remove their armor and return to their fields is much simpler than asking me, Gu Jiantang, to pack up and get lost. The strategy that Zhang Julu and Yuan Binshi formulated for the previous emperor is not bad. But as the person involved, how can I, Gu Jiantang, resign myself to death? Do I need to say more about how the Zhao family treats their meritorious officials? Gu Jiantang picked up another dumpling. He couldn't help but glance at the female emperor, De Chu, who was carrying a sword case on her back. He smiled playfully. Su Fengnian, do you know what kind of reasons Chao Changqing and her used to convince me when they found me? Su Fengnian's face was suddenly filled with anger. He gritted his teeth and said, Mother ****, did Chao Changqing agree to one of your sons becoming empress? If that's really the case, I won't stop you. I'll be Gu Jiantang's assistant. See if I don't beat Chao Changqing until he can't be domineering anymore. Under the table, one of Su Fengnian's feet was ruthlessly stepped on and crushed repeatedly. Perhaps he felt that one foot wasn't strong enough, so he lowered his body and stepped on Su Fengyin's feet with both feet. Gu Jiantang couldn't help but laugh. Chao Changqing wouldn't be so boring. Chao Changqing only said that he could let me flatten Bei Mang and that he dared to let me lead an army to complete a feat that even Su Xiao couldn't accomplish. The reason was very simple. When Chao Changqing was alive, no matter how great my military achievements were, I couldn't rebel because Chao Changqing could die together with me. Even if Chao Changqing died before me, when the time came to unify the Central Plains and swallow up Bei Mang's Dechu, there would still be someone. As long as I dared to plot against him, there would still be someone who could single-handedly kill me, Gu Jiantang. Moreover, that person would definitely live longer than me. Therefore, no matter how powerful the Gu family was, it was destined to be peaceful for the next 50 years. As for the specific situation after 50 years, the Jiang and Gu families were simply following the will of heaven. Since that's the case, I don't have any worries and I'm not afraid of shocking the master with my achievements. I'm well aware of how to choose Jiang family treats Yi Baikue and how Li Yang's Zhao family treats Su Xiao. Su Fengyin rubbed his chin and smiled. That's more like it. Looking at the smug fellow Jiang and I, who hadn't finished eating the dumplings, slammed his chopsticks on the big white bowl. Su Fengyin didn't feel guilty at all. Instead he stared and said, "A bowl of dumplings costs 5 copper coins. There are still 6 dumplings in the bowl. Don't you feel bad for wasting a copper coin? Anyway, I didn't bring any money. You can pay the bill later." Jiang and I was stunned at first, then he snorted coldly. However, he still silently picked up his chopsticks. Even Gu Jiantang, who had a heart as strong as iron, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gu Jiantang shook his head slightly and smiled. "In the same way you, Su Fengyin, are the emperor. Su Xiao treated his former subordinates well, and you personally went to war. I, Gu Jiantang, am not afraid of what happens in life or behind." Su Fengyin sighed and muttered, "Being the emperor." Gu Jiantang picked up the last dumpling in the bowl and smiled. "Su Fengyin, I'm very curious. Has Su Xiao ever thought of rebelling in his life? Or has he ever thought of having you sit on the dragon throne?" Chapter 1749. Su Fengyin did not answer the question but asked, "Do you know how Chao Changqing convinced Wang Sui? Do you know how Wang Sui feels now?" Gu Jiantang hesitated for a moment. The former is simple. Wang Sui has always been unable to let go of the Dongyue royal family, which has become Li Yang's lackey. Chao Changqing should have promised him that in the future, he would be able to become an official or even a minister. As for the latter, it's hard to say. Maybe Wang Sui will really help Bei Mang invade the Central Plains in anger. Maybe he will be so depressed that he can only stay in one place and fight with you and me on the battlefield as a general. After all, he and I are mortal enemies. He also has a lot of resentment for the Su family's destruction of Chuanqiu. Su Fengyin sighed, "No one can let go of Chuanqiu." Gu Jiantang, who had finished eating the dumplings, put down his chopsticks and looked at Su Fengyin. Su Fengyin came back to his senses. "If there are no accidents, Bei Mang will go south this autumn. I will try my best to persuade Wang Sui not to be a troublemaker even if he doesn't cooperate with you and me." Gu Jiantang nodded and said in a low voice, "That's the best. Zhao Sui, the king of Jiaodong, has promised me that no matter what happens he will remain neutral. As long as you can convince Wang Sui to bide his time, I, Gu Jiantang, will personally lead the 2 Liao elites north into the heart of the Great Desert after the Great War of Liang Mang enters a stalemate. We will sever the connection between Northern Mang and the Northern Court in one go. At that time you and I will use Bei Mang and Nanchao as our depth. We will have a total of 500,000 soldiers and 200,000 iron cavalry. We won't have to worry about the lack of soldiers and can advance and retreat freely. Even if we are sandwiched between Bei Mang and Liang, what is there to be afraid of?" Su Fengyin was silent for a moment, and then suddenly slammed the table. Jiang and I was shocked and Gu Jiantang's eyelids trembled. Su Fengyin shouted, "Waiter, 3 more bowls of dumplings." Jiang and I took a deep breath and muttered unwillingly with a dark face, 2 bowls is enough." However, the next sentence of the prodigal son, who did not feel bad about not spending his own money, made her feel relieved. Su Fengyin said to Gu Jiantang, "Let's put it on credit. I'll have to trouble Master Gu to help pay for it today. My wife and I are embarrassingly short of money. We can't wait to split a copper coin in half." Gu Jiantang said with a fake smile, "Oh? That 1 bowl was enough. Like Miss Jiang, I'm not hungry." Blushed and whispered said 2 bowls? I'll have another bowl too. You ask how many bowls, how many bowls, how many bowls, how many bowls? 3 bowls do you have to pay? Gu Jiantang, the great pillar state of Liang, said 1 bowl. Jiangxi, the emperor of Dechu, said 2 bowls. Su Fengyin, the king of Beiliang, said 3 bowls. The waiter looked at the 3 of them and said angrily, "All right, you 3 don't have to be so stingy. I will treat you to 3 bowls of dumplings for free today." 3 bowls of hot and fragrant dumplings were placed on the table. Gu Jiantang was the first to finish eating. After bidding farewell to Su Fengyin, he led his horse to the stall owner, leaving behind the Liaodong horse that was worth hundreds of taels of silver, and returned to the north alone. The stall owner and the waiter looked at each other. In the end, the 2 of them could not stop smiling. After Su Fengyin finished eating the dumplings, he quietly waited for Jiang and I to finish eating. When he saw Jiang and I put her chopsticks on the edge of the bowl, he smiled and helped her take the chopsticks off the bowl and neatly placed them on the table next to the white bowl. One of the few rules of the old Su family is not to put the chopsticks on the bowl after eating. She blushed, blinked her eyes and asked softly, "Are you really going to be that?" Su Fengyin said softly, "Gu Jiantang's words can be trusted, but not completely. It is too scary for a person to be able to go from Hongjia to Yonghui and then to Xiangfu." Jiang and I nodded and said, "I don't like this person. Uncle Chui Zhao said that your father is a tiger out of the forest, Yi Baikue is a flood dragon by the river, Wang Sui is a python by the stream, and Gu Jiantang is a snake by the hole. The first 3 are all heroes who do not care about personal life and death, honor and disgrace. Only Gu Jiantang's thoughts are the most gloomy and unpredictable." Su Fengyin grunted, "I will be careful." Jiang and I had a big heart. She had heard of Gu Jiantang being the emperor, so she did not care. She suddenly became sad and said pitifully, "Can't you save Uncle Chui Zhao? If Beiliang had Uncle Chui Zhao to come up with plans, you would not be so tired." Su Fengyin said helplessly, "It is not that I do not want to save him, but that I cannot save him." After a long silence, Jiang and I suddenly said carefully, "Uncle Chui Zhao schemed against you. Do not be angry." Su Fengyin shook his head and said with a smile, "It is not important whether I am angry or not. I only know that the conqueror of West Chu is very angry at the world, so he wants to vent his anger on Great Peace City." The little mud person lowered her head and started to wipe her tears. She sobbed, "I do not want Uncle Chui Zhao to die." Su Fengyin did not know how to comfort her. He only said softly, "The spring and autumn period is really over. Great Peace City." Wave after wave of arrow rain did not stop as they furiously rained down on that green robe. But the chess pieces outside the city were placed faster and faster. Almost as soon as a pillar of light hit the top of Great Peace City, a second pillar of light from the 9 heavens would follow closely behind. Every time a chess piece was placed and a pillar of light appeared, all the arrows would shatter in midair. They could not get close. The eaves of the palaces and pavilions in Great Peace City were shattered. The bell and drum towers of the temples and Taoist temples were also slightly shorter. The birds and pigeons in the city seemed to feel the pressure of the sky sinking. They flew lower and lower until they were below the tall pavilions. They had no choice but to circle anxiously under the eaves. The spring water thawed and gradually warmed. The fish that had been swimming leisurely in the rivers and lakes began to jump out of the water and call out to the birds in the sky. On the top of the city wall, Chai Qingshan had already attacked once. The sword on his back, Wild Fox, truly displayed the presence of an earth immortal. It tore through the air with dazzling light. The majesty of the sword Qi and the vastness of the sword intent caused an enormous white arc to appear between the top of the city wall and the green-robed chess player. The white arc rose from the top of the city wall and landed on top of the green-robed Chao Changqing's head. In the end, the white arc seemed to collide with an invisible pool of lightning that could not be crossed. It created a large ball of sparks and lightning, and the sound was ear-piercing. The sect master of the Dongyue sword pool raised his arm high into the air and drew in his qi. The wild fox quickly flew around Chao Changqing, who was sitting cross-legged. Unfortunately, no matter how great the commotion was, the flying sword could only fly around like a headless fly. It was unable to get within 10 meters of Chao Changqing. Chapter 1750. When the flying sword could not bear the weight and broke, Chai Qingshan swallowed the blood that had surged to his throat. He took a step forward and pointed forward with 2 fingers. He shouted, "Borrow the sword." The long sword on the young girl's back instantly flew out of its scabbard. Like a young serpent coming out of the water, a green energy as thick as the mouth of a well smashed forward. The present Liang River and lake had not reached the stage of withering incense, but people with eyes could see that it was turning from prosperity to decline. It was rumored that Huang Sanjia had gone against the flow and poured the remaining luck of the 8 kingdoms of spring and autumn into the pool of the Jianghu. Therefore, in the past 20 years the water was full. The Jianghu of Liang seemed to be full of vegetation and life, but in reality there were not many trees left. The liveliness would not last long. In this city that was the most virtuous in the world, Gu Jiantang and Xie Guining were no longer in the city. Yang Taisui, Han Xingxian, Master Lu Hao, and Qi Jiajie had died one after another. The Qi cultivators of the imperial astronomer had almost all died. The two large formations that were the eyes of the formation had been destroyed in the hands of Su Fengnian. Therefore Chai Qingshan had to stand out. The old man was for the sect, for his disciple, and for his own way of the sword. When the long sword in the scabbard of the young girl came at him like a swimming dragon, Chao Changqing was still unmoved. He smiled faintly, his right hand holding a piece, his left hand brushing the cuff of his right hand. He seemed to be whispering to someone. There was once someone in Dechu who used troops, the more the better. He was unstoppable. In 72 major and minor battles, he did not lose a single one. He placed the piece lightly. The flying sword with a powerful presence fell to the ground 3 zhang away. It was like a huge rock that had smashed into the ground, causing dust to fly. Chao Changqing did not look at the long sword. He only looked at a black piece that jumped out of the box and landed on the chessboard. At the same time he reached out to pick up a round and cool white piece. He said with a smile, "There was someone in Dechu who wrote poems that were like a bow of 100 stones, a crossbow of 1,000 caddies, like a full moon hanging above the heads of the people." It caused the younger generation to have the thought that they could only kowtow and not speak. It is truly magnificent. When the piece landed, the steels in front of the China Child prison in Great Peace City cracked inch by inch. There's someone in Dechu who talks as if he's possessed by a deity. The chess piece on his wrist is like a fierce general fighting for his life. His spirit is extraordinary. As the chess piece was placed, Chao Zhangqing slightly straightened the root-like white chess piece that had deviated slightly. At the same time, all the crossbow bolts that had been shot at his opponent were blown away by a gust of wind and quickly slid out of their original trajectories. The people of Dechu, the Milky Way is brilliant. There have been fables from various philosophers, teachings from eminent monks, and sermons from enlightened people. Why should the human world envy the heavens? On the chessboard, the black and white go pieces flew down. The old ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb, Wu Jian, finally made his move. This family sword path leader, whose family sword art was the world sword art, did not descend from the top of the city walls. From the outer city to the imperial city, all the city gates opened at the same time. Then, a thin but extremely long sword chi went from north to south all the way south. This wisp of sword chi had the momentum of 1,000 riders crashing into each other. After Chai Qingshan attacked, he did not turn his head. After Wu Jian attacked, he still did not turn his head. Chao Changqing said softly, "In the spring and autumn, the wind and rain are turbulent. Some people cry, some hide from the rain under the eaves, some use umbrellas. Only Dechu will not hide from the rain. I would rather die in the rain than live under someone else's roof." The sword chi paused slightly when it was 3 zhang away from Chao Changqing. Then it suddenly exerted force and charged out 2.5 zhang. The sword chi didn't dissipate until it was 20 feet away. When the second sword chi came out of the city, a pillar of light coincidentally hit the head of the old man at the gates of the imperial city. The old master of the Wu family sword tomb raised his hand and shattered it with a wave of his sleeve. His face paled slightly and the ground he was standing on caved in. The old man with his back to the gates of the imperial city slowly walked out of the large hole and stepped out. There was a straight line from the front of him to the imperial road south of Great Peace City. The crack that appeared on the ground was like a long sword. This sword was not more than an inch wide, but it was several li long. In this moment, the sword chi was about to leave the city. Chao Changqing had coincidentally placed a piece closest to the chessboard in front of him. At the beginning of the imperial road inside the city gates, a pillar of light fell down like a long sword cutting a snake. Wu Jian, who had left the city with the sword chi, stood at the gates of the city. He did not have a sword in his hand but made a sword-drawing posture. He shouted, "Chao Changqing. It is not easy to come by, turn back and be saved." Chao Changqing picked up a piece. This time, before he could place it, the piece at his fingertips shattered. A snowy white sword light appeared in the air to his side. Then there was the sound of an enormous collision like the morning bell and evening drum ringing in their ears. Everyone on the city walls and below the city walls widened their eyes. They saw dust fill the air where the indigo-robed person was sitting. It was impossible to see that person's figure. When the dust settled, everyone was on tenterhooks again. Chao Changqing had not died under that sword and continued to remain motionless. The earth where he was sitting had been shaved off several feet, so Chao Changqing was sitting in the air. The black and white pieces on the chessboard did not move at all. The white-haired middle-aged Confucian scholar finally raised his head. He did not look at the Sword Tomb family master in the northern city gate, but turned his head to the south. He said softly, "You are in this great Chu whether you live or die. I am also here, always will be here." At this time almost everyone's heart trembled. A woman in purple stood up from a tall building in Great Peace City. She lightly landed on the Imperial Road. Her body leaned forward slightly and she started to run out of the city. Her form, will, energy and spirit were all at the peak of the world. Even the Wu family Sword Tomb old ancestor standing at the end of the Imperial Road had to avoid her. He let her charge out of the city. Cao Changqing placed his piece extremely slowly this time. The purple robe, purple aura and purple rainbow charged to within 10 feet of Cao Changqing. Shenyuan Qingfeng on the snowy plains of Mount Hui. The purple robe crashed within 10 feet and then stopped. The woman's fingers were like hooks and were only 2 or 3 feet away from Cao Changqing's head. Cao Changqing, who was indifferent to this, leaned forward, one hand holding his sleeve to avoid messing up the chessboard. When this piece landed, the sound was especially crisp. The sound of the piece landing softly sounded on the chessboard. She was sent flying backward, her body tumbling in the air. Shenyuan Qingfeng's back was pressed against the city wall. Her eyes were cold, her elbows pressed against the city wall. Her knees were a mess and blood seeped out of the corner of her mouth. The blue-robed Confucian scholar, who had been defeated at some point, sat quietly where he was. He bit his lips and shook his head. The Confucian saint of Dechu, Cao Changqing. He finally said something he had not said for 20 years. "This world says that you caused the fall of Dechu. A Cao Changqing. Do not agree." For the first time since he came to the city alone, he raised his hand high and then placed a piece heavily on the chessboard. The clouds tumbled as they descended together. The sky of the Central Plains dropped 100 feet. Chapter 1751. There were countless lofty mountains and precipitous ridges in the southern border. Someone was skimming across the peaks of the mountains. There was always a swift and fierce flying sword following him like a shadow. He suddenly stopped on the branch of a towering tree at the peak of the mountain and looked up. The flying sword also stopped chasing him at the peak of the mountain before him. It hovered in the air and hummed slightly. An average-looking middle-aged man stood near the flying sword. He also looked up at the sky and sighed. Then he stood on one leg like a golden rooster. He lifted one leg and bent down to take off his hemp shoe and shook it. The man in a scholarly robe who had been chased all the way from Great Peace City to the deep mountains and forests of the southern border laughed and said, "Dong Tai, oh Dong Tai, Cao Changqing is seeking his own death. The Empress of West Chu, Jianghu, has also left the capital of West Chu. Not long later, even you will be able to feel the collapse of the great pillar of fate of West Chu. At that time, other than Tantai Pingjing, that old woman who replaced me and stole a part of it, there will only be Chen Jibao and Zhao Zhu who will benefit greatly. As long as Chen Jibao absorbs half of the fate of West Chu, as the most important person supporting the dragon, let's see how you, Dong Tai, will kill me." Not to mention the 4 grandmasters of the martial arts assessment, even among the 14 martial arts assessment masters, the Peach Blossom Sword God, Dong Tai, was definitely the one who did not have the demeanor of an expert. However, it was this average-looking middle-aged uncle who had chased Xie Guanyin, the number 1 on the immortal map of land and dynasty, into such a sorry state. Dong Tai put on his shoes and curled his lips. He said unhappily, "Are you saying that after a pure martial artist like me becomes an immortal on land, I will be hurt by fate if I kill someone with fate? Sorry, back then there was an old Taoist on Mount Longhu who had returned to simplicity. He was killed by me when he ascended. It's fine." Xie Guanyin sneered, "How can I be the same as Wu Lingsu of the Celestial Master Residence?" Dong Tai rolled his eyes. "In my opinion, there's really no difference." Xie Guanyin laughed loudly and said, "Then I'll wait and see how your cultivation realm drops." Dong Tai put away his casual expression and said seriously, "I don't care who should follow the will of heaven to suppress who, or who should follow the will of heaven to defeat who, and I don't care who the fate of the world flows to. I don't care about these things. I'm not even interested in becoming an earth immortal, let alone attaining the Tao and ascending." Xie Guanyin said angrily, "You lunatic! You are even more unreasonable than Lu Dongxian and Li Chungang." Dong Tai turned his head to look at the flying sword, which was made of ordinary materials. He laughed heartily and said, "I, Dong Tai, have the 3-foot sword by my side for the rest of my life. It's enough." Xie Guanyin clearly felt a monstrous murderous aura. It disappeared in a flash and he fled even faster than before. The mountain under Xie Guaniying's feet was flattened by the sword. Dong Tai did not immediately pursue him. He raised his head again and looked at the unusually low clouds. Chao Changqing, oh Chao Changqing, Li Chenggang left, Wang Shenji left, and now even you are leaving. Dong Tai suddenly laughed. One man and one sword flew into the sky. They passed through the clouds and arrived above the sea of clouds where the sun shone. Dong Tai stood cross-legged on the flying sword. He raised his head and looked at the golden sun in the sky. Dong Tai was bathed in the golden light. He stood on the flying sword and was lost in thought. In the end, Dong Tai gave a thumbs up to the sky and slowly turned to the ground. Dong Tai said loudly, I, Dong Tai, am already here in this life. In this life I am already here. What can you do to me? Who dares to ask me, Dong Tai, if I can use my sword? No immortal in the heavens could answer this question. On the ground, Xie Guaniying muttered repeatedly, lunatic, lunatic, dang. Chao Changqing is a lunatic. You Dong Tai are also lunatics. An official wearing a golden embroidered robe walked up to the top of the city wall with a straight face. He was in the prime of his life, just over 40 years old. If it had been during the Yonghui era when the Liang court was stable, he would have been an eye-catching existence. At the age of 40, he had become a second-rank official, the head of the Ministry of Justice. How could he not be proud? His surname was Liu and his name was Iyo. He was born as a Jinshi in the 8th year of Yonghui. Compared to Yin Maochuan's famous Yonghui Spring, he was a few years later. Liu Iyo's talent was not obvious. His family was unknown, and he only had a very poetic name. However, Liu Iyo's personality was ridiculed by Tai and City as a stubborn rock in the latrine pit. He had been the vice director of the Ministry of Justice for almost 10 years and sat on the cold bench for almost 10 years. In the end, in the first year of Xiangfu, he was promoted to a doctor. Last year he was promoted to assistant minister. This spring, in fact, it was only 3 days ago that he was promoted to Minister of the Ministry of Justice of Liang. In addition to being in charge of the 4 departments of the Ministry of Justice, he also held the power to kill all the people of Liang in name. He was secretly responsible for the issuance of the embroidered copper fish pouches. The people who followed behind Liu Iyo to the top of the city wall all had embroidered copper fish pouches hanging from their waists. Among them there were 36 famous swordsmen, 18 blade masters and 14 fist masters. The appearance of Liu Iyo and this group of Jianghu masters was close to 70 people. Immediately, the originally devoid of the aura of spring on the city wall added a bit of the austere aura of autumn. Liu Iyo was a weak scholar, but even if he stood together with the Wu family sword tomb elder, Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool, and Xinyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plateau, his aura was not inferior. Wu Jian stood behind the arrow battlement with his hands behind his back, his expression serious. Chai Qingshan borrowed a second sword, Green Fox, from the young girl Shan Yi. He stood with his sword in hand and closed his eyes to rest. The purple-robed man sat directly on the battlement with his arms crossed and squinted his eyes to look into the distance. Liu Iyo faced the 3 martial arts grandmasters who were strong enough to look down on nobles and said calmly, the 68 people of the Ministry of Justice are willing to fight for a chance for the 3 of you. I hope that the 3 of you can cooperate sincerely. We can't let that West Chu Chao Changqing continue to run amok in the capital. Wu Jian was silent. Chai Qingshan nodded slightly. Only Xinyuan Qingfeng sneered and said, the reason why I acted was because Chao Changqing was worthy of my action. Are you worthy of ordering me around? Liu Iyo, who was considered a junior compared to the other leaders of the Ministry of Justice, said expressionlessly, as long as the Great Snow Plateau of Mount Hui is still in Liang's territory, as long as Jianzhou is still in Liang's territory, I, Liu Iyo. Not waiting for this official to finish speaking, Xinyuan Qingfeng placed his hands on his knees. Chai Qingshan was standing in front of Liu Iyo at some point. However, there was still a trace of blood on the latter's cheek and some of his hair fell to the ground. Liu Iyo didn't even bother to wipe his wound. He gently pushed Chai Qingshan away and stared at the beautiful woman who was known for her arrogance. You can kill me and I can also die. However, as long as you, Xianyuan Qingfeng, appear on the walls of Great Peace City, as long as you stand in my sight, you will have to leave the city to fight. It's not that I, Liu Iyo, am using the banner of the Ministry of Justice to threaten you, and it's not that I, Liu Iyo, am asking for your help. Other than His Majesty the Emperor, there is no one else in this city that I cannot do without. Xianyuan Qingfeng leaned back and tilted his head. For the first time he looked directly at this young minister. He said mockingly, you are that poor scholar Liu Iyo from Guangling Path, right? Did I remember your hometown wrongly? Liu Iyo's eyes were dark. It was unknown whether it was the shrewdness of a high official or the temperament of a scholar, but he did not become angry out of humiliation. He said calmly, "Those who walk different paths cannot work together." Xinyuan Qingfeng smiled. Standing between Xinyuan Qingfeng and Chai Qingshan, the old ancestor of the Wu family sword tomb frowned. He reached out a hand and casually grabbed. There was a bang in the air. He turned his head and said sincerely to the purple-clothed woman who killed people at every turn, "Little girl, if you don't change your personality, you won't be able to be number one in the world." For some reason, Xinyuan Qingfeng felt more respect for this old man. He was very cold to Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool. After hearing Wu Jian's kind reminder, she did not comment. She turned her head and continued to look outside the city. The qi in her body began to circulate rapidly. Her aura increased dramatically and her purple clothes fluttered. She sat on the city wall like a unique scenery of the Jianghu. It seemed that no one in the Jianghu understood what this woman was thinking. Why did she suddenly become the patriarch of the Shenyuan family in the Great Snow Plains? Why did she go to the Guangling River to stop Wang Shenji? Why did she challenge the new Prince Liang in Great Peace City? Why did she go out of the city to fight Chao Changqing today? Perhaps she was like a crazy child who did not grow up without parents. She was unwilling to be reasonable in everything she did. However, her cultivation was too high and she had risen too quickly. Her opportunities were also too good. Therefore, no one had the qualifications to make her a graceful lady from a respectable family. Xinyuan Qingfeng looked up at the sky. Above her was a sea of clouds. The entire central plains were like this. She narrowed her eyes and felt slightly sad. She also liked someone, but she did not know how to let him know. It seemed that she did not dare and was not willing to let him know. Then she would let him remember her name. No matter where he went in the Jianghu, the battlefield, or the court, there would be stories of her deeds in the world. Since he could not be like her father who only liked her mother, then she would rather have nothing. Xinyuan Qingfeng suddenly flew out of the city wall. She did not care about the cooperation of the experts of the Ministry of Justice, nor was she willing to work with Wu Jian and Chai Qingshan, the two grandmasters of the sword. She came to Great Peace City alone, and she left Great Peace City alone. The purple robe once again charged towards Chao Changqing. She was impassioned and did not fear death. Even Lu Yi couldn't help but be impressed when he saw this scene. If there was a woman like this in the world would not be lonely. Chao Changqing's lips curled up. He ignored Xinyuan Qingfeng's charge and smiled slightly. He looked at the chessboard. If you do not know in your dreams, how can you know in your life? A long time later, in the Jianghu where there were only Yu Dilong and Go Yufeng, there was actually a promise of 10 years that no one knew about. Chapter 1752. Every 10 years, she would come out of seclusion on time and sit alone on the rooftop of the missing moon tower in the Great Snow Plains. She would wear a purple robe and take out a jar of osmanthus wine from under the osmanthus tree, waiting for someone to fulfill their promise of 10 years. After the third time, it was the fourth time. That day it was raining heavily and he did not find her. She failed to fulfill her promise. There was only a jar of osmanthus wine on the rooftop, allowing the rain to beat against it. Outside the window the rain was heavy and the wind was strong. The woman in purple sat in front of the dressing table. The woman in the bronze mirror already had white hair. It was better not to see her. Her skirt was tied in a small knot. Beside her feet was an umbrella that she had treasured for more than 40 years. She lay on the dressing table and fell asleep. She seemed to be having a beautiful dream. She was smiling. There was an old man who didn't look old. He entered the house without knocking. He put away the wet oil paper umbrella, stood at the door and asked with a smile, "It's raining heavily outside. A lot of fish are going to drown. Do you want to go take a look?" She slept and did not wake up. Everyone in Great Peace City saw an absurd scene. The woman in purple had clearly crashed into Chao Changqing in West Chu and had clearly passed by him. However, Chao Changqing remained sitting in his original spot, while Xinyuan Qingfeng stood in her original spot a few dozen feet to the south of Chao Changqing like an old monk in meditation. Chao Changqing did not look sideways. He picked up a go piece from the go box and gently placed it down. He turned his head and smiled. "It's time to wake up." Xinyuan Qingfeng, who seemed to have been dreaming for 40 years, suddenly woke up. Her back was to the official in green. She did not know when, but tears had streamed down her face. She did not turn around. She stretched and wiped her face with her hands. Smiling, she said, "It really was a good dream." Hearing this, Chao Changqing smiled and said, "That's good." Just as Xinyuan Qingfeng was hesitating about whether to turn around and thank him, Chao Changqing slowly retracted his gaze and looked back at the Go board that already had more than 90 Go pieces. He smiled and said, "I'm fine. Just don't learn from me." The heavens and the earth were vast. Jiangnan's Guangling had the cool breeze, bright moon and great river. Northwest Zhejiang had the boundless yellow sand. Let's see everything first before deciding on life and death. Life and death were the most important things in life, especially when one was young. One shouldn't make careless decisions. Life wasn't easy and death was simple. Between life and death there is also fate. A person's life has to be more exciting than a plant's autumn. Xinyuan Qingfeng nodded. As long as I, Xinyuan Qingfeng, am alive, I will try my best to reduce the number of deaths among West Chu survivors. Chao Changqing dismissed it with a smile. Xinyuan Qingfeng flashed past. At the end of that big dream she clearly knew that she didn't wake up, or rather she was already dead. However, she could see that bastard with the umbrella standing alone at the door. His lips moved slightly but he couldn't say anything. Xinyuan Qingfeng suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. Old bastard. The inexplicable abrupt departure of this purple robe did not delay Lu Yi from ordering the Ministry of Justice to go out of the city to kill the enemy. 68 Jianghu experts that the Ministry of Justice and Jianghu had gathered from all over Great Peace City left the city together. They were like a flock of birds flying out of the branches. This time Chao Changqing placed a piece at the corner of the chessboard. Then he pressed 2 fingers lightly on the piece and pushed it forward. Therefore, between Chao Changqing and Great Peace City, between the north and the south, a turbulent energy like the Guangling River appeared. 68 experts seemed to be crossing the Guangling River during flood season. It was difficult and slow. There were constantly people who used up their energy and fell to the ground. Chai Qingshan held his sword and flashed out. With one sword he cut apart that great river of energy. Chao Changqing's right hand picked up a piece and placed it on his left hand. He lightly swept it to the right. Instantly, a wave of sword energy surged out from left to right. Chao Changqing then placed a piece from top to bottom on the chessboard. In the air, a particularly majestic and resplendent pillar of light fell straight down from top to bottom. Between heaven and earth, one horizontal and one vertical, 2 waves of sword energy. They attacked Chai Qingshan of the Eastern Yu Sword Pool and Wu Jian of the Wu family sword tomb. Chao Changqing was not in a hurry to pick up a piece. He stared at the chessboard and said to himself, I, Chao Changqing, also have the Haoran sword. Chai Qingshan held half of the broken sword and landed 20 zhang to the north of Chao Changqing. There was a large pool of blood on his chest. Wu Jian stood 100 zhang in front of Chai Qingshan. The clothing at his shoulder was in tatters. The old man reached out with his right hand. There was a snow-white sword energy that seemed tangible in his hand. He said in a deep voice, Chao Changqing, you will not hesitate to have your body and soul destroyed to finish this game? Chao Changqing did not answer. On the city wall, the Minister of War Lu Yiyu pressed his hands against the city wall, his hands trembling. As a poor scholar from the Guangling Taoism, he recognized Chao Changqing. He was not in West Chu but in Liang, an enemy state of West Chu. He was in this Tai and city. However, before Chao Changqing and West Chu's Empress Jiangxi came to the capital in the first year of Xiangfu, Lu Yiyu, who no one cared about in the Ministry of Justice's Yamen, only knew a traveling Confucian scholar he met by chance, knew the scholar who would treat him to a meal of wine every time he entered the capital. Lu Yiyu couldn't afford a residence, so he could only rent a small, remote courtyard in the capital's southeast. During those years, whenever he saw that smiling middle-aged man in front of his deserted door, Lu Yiyu would always be pleasantly surprised and happy. In the officialdom, the taciturn Lu Yiyu liked to complain to this elegant and cultured senior scholar, to this Mr. Chow who he only knew his surname. After he got drunk, he said that his teacher was that Grand Secretary Great One who had students all over the world. He was clearly the top scorer in that year's examination, his essay not losing to the top 3, yet in the end he was only a jinsher. He felt like it was Grand Secretary Zhang Julu who purposely looked down on Guangling scholars, which was why everyone only knew that Bai Yan had students like Yin Maochun, Zhao Yuling Yuangue and the others, not Lu Yiyu. Meanwhile, Grand Secretary Zhang Julu also never considered him his student, let alone the disciple he was proud of. Meanwhile, after that Mr. Chow heard his essay for the examination word for word, he laughed and said that this essay was exactly the same as Bai Yan'er's when he was young, deeply understanding the essence of avoiding the high and dispersing, avoiding the empty and distant, a good essay. However, it was precisely because of this that Grand Secretary Zhang had you sit on a cold bench for many years like him, that you, Lu Yiyu, must not be impatient. Afterwards, half of Lu Yiyu felt relieved, half of it was because he had given up. He knew his place, kept his feet on the ground, burying his head in his work as a small official in the Ministry of Justice. However, what left him completely disheartened was that even when the Grand Secretary's reputation was in tatters, when he risked universal condemnation to pay him a visit, all for the sake of a teacher-student relationship, that Grand Secretary not only refused to meet him, he even had the gatekeeper pass him a message. Who is Lu Yu? I Jianghu have this type of disciple? I don't remember. That evening, Lu Yu returned to his simple and crude small courtyard, dead drunk. However, after that Grand Secretary died, after he was promoted to Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Justice, Qianglong found someone to give him an extremely ordinary scripture, only saying that it was something he accidentally flipped through in someone's house. Lu Yu discovered that there were 2 old examination papers that were already turning yellow inside the book. It was no more than 1,000 words, but there were actually 16 comments totaling more than 500 words. At the end was that sentence, "Good talent comes out of Guangling can also become a pillar. I should carefully nurture him for the country. When I die he will be of great use." Lu Yu's eyes were moist. He did his best to keep them open, standing on the city wall, staring fixedly at that green-clothed man. "Mr. Chow, I was born in Dechu, I do not dare forget my roots. Therefore, in the future, I will seek peace in the imperial court for the sake of all the West Chu survivors. Mr. Chow, as Jianghu's student, I do not dare forget your kindness. Therefore today I have no choice but to stand here and take you as my enemy." Chao Changqing suddenly turned his head to look at this Minister of Justice who was rapidly rising in Liang's officialdom. He revealed a faint smile, only gratification in his eyes. Nothing needed to be said. Rather than die heroically for one's country and one's surname, it was better to live dishonorably for the common people of the world. Lu Yu scholar, don't learn from me, Chao Changqing. Chao Changqing once again sat upright and still, facing the chessboard, unable to take his eyes off it. Silent and motionless. Heaven and earth resonated. Heaven and man forgot. Chapter 1753. In Tite and City, Sun Yin, the arrogant scholar who had once again found an excuse to ask for leave and not go to the yamen for the roll call, galloped madly out the door. He first found the small bookcase of the imperial astronomer, then pulled the youth with him and rushed straight to the Hanlin Academy. After finding the only 10th Dan of the Liang dynasty, Fan Jianghu, he asked for 2 boxes of chess pieces and picked a room near the window to store miscellaneous items. He pulled Fan Jianghu and the youth supervisor to squat on the floor and began to review Chao Changqing's game. The supervisor was responsible for explaining where Chao Changqing's pieces were placed. Fan Jianghu followed the order of placing the pieces and at the same time explained the mystery behind them. However, the further they went, especially after 20 moves, whether it was Fan Jianghu or the youth supervisor, they all said that the person who played black first was mediocre. The first 10 moves could be considered passable, but it was also because they were familiar with the exquisite moves of the older generation of West Chu players. According to this person's level, not to mention entering the Liang chessboard to await the imperial decree, even Sun Yin himself would be able to win. Ignoring Sun Yin, who was being mocked and ridiculed, he sank into deep thought. Fan Jianghu grabbed a handful of black and white chess pieces with one hand and was ready to place them down at any time. His other hand held his chin and his brows were tightly furrowed. Sun Yin muttered to himself, "Chao Changqing as the #1 official in the world, is this the last game of his life, just like this? Against such a mediocre player he was able to tangle endlessly for 100 moves?" Fan Jianghu didn't say anything. The youth supervisor sneered, "What do you know? Can you see how many moves the black pieces have made?" Chao Changqing's opponent was clearly a crappy chess player who only knew how to memorize. He was probably someone who frequently came into contact with West Chu players. From Li Mi, who was known to make West Chu players shout, "Heaven above," to Wang Qingxin, who was publicly known to only let Li Mi go first, and then to Gu, who lost a piece to Wang Qingxin. All along the way, it could be said that all of the proud moves of the West Chu players had been forcefully used by the black player in this game. Coincidentally, with this hodgepodge of unreasonable moves, the black and white was actually a tie. Therefore it could be said that Chao Changqing, who was playing white, did this on purpose. Otherwise, who in the world would dare to play Chao Changqing's first move? My grandpa Jian Jing can't, Huang Longshi can't, no one can. Even 1,000 years later no one could. Sun Yin looked at Fan Jianghu. The latter nodded lightly. Sun Yin slapped his forehead, speechless. Great Peace City was still trembling. After each earthquake, Fan Jianghu would accurately place a piece under the direction of the youth from the imperial astronomer. Fan Jianghu suddenly raised his head and asked, "It's about to end. Are you not going to say hello? The youth pretended not to hear and muttered, "The mysteries of heaven cannot be revealed. I still want to live a few more years and leave this city to go out and see." Sun Yin's ears were sharp. Hearing this, he couldn't help but tease, "You brat, not only do you have a foul mouth, you're also very slippery." The youth with the nickname Little Bookcase mocked, "Little Cat, I don't even want to talk to you." Kit Kat was an unconventional nickname given to Sun Yin by the young man. He tore down the Sun character and translated the Yin character. Fan Jianghu messed up the game and said with a smile, "Let's not play this game. Mr. Chow's chess skills can only be judged by old supervisor and, in any case, only two people can comment. As to how Mr. Chow is outside of chess, it's not something we can comment on." Sun Yin stared at the youth who was not wearing the robes of an official but was dressed in white. The latter hesitated and glanced outside the window. In the end he said, "The Zhao family of Liang has lost much of their destiny. If not for this, I would have gone to complain to Sister Empress long ago. Looking at the situation, that Chao Changqing is showing signs of losing all of his destiny to Guangling Path. So boring. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have revived the country." Sun Yin's eyes suddenly turned red as he shouted angrily, "Shut up!" Fan Jianghu sighed softly and said, "Little Bookcase, don't say any more." The youth became angry and left with a wave of his sleeve. Sun Yin squatted there, his chin on his folded arm. He said to himself, "Chao Changqing wants to let Liang know that, whoever wins Guangling wins the world." Fan Jianghu nodded. "It's a good thing. Guangling Path will have fewer deaths." Sun Yin said with a wooden expression, "Feelings naturally can't be eaten as rice. But without feelings it's like cooking without seasoning. Every meal is plain white rice with tasteless vegetables. Over time there really won't be anything to chew. Some tastes can make your eyes fill with tears, make your teeth chatter and make your liver and gallbladder break. This is probably feelings." Fan Jianghu silently began to pack up the chess pieces. Sun Yin asked, "Why do you mock those who have feelings?" Fan Jianghu thought for a moment. People who are too smart don't like to have feelings. People who are too simple and stupid can't have feelings. That's why both don't like this thing. Sun Yin grinned. "I should be the former." Fan Jianghu slowly put the chess pieces back into the box. He smiled. "I should be the latter." Sun Yin's eyes suddenly became as sharp as knives. "Then Huang Longshi?" Fan Jianghu's expression was normal as he asked in response, "Then Su Fengyan?" The two smiled at each other. They did not overdo it. They were light. The sky shook and the earth shook. This time the shaking was especially intense. The two people in the room fell to the ground at the same time and then felt suffocated. Dust poured down from the roof beams. Sun Yin lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. Fan Jianghu continued to pack up the chess pieces. Outside Great Peace City in front of Chao Changqing in the black and white chess boxes, there was only one chess piece left. Wu Jian of the Wu family sword tomb and Chai Qingshan of the Dongyue sword pool could not break through that one zhang of distance. Chao Changqing remained calm. Great Peace City was shaken again and again. There was no one in the cavalry outside the city who could ride on horseback. How could they charge and kill? The archers outside the city had spasming arms. There were no arrows in their quiver, so how could they rain arrows? Chai Qingshan was bathed in blood even though that indigo robe had not intentionally attacked him. Wu Jian's palm was a bloody mess and white bone could be seen. Chai Qingshan spat out a mouthful of blood and grimaced. "First I saw Su Fengyan receive that sword and then I saw you, Chao Changqing, being as immovable as a mountain. This life is almost over. Chao Changqing, if you get up and enter the city now, I cannot stop you. I will not block the way here." Chai Qingshan turned and slowly walked back to the city gates. His back was bent and he looked old. Wu Jian, who had been standing between Chao Zhangqing and the city gate, made way for him. He sighed and said, "Although I still have the strength for one sword strike, I definitely won't be able to block it. My Wu family sword tomb has been extremely benevolent to the Central Plains. It's time to stand aside and watch. After all, if we keep the last bit of power, it may be useful in the future." As Chao Changqing stopped playing chess, heaven and earth fell silent. Chao Changqing smiled as he looked across. The last black chess piece finally jumped out of the box. It seemed that the person holding the black chess piece was somewhat hesitant. It swayed back and forth, unwilling to land. Or it could be said that it did not know where to land. Chao Changqing leaned forward slightly. He held the chess piece with two fingers on one hand and extended a finger with the other to point at a certain spot on the chessboard. He said softly, "You might as well place it here." Sure enough, the black stone landed on that spot. Chao Changqing put down the hand holding the chess piece. He smiled but did not say anything, as if he had admitted defeat. More than 200 black and white chess pieces hovered in the air. Chao Changqing closed his eyes. You won. But I, Chao Changqing, never felt that I had lost. This game of chess was the proudest game of my life, Chao Changqing. The corners of Chao Changqing's mouth curled up slightly. He suddenly waved the sleeve of the hand holding the chess piece. The chess piece went from south to north. After entering the city, it charged along the long imperial road, smashing through the gates of the imperial city, the gates of the palace, and the gates of the hall of martial heroes. Only when it smashed through the dragon throne that the previous emperors of Liang had sat on did the chess piece turn to dust. Chao Changqing opened his eyes. His face was covered in tears, but there was no sorrow on his face. He slowly extended a hand in front of him. It was only at this moment that the old green robe was soaked in fresh blood. A cool breeze blew through the world. It blew away the stench of blood and also blew away the wind. Chao Changqing's fingers began to dissipate. Then his arm and then his body. The black and white chess pieces also vanished. In the end, that blue robe could no longer be seen outside Great Peace City. There was no more Chao Guanzi in the world. Chapter 1754. The rain was the worst during the Qingming festival. On the Beiliang Post House Road in the drizzle, large groups of Yuzhou cavalry were constantly rushing to the Liangzhou Pass. In addition, the cavalry troops in Liangzhou who had come to reinforce Qingcang City had yet to return to their station, which meant that almost all the main forces of Beiliang, especially the cavalry, had surfaced and become the absolute main force in the next battle of Liangmang. It would evolve from a siege battle to an unprecedented large-scale cavalry battle. In the fierce collision between the nomadic civilization in the north and the agricultural civilization in the Central Plains, one was active and the other was passive. The former relied on the advantage of the number of war horses to invade the pass, while the latter relied on the crossbows in the city to defend. In history, countless cities outside the Great Wall and near the border had been submerged in the tide of cavalry. In the sound of horse hooves in the north, the words "isolated city" and "slaughtered city" followed closely. As a result, in the past 20 years, countless civil officials would secretly daydream in the imperial court, thinking that if the two elite cavalry troops of Liang, hundreds of thousands of Beiliang cavalry troops and nearly 100,000 border cavalry troops of the two Liao provinces, could sincerely cooperate to fight against the enemy and compete with the Beimang barbarians on horseback, what a magnificent scene it would be. In Yanji County, which bordered Yuzhou and Liangzhou, on a muddy road, two horses stopped at a fork to make way for a caravan of merchants. The young man was wearing a green robe with a cold saber hanging from his waist, and his mount was one of the few war horses in the Yuzhou army. The woman in white was carrying a long cotton bag on her back and a saber hanging from her waist. The young man stopped his horse to make way for the caravan, and the woman of the same age next to him was as beautiful as a fairy. This made the head of the guards in the caravan, who was in charge of clearing the way, tremble in his heart. He hurriedly told his subordinates to pass a message to the arrogant guys in the caravan behind him, who were used to speaking dirty words, telling them not to be unscrupulous just because they had some connections with the Beiliang frontier army. A young man who dared to openly hang a new cold saber on himself was definitely not someone that the second or third-rate members of the Fish Dragon gang could provoke. Perhaps it was because of the leader's warning that although the caravan guards' eyes were burning, none of them dared to flirt with the woman or whistled at her. The caravan slowly moved forward. Suddenly, a rider turned around and galloped over. The handsome young knight stopped his horse a dozen steps away from the man and woman. With a bright smile, he cupped his fists and said to the woman in white, "I'm Qin Jianzhai from the Fish Dragon gang. May I know your name, miss?" "Don't worry, miss, I don't have any evil intentions. It's just that I couldn't stand the instigation of my friends. They made a bet with me that I definitely wouldn't be able to find out Miss's name. If they lost, they would have to treat me to green ant wine for half a year." The handsome young man from the Fish Dragons grinned and said considerately, "Miss, if it's inconvenient for you to tell me your name, just name it." Unfortunately, even though Qin Jianzhai took a step back, the woman was still indifferent. She looked at him calmly, without the shyness of an ordinary girl from the Central Plains facing a lecher, or the anger of a Beiliang girl facing a foreign playboy. In the drizzle, Qin Jianzhai, whose hair was slightly wet, smiled brightly and had no intention of backing down. The young man with a saber who was deliberately ignored by Qin Jianzhai said with a smile, "Her name is Jiang Cabbage, cabbage as in Chinese cabbage." The beautiful woman who was called Cabbage by her companion glared at him and said angrily, "You're Su Jizi, persimmon as in rotten persimmon." Qin Jianzhai, who was now a little famous in the Fish Dragon gang, was a little hurt. He thought to himself, you two seem to be competing with each other, but in the eyes of a bachelor like me, it's more excessive than flirting. The young man who was called a rotten persimmon asked with a smile, I heard that your gang's leader Lu Nerong is going to give up her position to someone else? Chen Jinzhai's face suddenly became a little dignified. He finally faced the guy who dared to hang a saber without permission. The Fish Dragon Gang, the name was really far-sighted. It was more complicated than all the other 9 sects and gangs in Liang. It gathered nearly 20,000 people in the Jianghu, a behemoth in terms of numbers. Everyone in the Fish Dragon Gang was well aware of it. If the Fish Dragon Gang was not a puppet personally supported by a big shot in Beiliang, it would never have expanded to such an extent today. However, the elders of the Fish Dragon Gang who had followed the old leader to fight for the Jianghu had all retired, and the people in charge had changed. Therefore, there were all kinds of inside stories about the Fish Dragon Gang. Some said that the former Lingzhou provincial governor, Su Beiji, had promoted the originally unknown maid of the Fish Dragon Gang to be the empress of Beiliang's Wulin. Some said that the former local emperor of Lingzhou, the former Huaihua general Zhong Hongwu, had tried to collude with the forces of the Jianghu, but the leader of the Fish Dragon Gang, Lu Nerong, had turned against him. She had climbed up Mount Qingliang and used the old general's head as a sign of her allegiance. Nowadays, there were even rumors that Lu Nai-rong was actually a private pet of Wudong Courtyard. The implication was that Lu Nai-rong did not have the qualifications to preside over the future of 20,000 men and horses. A large faction could flirt with the government, but she absolutely could not marry into a high family and become a concubine. Therefore the undercurrent was surging. It was under these circumstances that the news of Lu Nai-rong's resignation as the gang leader spread. Chen Jinzhai, as a rising star of the 4th batch to join the Fish Dragon Gang, had complicated feelings about this matter. Deep down he admired the way Lu Nerong treated people, but he also didn't want the Fish Dragon Gang to have too much to do with the government and the border army. The Jianghu was the Jianghu, and the people of the Jianghu would do what the Jianghu did. Otherwise, in the Second Battle of Liangmang, once the war outside the Great Pass was in an emergency, the more than 20,000 people of the Fish Dragon Gang would have to fight for their lives outside the Great Pass? Putting their lives on the line was something that small gangs would do when they had no territory and no money. Now, the Fish Dragon Gang was deeply rooted in Beiliang and vaguely had the momentum of a military town. Moreover, it was located in Lingzhou, which was far away from the border and had a relatively weak garrison. Chen Jinzhai believed that there would be many people who were active in the Fish Dragon Gang. Chapter 1755. Chen Jinzhai's long silence made the man with the saber laugh. He no longer had the patience to continue waiting. He turned his head and told the woman to go. He squeezed the horse's belly and the two of them rode past Chen Jinzhai. Chen Jinzhai did not stop them from leaving. He slowly turned his horse around and stared at the two figures who were heading into Liangzhou. They were Su Fengyin and Jiang Enai, who had just entered Yuzhou from outside Jibei Pass. Jiang Enai glanced at Su Fengyin without showing any expression. There were many versions of the Fish Dragon Gang's sudden appearance in the Jianghu of the Central Plains. She knew that when he went to Beimang, he seemed to have come out with a group of Fish Dragon Gang members. Su Fengyin, who had guessed her thoughts, smiled and said, When I was young, I didn't have to worry about life and death. When I was younger, I often heard my mother telling me that the girls in the world were cute and pitiful, and that I should take care of them. So, I always thought, why wouldn't I like such a good girl? If I could have her, why wouldn't I? In the past, I really liked to collect the ancient people's rare calligraphy. For example, I spent a lot of money to collect the Tenli Spring Breeze calligraphy, Heavy Rain Relieving the Summer Heat calligraphy, High Branch Autumn Cicada calligraphy, and Early Clear Snow calligraphy, this set of calligraphy of the 4 seasons. Even the Frost Descends calligraphy, this set of calligraphy of the 24 solar terms, was only 3 short. At that time, I only cared about liking the women I liked and they had to like me. I hoped that they would be like those precious and exclusive copybooks, all in my Wudong Courtyard. That way, the copybooks could be preserved well, without wind, rain and insects, and the women could live without worries, without being homeless. Jiang Enai clicked her tongue and said, I think Gu Jintang was secretly happy when he wanted to help you become the emperor. Once you become the emperor, you will be able to have 3 palaces and 6 courtyards. The officials will cry and beg for help in finding concubines, and then they will say that this is inappropriate and happily accept it. What 4 seasons and 20 solar terms posts? Even 100 posts are too few. It was rare that Su Fengyin did not argue with her. He raised his head and squinted his eyes, as if he was feeling the coolness of the hazy drizzle. He said to himself, Later, I found that all the women in the world who are worthy of my affection can live well without me. Perhaps they can even live better without me. No matter how chaotic the world outside Wudong courtyard was, it was not necessarily worse than that small courtyard with no wind or rain and walls on all sides. How could the notes of those inanimate objects? How could he confine them to Wudong courtyard or Qingliang mountain like a pavilion? Tidehark is big, but Jianghu is even bigger. It was only later that I realized that if I could start over again, I would probably still like them in my heart, but I definitely wouldn't flirt with them anymore. For example, Xinyuan Qingfeng of the Great Snow Plains was living a carefree life. Yiyue was also living a carefree life as teacher Ji Shang in Shangyin Academy. But there are some people I do not regret. For example, I brought Qinyu to Beiliang and saved Zhao Fengya from Graydon City. I did not have any bad thoughts about them. I just wanted them to live for themselves. Jiang and I said angrily, "You are right. But I know that I can't out-talk you." Su Fengyin quickly changed the topic. He sighed. If your chessman waiting for the imperial edict could have held real power in Dechu's army earlier, instead of staying in a corner south of Guangling River, my father might not have been able to win the Battle of the Western Wall. At that time, both sides were fighting to see whose last breath was gone first. If Chao Changqing took over Yi Baikui's position, Dechu's last breath would still be there. This time my master Chao Zhangqing, and you were the reason why I was able to come to an agreement with Wang Sui and finally connect the entire Liao, Northern Ji, Northern Liang and Western regions together. The three of you have contributed greatly. Under this situation, Jiaodong Prince Zhao Sui, Huai Jidushi Kai Nan, Administrator Han Lin, and Jizhou's Deputy General Han Fong will also become important figures. Of course there are also Yu Luandao, Ko Jianghuai, Xie Shibian, Su Huang and other foreigners from Beiliang. As for the Fish Dragon Gang, maybe they will play a role in the future. But if the battle reaches the point where the Fish Dragon Gang needs to go to the battlefield after the young adults in Liuzhou, it means that both sides in Liangmang have suffered great losses. Jiang and I did not have time to mourn the death of his chessman waiting for the imperial edict. He said worriedly, "There are so many barbarians in Beimang." Su Fengyin laughed involuntarily. "Yes, there are many. But it's not like I don't have a backup plan in Beimang. Just you wait. As long as Beimang can't take Beilu City in one go, I can set their backyard on fire." As a result, Jiang and I asked an irrelevant question. "That Qinyu, is she very beautiful?" Su Fengyin grimaced and pretended to be stupid. He did not answer this question. Some words were wrong the moment you opened your mouth. The more you spoke, the more mistakes you would make. Jiang and I seemed to be talking to himself. How beautiful is this woman who was called a beauty by Yanji, who was hiding a mistress in a golden house. If I have the chance, I must pay my respects to her. Alas, I'm afraid I'll feel ashamed when the time comes. Su Fengyin suddenly turned his head and said, "Although I know this request is too much and you won't be happy when you hear it, I still have to say it. If one day I'm not here, you take them away from Beiliang. The farther the better." Jiang Ni's face was full of anger. He said bluntly, "I can't do it." This answer was completely within Su Fengyin's expectations. As a result, he did not show any strange expression. Su Fengyin rubbed his stubbled chin and said self-mockingly, "When I think about how if I die on the battlefield I won't be able to see you guys again, I feel very depressed." After teasing, Su Fengyin's expression gradually became serious. Wherever there were shining spears and armored horses, there would inevitably be corpses. After this year's spring, at most there would be a relatively peaceful summer. When the autumn wind gradually rose, there would probably be people dying outside Liangzhou Pass and all of Liuzhou. It would be too late to collect the corpses. Of the 4 grandmasters of martial arts, apart from the carefree peach blossom sword god Dong Tai, West Chu had Chao Changqing, Beimang had Tuoba Bodhisattva, and Beiliang had Su Fengyin. The last 3 were all people who would die if they lost a great battle. At this time, Su Fengyin heard the little mud man say something that he would never have thought of even if he cracked his head. Her words were not very auspicious, but her tone was very resolute. "If that day really comes, then wherever Su Fengyin's corpse is, I will stand there." Chapter 1756. Su Fengyin went back to Mount Qingliang alone. Jiang and I went to Mount Wudong, saying that he missed the vegetable garden there and that it would be too late if he didn't plant something while there was still some spring rain. Su Weisheng probably thought that Su Fengyin would go to north resisting town outside Liangzhou Pass, so she specially asked Fu Shui Room to send him a letter from home. The meaning was very simple and clear. No matter how urgent the military affairs outside the pass were, Su Fengyin had to go back to Mount Qingliang first. This matter was non-negotiable. Su Fengyin didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Of course, he understood his second sister's good intentions. She was afraid that because he had mustered so many people to bring back the little clay figurine, he would have a guilty conscience and not dare to see Wutong Courtyard's Lu Qingyan, the official consort of Northern Liang Path. In fact, Su Fengyin didn't have the idea of hiding from debt. Some things would be a knot in his heart if he didn't talk about it. If he talked about it, there would be a scar in his heart. There was no distinction between good and bad. However, when Su Fengyin left Beiliang, he had already thought about how to face Lu Qingyan. He didn't say that Lu Qingyan would be Beiliang's princess consort in the future. When Su Fengyin walked out of the Wutong Courtyard with her and arrived at the pavilion in the middle of Tide Hark Lake, when she heard those 3 words, her smile was tranquil as she gently tossed a handful of bait into the lake. Then Su Fengyin, the young king who wasn't afraid of Wang Xianji, the king of Liang, the army of Beimang, and the fearless man who even dared to kill immortals, sat beside her a little uneasily. Lu Qingyan didn't say anything and he didn't know what to say. The 2 young tiger Kuei desperately rubbed against him. Su Fengyin glared at them fiercely. The 2 poor little guys were immediately scared and ran out of the pavilion. However, they didn't want to leave, so they could only lie under the stairs and lazily bask in the sun, waiting for their master to change his mind. Fortunately, the steward of the prince's mansion, Song Yu, helped the king of Beiliang out by saying that the deputy administrator, Song Dongming, had something important to discuss with him. Su Fengyin felt relieved and took his leave. Lu Qingyan stood up to send him off. She softly said, "Your Highness, you should write another Spring Festival couplet and have someone send it to Mount Wudong. In the future, don't say sorry, it's really not necessary." Su Fengyin wanted to say something but stopped. Then he smiled. This was probably the taste of a family. He insisted on sending her back to Wutong'an first. Along the way, he casually asked his father-in-law about Lu Dongjiang. Lu Qingyan seemed to have gotten over it. Towards the new provincial governor of Liangzhou, who had broken off their father-daughter relationship with her, there was neither deliberate alienation nor excessive closeness in her words. Su Fengyin didn't know how to explain it, mainly because he was afraid that he would paint a snake with legs and draw legs. It was difficult for an upright official to resolve family disputes because the scale of reason and affection were too difficult to grasp. Logically speaking, the Su family took care of the Lu family in all aspects. However, it was obvious that the Lu family still felt that the in-laws didn't do enough. They never thought that the family's unacclimatized situation in Beiliang was their own fault. Instead, they thought that the support from Mount Qingliang was not enough, and that Lu Qingyan didn't give him enough pillow talk. After sending Lu Qingyan back to Wutong'an, Su Fengyin looked at the slender and weak back. He hesitated for a moment and finally made up his mind. Then he followed Song Yu to Song Dongming's government office, which was located halfway up the mountain. Unexpectedly, Song Dongming stood at the door to greet them. After Su Fengyin and the deputy administrator of Beiliang took their seats in the government office, Song Dongming told them the reason without waiting for the officials to serve them tea. It turned out that after Lu Dongjiang was promoted to the governor of Liangzhou, he promoted more than a dozen children of the Lu family to the provincial governor's mansion. Moreover, some of the appointments were related to the 4th-grade official position. They should have been approved by the governor's mansion before they could take effect. However, it seemed that Governor Lu wanted to act first and report later. To be honest, Song Dongming did not nod or shake his head about the resignation of the former governor of Liangzhou, Tian Peifong, and the filling of the vacancy by Lu Dongjiang. If he were an ordinary official, he would have roughly figured out Deputy Administrator Song's bottom line. Su Fengyin was silent. In the final analysis, the crux of the problem was not the Liangzhou officialdom, which had just changed parents, or even Lu Qingyan and Lu Dongjiang. It was Su Fengyin himself. In the past 2 years, he did not have a good impression of the Lu family. However, when he did not make a clear statement on many things, no one in Beiliang could understand his thoughts. Therefore, they could only tolerate and compromise. Especially when they recruited the children of the Lu family to be officials with real power in Beijing, the officialdom of Beiliang naturally did not dare to underestimate the Lu family. Especially when Lu Dongjiang was unexpectedly promoted, it undoubtedly fueled the arrogance of the Lu family. Song Dongming's expression was calm, but he could not help but feel a little depressed. Originally, he wanted to make friends with Lu Dongjiang. He did not expect that this famous scholar of Qingzhou, who was famous in the Central Plains, would be so insatiable that he might disrupt the situation in Liangzhou. Song Dongming knew that Baiyu was against Lu Dongjiang's appointment as the provincial governor of Liangzhou. Therefore, Lu Dongjiang's action was tantamount to a silent slap to Song Dongming's face. Presumably, Baiyu was watching the fire burn across the river. Su Fengyin sighed and did not say much to Song Dongming. He only said that the 3 appointments were temporarily put aside at the administrator's manor. He would personally go to the Liangzhou provincial governor's manor. Then Su Fengyin changed the topic. He said with a smile that Administrator Li Gongda had also submitted his resignation, only keeping the post of northern supervisor. Then, Li Gongda recommended Song Dongming to be the second administrator in Beiliang's history. Song Dongming did not agree. He only said that Beiliang still needed Li Gongda, an experienced and reputable local official, to be the administrator. Otherwise, now that the provincial governors of Liangling and Yulu had been replaced by foreigners, if Song Dongming were to be promoted to administrator, it would be one disaster after another. It was inevitable that the local scholars of Beiliang would resent him. Su Fengyin did not press the issue. He only said that Song Dongming should think it over. After leaving the yamen, Su Fengyin went to the Liangzhou provincial governor's manor with a light carriage and a simple entourage. Sitting in the carriage, Su Fengyin's fingers unconsciously stroked the jade pendant with a dragon's tail hanging from his waist. It was not strange that Song Dongming would give up the position of administrator. Bai Yu, who had arrived in Beiliang later than Song Dongming, was now in a low position in Mount Qingliang. This Mr. White Lotus did not have a prominent official status, but he had gathered a group of like-minded young talents around him. Bai Yu only lacked a status. Once Song Dongming vacated the position of deputy administrator, there was no doubt that Bai Yu would take it. Obviously, in Song Dongming's eyes, the position of deputy administrator was like a dangerous pass. He could not give it to Bai Yu, who was eyeing it covetously. Otherwise, Bai Yu, who was justified, would truly rise in Beiliang's officialdom. Song Dongming was determined to sit in the position of deputy administrator for another 2 or 3 years. At that time, as long as the Battle of Liangmang came to an end, Beiliang's civil and military officials would reward him based on his contributions. Bai Yu, who did not have enough status, would not be a threat to him in the future. Su Fengyin smiled knowingly. He had no intention of exposing Song Dongming's dark thoughts. In fact, this was a good thing. It meant that Song Dongming was showing signs of taking root in Beiliang. As for whether he would treat Bai Yu unfairly, Su Fengyin did not care. Speaking of which, if Song Dongming could really provoke Bai Yu's competitive spirit, it would be a great thing for Beiliang. Chapter 1757. When Su Fengyin's figure appeared outside the gate of the provincial governor's mansion, the officials were scared witless. They hurriedly opened the gate to welcome the king of Beiliang. Su Fengyin walked in quickly. Soon he saw 20 to 30 officials from the provincial governor's mansion surrounding Lu Dongjiang, who was wearing a purple robe. Su Fengyin dismissed them with a smile. According to the law, the provincial governor of Liang was a grade 3 official. His official patch should be embroidered peacock. However, the provincial governor of Liangzhou of Beiliang had always been half a grade higher than that of Yuzhou and Lingzhou, which was a grade 2 official. This had long been reported and filed by the Ministry of Personnel of the Liang Imperial Court. However, none of the provincial governors of Liangzhou of Beiliang dared to openly wear the official robe embroidered with a grade 2 golden pheasant. This was the rule of the Liang officialdom. Therefore, there was an insurmountable gap between the purple-robed official robe and the red-robed official robe. In the Grand Peace City, taking the minister of Shangshu province as an example, the minister of the 6 ministries was a grade 2 official. However, most of the left and right assistant ministers of the 6 ministries were grade 3 officials and were still not allowed to wear the purple robe. During the reign of Yonghui, only the left assistant ministers of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Army were grade 2 officials. After the Xiangfu incident, not only were the right assistant ministers of the 2 ministries promoted to grade 2, even the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights promoted to grade 2 this year. Lu Dongjiang could be regarded as the first provincial governor of Beiliang to wear the purple robe official robe. He was also one of the few high-grade provincial governors in the territory of Liang. If Su Fengyin remembered correctly, in today's world, only the top officials of Liangzhou of Beiliang, Qingzhou of Jinggan, Tangzhou of Nanjiang, and Yuezhou of the southern border of the capital region were grade 2 officials. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that Lu Dongjiang was the third person of the civil officials of Beiliang, only under the Minister of War and the Deputy Minister of War. The sudden meeting was full of laughter and joy. Whether it was the old faces in the Liangzhou provincial governor's office or the dozen new faces with the surname Lu, they were all relieved to see the young vassal king with a gentle smile. If Great Peace City was the foot of the Zhao family, then Liangzhou was the door of the Su family. The position of provincial governor of Liangzhou had been vacant for many years. The position of provincial governor of Liangzhou was actually equivalent to provincial governor. The position of General of Liangzhou had always been held by the Protector General of Beiliang. After Tian Peifong was promoted from provincial governor of Yuzhou to provincial governor of Liangzhou, she did not make any changes. She advocated non-interference governance. Lu Dongjiang changed the previous position and pushed out dozens of Lu family members at once. In addition, Shi Fu, who had been silent for many years, became the general of Liangzhou. Fortunately, after the Wang Ye's conversation today, both the new and old officials of the provincial governor's manor expressed his affirmation. He named 7 or 8 people and praised them. He had high hopes for the new people and had an appreciative attitude towards the old people. As for the 2 sides that were at daggers drawn, there was no stick, only dates, and there was no favoritism. This made the old people of the provincial governor's manor shed tears of gratitude. They were really worried that after Lu Dongjiang became the head of the manor, it would not be enough to stuff a dozen people of the Lu family into the manor. He would not stop until they were all on the cold bench. Once the Wang Ye tacitly approved of this, then even the gods would not be able to save their official careers. For some reason, after seeing the king with their own eyes today, they were angry at the Lu family. As a result, the old officials of the provincial governor's office, who also had a lot of silent criticism of Mount Qingliang, suddenly felt their anger vanish. It was probably because the young king's appearance as he sat on the chair and talked cheerfully and wittily made people involuntarily revere him. In the end, Su Fengyan had a private chat with his father-in-law Lu Dongjiang. Outsiders did not know what the young king said, but they only saw that the provincial governor's face, which was full of smiles, was becoming more and more radiant. Afterwards, Lu Dongjiang took the initiative to retract a few of the illegal orders and comforted the clansmen. He promised that in less than 3 years each of them would have great wealth. Not only that, for the first time, Lu Dongjiang sternly warned everyone that they had to be more restrained in this period of time and not bring disgrace to the Lu family's reputation. Other than giving the clan a reassurance, Lu Dongjiang also removed 3 members of the Lu family from the genealogy overnight. From that moment on, Lu Dongjiang finally had some of the air of the head of the Lu family. When Bai Yu drunkenly walked out of a secluded mansion, he suddenly saw a carriage lift the curtain. He paused and then strode over. Getting on the carriage, he sat in the carriage. Facing the young man, Sir White Lotus was calm and composed. Su Fengyan, who had come to Beiliang's deputy provincial governor's mansion to pick him up, joked, "Sir White Lotus, are you not afraid of provoking public anger?" Because of his eyesight problem, Bai Yu habitually squinted to look at people. He smiled and said, "I can't do anything to the hot stove, but Prince won't allow me to do anything to the cold stove?" Su Fengyan laughed involuntarily and changed the topic. Li Gongda said that he wants to resign from the position of administrator, and Yuzhou provincial governor Hu Kuei also wants to enter the border army. Does Sir White Lotus have any thoughts? If you do, you can say it directly. Bai Yu was not afraid and said directly, "Prince, tell me your thoughts first, and of course Deputy Administrator Song's thoughts." Su Fengyan also said bluntly, "My original intention was to let Sir Song be promoted to administrator and you fill in the position of deputy administrator. But Sir Song said that there are already too many foreign provincial governors in Beiliang, so there should not be another administrator." Bai Yu leaned lazily against the wall of the carriage and sneered, "Oh? That's simple. After Administrator Li resigns, Sir Song will be his official administrator, and the new provincial governor of Liangzhou, Lu Dongjiang, will be the deputy administrator. Then Lingzhou Song Yen, who is from Beiliang, will be the provincial governor of Yuzhou. As for the provincial governor of Liangzhou..." At this point, Bai Yu extended his finger and pointed at himself. "If not me, then who?" Su Fengyan was silent. Bai Yu smiled and said, "Beiliang's arrangement is to make things difficult for Sir Song. But if I ask for a smaller position and run to Yuzhou to be the provincial governor and no longer be an official under Sir Song's eyes, it will make things difficult for Prince." Bai Yu stopped smiling. "In fact, the most suitable candidate to be the provincial governor of Liangzhou is not me, but the former provincial governor of Lingzhou, Su Beiji. Rest assured, Prince, no matter what, I will not be the deputy administrator or the provincial governor." Su Fengyan was puzzled. "Then what will Sir do?" Bai Yu raised a corner of the curtain and hung it on the hook. A cool breeze blew against his face and brought some coolness to the carriage. Bai Yu sighed. "The key is not what I think, but how bold Prince is." Su Fengyan was even more puzzled. "Sir, what do you mean?" Bai Yu said in a low voice, "Beiliang's land is narrow and has old history. Right now, it has the vast western regions including the 4th province, Liuzhou. Adding on a 5th province outside Liangzhou with Fongbei City as the fulcrum, it will be enough to accomplish great things." Su Fengyan's heart trembled. He said calmly, "The imperial court will not agree to Beiliang occupying 5 provinces." Bai Yu smiled. "Now that things have come to this, do we still need the imperial court to agree?" I inadvertently saw some hastily changed border army deployments. Yu Zhou, which was originally destined to be a spectator in the Second Battle of Liangmang, suddenly became important again. What? Dare I ask the 2 Huais Kai Nan Han Lin, the northern Mangs Wang Sui, and the 2 Liaos Gu Jiantang, how many of these 3 groups of people did Wang Ye see when he led his troops out of the border? How many people did you negotiate with? And how many people did Prince negotiate with in the north and south of Beimang? The string of questions caused Su Fengyan's expression to change slightly. Bai Yu did not expect to get an answer. He seemed to be talking to himself. A certain person is the emperor. I, Bai Yu, will be an official no matter where I am. It is all good. Su Fengyan did not answer the question. Our scholars in Beiliang want to be an official, and they want it so righteously. I'm very happy. Bai Yu's eyes widened slightly. He looked at the still blurry face and smiled slightly. If Prince wants all the scholars in the world to not have to bow and scrape, I will be happy. I am also very happy. Su Fengyan said emotionally, I am afraid the people of the world will not be happy. Bai Yu sneered and said, just one family will not be happy. Su Fengyan was shocked. Bai Yu said, maybe Prince will find it strange why I, Bai Yu, have changed my mind. It is actually very simple. I recently understood something. A certain person may be the emperor for 30 to 40 years, at most 50 to 60 years. But it may be enough for the world to have 200 years of peace and good weather. It is very impressive. Su Fengyan looked at this elegant scholar in white robes. Just like when Su Xiao saw Zhao Chongling in the past. Both of them wanted to support the dragon. Chapter 1758. Su Fengyan had an additional nameless young attendant by his side. He rode a horse and wore armor, but he did not carry a cold saber or crossbow. He was serious in speech and manner and had a lot on his mind. Su Fengyan traveled all the way to the north. He did not deliberately win over this talented young man. It was not that he did not want to, but it was meaningless. Whether Su Fengyan talked to him about the national interest or high official position and generous salary, it all seemed ridiculous and comical. This was because his name was Xie Shibian, Chao Changqing's favorite disciple. He was one of the twin jade annulus of Dechu who stood out during the Guangling Taoist War. Most of the students of Dechu were now placed in the major academies of Lingzhou, far away from the troublesome places. Only Xie Shibian proposed to go to Beiliang Pass to take a look. Of course, Su Fengyan would not refuse. He now somewhat understood the mentality of the late emperor of Liang Zhaodun and Qin Zhibao. Some people, even if they could not be used as long as they were by his side, they would be like a devastatingly beautiful woman standing in front of his eyes, equally pleasing to the eye. And to be fair, compared to Ko Jianghuai, who was unruly and unbridled, the gentle, respectful and thrifty Xie Shibian made Su Fengyan feel more at ease. Getting along with Ko Jianghuai was like drinking a large bowl of strong wine. It was delightful, but he had to worry about whether or not he would get drunk. Getting along with Xie Shibian was like drinking a small cup of tea. It did not hurt his stomach and he did not have a headache. Along the way, Su Fengyan would only greet Xie Shibian when he received a spy report from the Fushui Fang. The spy reports were mostly from the higher-ups of the Liang imperial court. After Xie Shibian finished reading them, he kept them one by one. Every time he received a piece of paper, it often meant that Dechu had lost a battle line, or that several cities had fallen. Xie Shibian only became more and more taciturn, and there was no obvious change in his expression. One by one, familiar generals of Dechu were beheaded and became the military exploits of Liang's leading generals. One by one, familiar names chose to surrender to Liang. The territory that Dechu controlled became smaller and smaller. Wu Zhongshuan, Lu Xingxiang, Song Li, and even Su Gong and Yuan Tingshan appeared more and more in the court reports. Dechu's power was gone, and this was undoubtedly the end. The last court report was to inform the world that the Emperor of Liang would personally lead the army to the West Chu rampart in the beginning of summer. At the same time, he issued an edict that as long as the rebel armies of Dechu gave up resistance, the imperial army would not kill a single person on the battlefield. The people of Guangling Road would still all see them as Liang people. As they approached the North Jebei city, Su Fengyan received a concise spy report from the Gerfalcon's Claw. This time he did not pass on the military intelligence to Xie Shibian, but the latter rode his horse over with a gloomy expression. He wanted to say something but stopped. Su Fengyan did not wear any armor. Instead, he wore a simple and elegant scholar's robe. He only wore a cold knife and a dragon-patterned jade pendant. He slowed down his horse and turned to Xie Shibian, saying, after Chao Changqing died, he scattered his fate energy into Guangling Road. You are not a chi cultivator nor a martial artist of the celestial state. Perhaps you do not understand the deeper meaning of this. To put it simply, from the moment of Chao Changqing's death, Guangling Road's fate energy, which had not been completely extinguished by the Jiang family of Dechu, began to truly belong to the territory of Liang. If Liang did not deal with it properly and started a massacre on the battlefield, or continued to make things difficult for Guangling on the issue of taxes, then it was very likely that Guangling Road would retaliate. Although the possibility of Yan King Xiaobing rebelling immediately was not high, it was not completely impossible for him to take over Guangling. Therefore, Chao Changqing's death left a way out for the people of Guangling. No matter who they belong to, those who succeed must treat them well. Xie Shibian murmured, seeking benevolence and obtaining benevolence, seeking justice and obtaining justice. The two words obtaining justice sounded pleased. At this point, Xie Shibian lowered his head, his lips trembling. Su Fengyin could only somewhat awkwardly console him. General Xie, I do not dare to have extravagant hopes that you will enter the Beiliang frontier army. After all, in name, we are fighting against Beimang and guarding the country for the Zhao family of Liang. But regardless of the outcome of the war in Liangmang, I will guarantee the safety of your 500 people in West Chu. No matter how chaotic the world is, if I, Su Fengyin, want to keep your 500 people in peace, I can still do it. Xie Shibian turned a deaf ear to him, his face full of sorrow, muttering to himself, when I was young and studying, every time I flipped through a book and read Taibai's poetry, I read that kind of grand and magnificent writing of a flourishing age. I always had an infinite yearning. Something like, I must drink 300 cups of wine in one go, something like, the immortal waved his hand for me as if listening to amaze 10,000 valleys pine trees. I really felt that if I stretched my neck and shouted it out loud, it still would not be enough to satisfy me. But at that time the teacher always said that Taibai's poetry talent was too high, that the immortal's aura was too strong, that it was as if it was 30,000 feet above the earth, but it might not be the best poetry in the world. The older the scholar, the more experienced he was. Instead, he would be more open to old Du's simple poetry. I wonder how many souls I summon when I close my eyes. Deep in the battlefield at night, the bright moon shines on the white bones. It was really simple and straightforward. Where did the boundless talent come from? But reading it now, it's really. Xie Shibian was already choking with sobs. He raised his arm and wiped his cheeks with all his strength. This was perhaps the difference between Xie Shibian and Ko Jianghuai. The latter's experience of life and death was not as profound as the experience of honor and disgrace. Xie Shibian's will would be depressed, while Ko Jianghuai would be full of vigor. Su Fengyin looked toward the dusty Zbiqing and said, General Xie, from Zbiqing to Qinghe and then to Huayang Pass, Liuya and Fuling, 2 towns, you can go anywhere. I will arrange for people to accompany you. If you want to see the 2 cavalry units outside Liangzhou Pass, it won't be a problem. Xie Shibian had already regained his composure. He nodded and said, Thank you, Wang Ye. Chapter 1759. Su Fengyin dismissed it with a laugh. Suddenly thinking about the situation in the Liang court, Su Fengyin's mood was somewhat heavy. West Chu no longer had the ability to rise from the ashes. As a result, Zhang Julu and Yuan Binxi's inner court matter had come to an end. Song Dongming and Bai Yu both believed that the Liang Imperial Court would allow Wu Zhongshuan to return to Taiyan City, and that Song Li, who had previously been in charge of the Eastern Front, and one of Wu Zhongshuan's generals, would be promoted together, becoming the 2 new leaders of the Guangling military. Jizhou General Yuan Tingshan might not be able to return to the border, but would remain on the north bank of the Guangling River near Jinggan Road. His 10,000 Yanbao private elite cavalry would be used to intimidate the Yan King Xiaobing's southern army. As for the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, Su Gong, he would most likely lead his troops into Jizhou to help the administrator Han Lin impede Jidushi Kainan, and to a certain extent, monitor the Beiliang cavalry. However, Su Gong's subsequent official title was a bit more complicated. Would he continue to patrol the border as the assistant minister of the Ministry of War, or would he directly become the deputy Jidushi and Jizhou general? However, the movement that was truly worthy of Beiliang's attention was the departure or stay of the Southern Expedition Commander Lu Xingxiang. Regarding this, Qing Liangshan and the Beiliang Governor-General had different opinions. The former believed that Lu Xingxiang would remain in the Liang Imperial Court for a period of time, while the latter believed that Lu Xingxiang would control all of the court's current field battle forces and advance north, eventually stationing himself in the area between Jizhou and the 2 Liao provinces. His forces would reach 80,000 to 90,000, forming a three-point line of defense with Kainan, Sugong, Gujiantang and Zhao Sui. This would force Beimang to make the decision to fight the Second Great War of Liangmang. As long as this delicate situation was formed, with Su Gong and Lu Xingxiang, these two generals, stationing themselves in the northern border, not to mention Gu Jiantang's plan, the use of Jizhou's Deputy General Han Fang as a hidden chess piece would be greatly reduced. In the end, Liang had too many people and even more soldiers that could be used. There were only two people who could influence or even change the situation in the Central Plains: the Prince of Shu Qinjibao and the Prince of Yanqi Zhaobing. Now it all depended on whether or not these two were willing to obediently return to the territory of the Prince of Yan, or how quickly they left Guangling Road. As long as one of them dilly-dallied, then Lu Xingxiang would not be able to withdraw from Guangling Road. After all, a general under Wu Zhongshuan and Song Li was already very difficult to stabilize Guangling after the war. Furthermore, it was impossible for there to be no conflict of interest between the two sides. Without Lu Xingxiang, a high-ranking general from the spring and autumn period, once the situation changed, the court would not be at ease. If these were the long-term considerations of Beiliang, then Beiliang's immediate concern was the stability of the Beimang imperial court. Dong Zhuo had actually kept his position as the king of the South Courtyard. Although Su Fengnian had essentially killed off any signs of Dong Zhuo controlling the sky with one hand in Beimang, this was tantamount to letting go of Dong Zhuo, who had nowhere else to go in the next battle. Dong Zhuo would not hesitate to take desperate measures. If it was said that in the first battle, then in the next battle, it was very likely that Dong Zhuo would throw caution to the wind. If necessary, even his private army of the Dong Zhuo would be wiped out. Xie Shibian had already gone far away. Su Fengnian did not enter the city to patrol. Even the white horse Yizong did not accompany him. He walked alone by the gradually rising river. His boots stepped on the lush green and soft grass, making a small sound. Su Fengnian sat on the shore and looked at the river, lost in thought. Outside the Liangzhou Pass, there was Chu Lushan's Beiliang Protectorate. Li Gongda led a large group of civil officials to supervise the construction of the new city. Everyone knew what to do and they all did a good job. This made Su Fengnian, the nominal leader of the Beiliang cavalry, a burden. This was especially so before the war began. In fact, Su Fengnian's existence was more like a flag, standing tall on the northwest border, announcing to the Liang imperial court and the Beimang army that the four provinces of Beiliang were not to be trifled with. Su Fengnian subconsciously pulled up a strand of wild grass beside him, brushed off the soil and put it in his mouth to chew. After the earthy smell, there were wisps of sweetness. After Huang Longsher died silently somewhere in the southeast, Miss Hehe returned to Beiliang and said a lot of strange things she heard from the top 3 grades of spring and autumn. Su Fengnian only understood half of some of it and he was confused about some of it. Some of it made him yearn for it and some of it made him disappointed. Miss Hehe said that in the future, in the Central Plains, the merchants and entertainers would be more eye-catching in the eyes of the common people than the officials in the imperial court. She said that in the future, no one would be able to see the status of the emperor. This year it was my turn. As long as the world was not peaceful, as long as I had military power in my hands, I could proclaim myself a king. I might even be able to become the founding emperor. She also said that in the future, scholars would value profits more than fame, so it would be very difficult for there to be a true imperial tutor. Su Fengnian could not imagine that world. He remembered that his master, Li Yishan, used only 3 words to persuade Su Shao not to rebel and not to divide the river with Liang. Fame, words and deeds. The meaning was very simple. If the name was not right, the words would not be right. If the words were not right, the deed would not be done. In the late spring and autumn period where Su Shao lived, the most important thing was a person's foundation. Did the emperor, the king, the general, and the minister have the guts? The answer was, of course, yes. But what was interesting was that before the Great Qin, in the era where hundreds of schools of thought contended and nomads roamed freely, the answer was no. No matter if it was saints, generals, or ministers, it did not matter one's birth. In that brilliant era when there were generations of sages, it was as if everyone was a dragon. When nomads became gentry and then grew into powerful families, especially after the Great Feng dynasty chose only Confucianism, the rules of the world were set firmly. The sons and grandsons of the nobility all wore yellow and purple, and the peasants spent their entire lives crawling and fighting in the fields. All of this only changed after Zhang Julu took control of the Liang court. The imperial examinations were greatly promoted, and the poor scholars who had fought for hundreds of years for the sake of rules finally took the opportunity to rise. Many scholars from poor families were like carps that jumped over the dragon gate. In the late days of the Great Feng dynasty, there was a system of entering the emperor's hall. The two were similar but also very different, because the latter could only speak for the master, while the former could speak for the world. So Su Fengnian remembered very clearly that even if his master, Li Yishan, did not talk about what he knew in the first half of his life, in the latter half of his life at Tide Listening Pavilion, he was not willing to compare himself with Zhao Chongling, Yuan Binshi, and the others. Instead, he had always paid attention to the various reforms of that blue-eyed person from Liang. Su Fengnian had unknowingly chewed up the weed and spat out the residue. He stood up and exhaled deeply. Since he did not need to criticize the construction of North Qianbei City, he might as well loaf around for a while. Su Fengnian suddenly disappeared from the river and rushed north. During this time he saw the main force of the right cavalry changing camps according to their deployment. He saw the silhouette of Huayang Pass. In the end, Su Fengnian appeared in the dilapidated Tiger Head City. This former first city of Liang Pass had suffered great damage after Dongzhu's wanton attacks for several months. Before retreating, most of the buildings in the city had been burned down. It was like a desolate tomb. The repair progress was extremely slow. Coupled with the occasional raid by Beimang's elite cavalry, even Chu Lushan, who had a special attachment to Tiger Head City, had to give up his energy. In the night, Su Fengnian sat cross-legged on the battlements of the city. He looked at the Longyan plain outside the city and closed his eyes. He could vaguely hear the whistling of giant rocks after 1,000 catapults were fired at the same time. He could vaguely hear the horse hooves of the cavalry charging to their deaths. He could vaguely hear the laughter and drinking of a large group of captains when he first entered the city, including Lu Jinu. The entire city had died in battle. Their fellow soldiers had died in the same cave. It was said that after Dongzhu breached the city, he did not whip the corpses of the Beimang soldiers to vent his anger. He also did not build a Jingguan temple. He only walked up to the top of the city and used his hand to lift the flag with the word, Su, that was already on the verge of falling. Later on, the Beimang Empress ordered Dongzhu to exchange Lu Jinu's corpse for Yang Yuanzhan's. Su Fengnian did not hesitate in the slightest. Not only did he agree to place Yang Yuanzhan's head and corpse in a coffin, he even handed over 5 or 6 more heads of Beimang generals. At the start, in Shaoguang City's Yuzhou Conference Hall, there was an irascible general who was cursing on the spot. If it were not for Su Fengnian's secret letter and the young vassal king standing there, those generals probably would have cursed even if they had to lose their official status. Yan Wenwan's expression was also unsightly. She clearly thought that the king of Beiliang was showing weakness to the Beimang barbarians. How could there be a man in the world who would express goodwill to the defeated general after winning a battle? At that time, the entire Yuzhou border army was about to explode. Only after Chu Lushan sent a sternly worded secret letter to Shaoguang City did the commotion subside. Su Fengnian opened his eyes and said softly, Lu Jinu, Majili, Chu Hanqing, everyone in Huda City, I'm sorry. I forgot to bring wine this time. However, I think the blood of the 300,000 Beimang soldiers is the best wine. Su Fengnian clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. He leaned forward and gazed toward the distant north. He smiled and said, I, Su Fengnian, promise everyone here that Beiliang will offer you 1,000,000 cups of this wine.